what other hero has that equivalent in the jungle role actually that would be worthy to be picked. Well, they say it's Fanny. Gonna be the ban. Gonna be the pick for Vamos. This one I'm very surprised with, but there was Onyx Indonesia, and then eventually it started with Falcons, and then eventually Onyx Indonesia that showed us that Fanny is actually a better pick against Hirara if piloted properly.
Yeah, and I think it's because we saw it in the tail end. There is already that Harley response potentially to the Hirara. So maybe that's why we've seen a little bit of a change up in priority here. So as expected, because of the Valentina ban earlier by BTR, they will pick up the Belleric as the Atlas is no longer an option. But I wouldn't be surprised if you get Team Vamos to just double down on maybe even rushing the Badang, because I wouldn't completely turn off the possibility that we'll see a Belleric suddenly swapped into the EXP lane, but they decided to go for the Glue and the Melissa, so they are leaning strongly into what BTR by Vitality are great at with their picks. I think they're playing a little bit more defensive in the draft.
Defensive in a way that they are also taking away the heroes that BTR wanted to have, especially with this Melissa. But then again, this is such a great glue game in many ways, because you know already that the Hirara will be picked up. You know that there's already a Selena out there. So there's so many things that you can actually do as the glue in this scenario. So although it was pretty defensive for Team Vamos for me, I think that they have a very comfortable draft the way that they take a look at it. And I feel like Error 404 is that kind of player who wants to prove that he's one of the best, if not the best, jungler in the international stage. And this time he's going to be up against Nael, an experienced player as well. And when it comes to the Fanny versus the Hirara, it's never going to be a Fanny-sided affair. But if the Fanny player is masterful with it, there are so many ways that he can counter actually the Hirara.
Yeah, great individual rotations, but of course that's set up as well by the information provided by your roam and your mid laner. So if ever Vamos wants to lean towards getting a little bit more faster around the map, maybe surprisingly picking up a Farsa in the mid, that could be all right too, just for the info knowledge balance, because knowing Moreno, he's going to be able to place those traps in really great areas, being able to constantly read the Fanny. And that's where the strength of the Fanny that you mentioned comes from, that if it's really good, it goes really well, and despite it going up against Herrera. So the flex responses are still getting respected here by Vamos. They ban out the Cho. Moskov later on is still open in the gold lane for Emma.
They might just consider the Clint as well. But the Paquito is not open, so they will not have that option. So they might just deprioritize that one. But there is a world where they pick up the Badang actually here for Bigitum Vitality. And the reason why I say that is because of the Fanny, but also once you cycle out the go away from the Melissa, then you have another way to approach the teammates. So it's going to be the Moscow, which is one of the typical answers to this Fanny. So instead of utilizing a gold laner to counter the Melissa, they use their gold laner against the jungler. So this will be a very slow approach from BTR. And let's see if they can be successful with it. This Moscow plus the Hirara, it's very demanding when it comes to the farm.
Well, it's not going to be the speed that they're going to be going for. They go for arguably the most rushed and most loved. Although if you ask me, I am strongly a Eudora hater in this patch. Eudora gets picked up, and then the Barretts as well. So that's a very strong front line, great defense. But I think it's just going to be up to Vamos to rotate really well so that Error 404 is set up.
Yeah. I think what they demand now for BTR is just support and sustainability. So if they're gonna be looking for another XP laner, it's more of a meat shield. I feel like something like a Hylas actually for them, because I don't think that they have I don't think that they have the luxury of going greedy with their roam pick or their potentially XP pick as well. They might just go for something in the lines of sustain, and Esmeralda kind of fits the bill. Still a greedy draft from Bigatron by Vitality, but you understand what they're going for. They went in for sustain. They went in for the late game as well, and they're going to be looking to survive the much faster tempo of Vamos's composition.
Yeah. Well, with a very clear identity of what these two teams want to do, I can't help but have to lean a little bit more towards a lineup that has the Fanny and Melissa, because we've seen some really great Fanny performances, and then so far this Melissa might look like it's gonna be safe. The Barretts has been a absolute tear too. I'm partly thinking that Vamos might have won this draft.
Yeah, and the reason why I would agree with that heavily, in fact, is because of what I said. This is a snowball fight metagame. This is a win early. Hopefully do not mess up your push and end the game as soon as possible. They have the tools to get to that. This Barretts in combination with a strong mid duo of a Eudora with the glue is such a scary combination that BTR might not be able to survive. Fortunately for them, they have a way to kind of speed up the Hirara because of this typical season hunter Selena. So if they utilize this Hirara much faster, maybe there's a way for BTR to actually equalize in the early stages, but I feel like Team Vamos has got a super duper strong early game proposition.
Speaking about speed though, and early, you might have cursed it just a little bit. Arrow 404 now has to swing around and dance to get back for the kill towards Zekif, but BTR by Vitality started off hot through Moreno's Abyssal Arrow. Clockun and Zekif now seek to regain control in the river, and this is why I said what I said, and we agreed upon it as well. It's really up to how the composition with the Fanny through the roam and mid handle the center of the map. Now when you're up against someone like Moreno, who is known for being very brave with just tossing out those arrows, and the team will capitalize if he gets a good stun, well, that's what you get at the early game. But that was only one. There's still a chance Vamos will be able to prove that their lineup much earlier is way better in the turtle fight.
I think my post-it note got blown away, and that post-it note was "Never doubt Moreno, the maestro." I think it got blown away somewhere. I can find it in my desk right now. But remind me, Renmar, to please never doubt Moreno, the maestro, once again, all right? Because this guy is amazing. This guy is very dependable, and you saw how much mileage Bigatron by Vitality were able to achieve because of this player.
Can the Maestro do it again? Make Team Vamos dance to BDR by Vitality's tune. And so far, they're going to be the ones holding priority for this turtle. But the entry with a Detonus Welcome plus the Flicker, Nile is going to be able to secure this turtle. BDR by Vit get more kills. Nile gets traded out. That's a kill for Error 404. But the members of Vamos now have to back off as Moreno, the Maestro, is making them dance to his tune. Clockun could be up next, but they're not going to risk the dive. Unless I might have spoken too soon. The arrow hits. No way that gets led into a kill. It won't be a kill, but that's just a quick heat check from the Maestro.
2-0 and 2 for the Selena. Gets a double in that turtle fight, and that closing arrow actually almost prompted BTR to dive. But then again, I think the idea here for BTR is to just punish this glue. In the early stages, as a roam glue, you don't have your ultimate, so even when you have the split, you're still very much vulnerable to any kind of chain stun. And that's exactly what BTR was able to achieve. And I'm actually surprised that Arrow 404 still went in and committed to the fight. They could have just split pushed after the initial death of Zekif. But then again, BTR just punished them heavily because of their decision making. And right now, everything that we've said about the composition of Team Vamos is down the drain.
Error 404 sends Shogun down the drain, finds him in the jungle for a quick kill. But it doesn't look like it's going to get translated into anything by Vamos. Maybe a few hits on the turret down bottom for the Barretts, and the Eudora has been sent down bot to supplement the Barretts as well. And it seems with how they're positioning, they might be looking to get a cheeky kill together 17 seconds before this turtle spawns.
This is the only way that Aero 404 can recover from this early game. Go for the side lanes now. I don't think that they have the absolute right to go and head-to-head collide against the BTR with this composition that they have. I mean, with the lead that BTR has amassed in the early stages, they should just split. And even Finn is a big threat. Look at this. Look at how much damage they're throwing onto Finn.
What?
Finn just survives. Oh!
Oh, that was everything, but here comes the Patrick. ZKeef is not going to be taunted in by the Wrath of the Dryad, and they did throw everything towards the Belleric. And in the end, the Belleric still survives. Advantage now for Vamos. Detonus welcome. Perfect catch onto one. That's Nile down Vamos. It's finally clicking for them. An Abyssal Arrow gets tossed out by BTR by Vit. Will not be able to contest this turtle.
I don't know what's up with all of these Barrett's players, but they're very sneaky with it. The reason why Cisco was able to nail that Daytona's welcome, it was because of the aggression coming out from ZKeef. I'm not saying what ZKeef did was actually the right thing to do. Still wasted his ultimate onto Finn, but then Cisco made something out of nothing, out of the overextension coming up from ZKeef. He was able to sneak through that Rock Ursa bush. Because of that, Nael did not think that there was any kind of threat. He gets taken out by Cisco, and that's now Team Vamos recovering from the early stages.
3 members of BTR by Vid want to go after Nako in the gold lane, but Vamos is there to back up their Melissa. If you look at the dictionary and search sneaky, you will definitely not find a picture of Barrett. But I gotta agree with you, man. It's somehow the players today are so... I don't want to say sneaky again, but they're really good with it. I think it's because that distance is usually... underestimated by players, that you can really max out the Detonus welcome from far away even without a flicker, and then you just find these really crazy angles. It's modern day Cho for people who love dinosaurs.
Yeah, I agree.
I got you there, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. What I want to say though about the Daytona's welcome, why it's very tricky as Moreno gets taken out. Probably another Daytona's welcome, as we saw it's on cooldown.
Cisco,
oh, it's
not. Flicker out.
Sorry.
Yeah, now, Daytona's welcome. This is gonna buy time for himself, but he's still gonna be able to get taken down here by BTR, by Vit, as Vamos now just decide to hold on around the turtle. Fanny close by. Error 404 is at 4-1-0. The standout player for Vamos. BTR by Vit, though, are able to push back Team Vamos. Looks good for both.
Arrows not landing. They all Finn with the initiation right now. They caught the Fanny as well. Oh, what a mistake around from Team Vamos. And the shutdown was there. Finn, oh my goodness. What an initiation coming out from the Wrath of the Dryad. And of course the flicker. And they caught the Fanny with it as well. The damage coming out from there was just too much. And look at this, ZKeef. Unfortunately, when he popped that ultimate, that was actually his death sentence. And now BTR have won the team fight once again.
It's like you could hear the song playing in the background, pop that ulti like this, playing for Finn, and it was perfect. Perfect entry, perfect timing, and now BTR will have the lead into this. Air 404 wants to get his purple buff. The Nile Hirara, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be able to steal it away, but now they're going to be forcing a fight as Cisco finds himself in a really good angle. Detonus welcome not going to be available just yet, still coming in. Just utilized. Here comes the catch, the grab, but Shogun is going to be able to purify. Error 404 with a shutdown onto Nile. Sweeping in out of nowhere, gets his 5th kill and 2nd assist. Oh, excuse me, no assist there, but yeah, he gets a 5th kill.
And the most important thing about that is that's a shutdown. That's a counter for his own shutdown just a few seconds ago. And now they might even poise to take this purple buff. Seems like they won't because of the flying clouds. And again, they took a turret in the middle, which means that they have regained the momentum. So these two teams are showing us that, yeah, surely there is the snowball meta that we have. But if we keep rallying against our opponents, if we win the tug of war, then eventually they can take over in the early stages. In this scenario, though, we have reached the mid-game, but we don't know who's leading just yet. For now, it's Team Vamos because of the momentum that they were able to get from the middle. And if they push down the bottom, this is a lot of territorial control around the upcoming Lord.
Good hold here for Vamos as by BTR will have to play through the split push. Moskov up top, get a little bit more control on the other side of the map. Vamos is reading into this well. They're not just willingly giving up the towers or control around the mid. They still have to do a little bit of cleanup up top, and then they're gonna go back. They leave the barracks to get information. BTR by Vit now have a little bit of a stronger case for this Lord.
It's not gonna be easy for BTR despite them having a lot of information already in here because of the turret in the middle that was taken out, and also big push coming out from Arrow 404 up top. This is going to be split, and again, this is the Fanny, so can traverse the map easily if he wants to still fight this. And interestingly, Eman actually shows himself in this Lord dance.
All right, Eman's already here. Arrow 404 all the way in the orange buff. BTR, it looks good for them, but they are still facing the Barretts. A quick -1. Reno lands an arrow. They're bringing the Barretts down low. Charges up the death and it's welcome. Already CC Music goes in and it finds the Belleric. Here comes Arrow 404 with the sweeps, with the dance. Zekif gets left behind. Nile though gets caught out as BTR by Vit gets pushed back. Nile decided to go forward and he gets punished. No more juggler here for Big Tron as Vamos look to get this Lord, but BTR are not going down without a fight. They are stretching this out to see what they can get. That's the perfect entry again by Finn, and Eman is free with the free hits, but Error 404 is still alive, and with a Fanny up, Vamos gets the Lord. Eman wants more, and he gets another one. Make that two, and it lands the Abyssal Arrow plus the Spear of Destruction. That could have been worse for Vamos, but BTR by Vit made magic. They got as much as they could.
A lot of important moments out there, Redmar. The start was pretty bad for BTR as they got zoned out. Even Nael, who popped these 2 iframes very early in the fight when we saw that Zekif showed himself, Sisga as well showed himself out there. And that meant that when Nael dove, which was so weird for me to see, Team Vamos was able to collect that kill, but BTR with the shot calling, I think it was from Eman because Eman was even leading afterwards, and then that flicker Wrath of the Drive from Fade was so nasty that it caught an important member of Vamos, allowing for Eman to get a big momentum shift in favor of BTR. Still, the retribution on the Lord favors Team Vamos, that's why they got it, but then Eman secures 2 kills, even outplaying Natko in that regard.
Spirit of Destruction will land again. Eman takes it, but Vamos are already retreating. Maybe it will boil down to that, just a moment of magic from individual players, as this has already gone against the grain of what we've expected from previous games, especially the grand finals of MSC. It hasn't been snowball. It's just been a slow, as you mentioned it, tug of war. And there's another tug of war where Reno, he wanted to start things off with the Abyssal Arrow, but he gets punished. The tug of war did not favor them there. They pulled at the wrong time, and he gets punished by the Barretts of Siska.
This game is just so chaotic. It's very, very full of tension, a lot of friction between 2 teams. It's so hectic in a way that even just the slight overextension will get punished by your opponent, and your opponent can also be taken out easily because of that. Now they take the purple buff, and an important real estate lead for Team Vamos in the next minute, because this is the purple buff that will align when the Lord comes, which means that Nael will not have as much resources compared to a Fanny, and already the Fanny can just go for the split push. Actually goes in for the fight. What?
Okay, that you could see the vision potentially. If Eman found it, or if Error 404 didn't do that quick little hezzy and he was still on the way, that Spear of Destruction probably would have landed, but In the end, Error 404 does not lose his life, but I feel like that was just a quick little heat check from him. Knowing him, he'll probably try that again, but maybe with a little bit more backup from the rest of his team. He does try it again, but he gets spotted out. He gets brought down to 50% health. BTR by Vit are playing really well with the knowledge that the Fanny could just come out of nowhere. Siska already getting poked down. They're trying to force out the death and as welcome anything so they can build advantage. The Abyssal Arrow will not land up to anyone. They force out the Flicker. Shogun and Emma go forward, but it's the needles from Muddles and Melissa that's sending them back. Emma is desperately trying to stay alive, and he does. The free hits and the collapse by the rest of the team around him keep him safe. Glocken gets brought low. BTR by Vitality, just like that, have advantage for this Lord Wolf.
And at the round of the giant, the stun that connects with it. There's gonna be the go away, but will be taken up by the door with the first damage. But Moreno cannot be stopped. So is Eman. BTR by Vitality have outplayed Team Vamos. Air 404 will be able to split push in the middle. And that will be enough to actually stop BTR by Vitality. Air 404 gets the Immortality by one kill on the fit. Gets double. Error 404 like a magician pulling rabbits out of his hat, but this is still a very, very close fight between Team Vamos and BTR by Vitality.
It isn't the snowball fest that we got used to after just one full grand finals in MSC. It's tension, it's a push and pull, and it's a little bit of magic from both sides as Error 404 from fighting to split push to eventually getting the Lord with the rest of his team. At a moment there, I was wondering why it looked like Vamos were desperate and they could have just backed. Even I myself missed that little split push that Error was doing. That's what led to 3 kills by BTR by Vit.
There is a word that I want to use for both of these teams, but more so for Team Vamos. They're primal. Team Vamos, there's really not much system in what they're trying to do, but they're winning because of what Error 404 is trying to do, Renmar.
Now here comes what could potentially be the final fight. Error 404 fights it again, but he gets stunned, speared into the wall, a shutdown for Nile. Vamos still has their Melissa, and they are doing everything they can to build around this lead. It's just going to be a slow retreat before they go again for the re-engage. They still have the Detonus welcome of the Barretts, but they decide to play it slow. They will usher in their minion waves through the bottom lane, and maybe they'll be able to get another one through this. Detonus welcome getting charged up. He will not commit it. No catch yet by Vamos. They're not going to be able to get this turret. With the entry by BTR by Vitality, Moreno's trying to find an angle. SOD lands. Here comes Eman. Natko trying to get away from all of this as BTR by Vit are pushing Vamos back. Moreno with a kill onto Zekif. Now through the clouds. It's going to be coming here. Vamos might have just bitten off more than they could chew, but it's a turnaround. Natko is free. BTR over chase. The Abyssal Arrow lands, but it will not be enough. It's a double kill for Natko. Vamos and Vitality do not want to let this go.
Giving in to their primal senses, BTR tried to chase against Team Vamos. They tried to go for a kill onto Natko, and with all due fairness, Eman had found the right angle for the SOD. But then again, the protection coming out from Team Vamos was just pristine. Siska surviving for too long. And that allowed Natko to refresh his ultimate. Already has the models that actually dealt so much damage up against.
No way.
Because then, oh my goodness, Error 404 is so good with the Fanny.
He's able to pop the immortality. He made it look so easy. He took a bit of hits. It could have gone wrong for him, but Error 10-3-1. Let's not doubt a Fanny rush again because he can definitely play it. And I don't think it's really just Zekif and Kloko. Yes, they're able to supplement him, but you gotta admit, when you're seeing a generational Fanny user in your screen, you have to acknowledge.
Oh, we have to acknowledge, definitely, Error 404 showing us how it's done. It's not the cleanest for Team Vamos, nor for BTR by Vitality, but they're making things happen. No immortality now for Eman. Nael is already on his 6th death, but still is a threat for Team Vamos. They're too far away from the Lord, though. It seems like there will be a reset from Team Vamos because they have not found where Nael will come from. It's gonna be a full swing. Error 404 might meet them. Gotta be careful of your screen drag right now, Error 404.
He sees him in the mid lane. They try to bait him out, but they're just too slow. He pops Moreno easily. The Selena is gone. It's 5v4. But you see Zeke, you see Clockhood. They've got him behind enemy lines. They've broken the formation to start off onto M, and here comes Zeke, a perfect entry. Plus the Deathless welcome as well. The taunt by Finn to keep BTR by Vitality alive, but they might have just delayed it. Eman is getting blasted by this Melissa. Air 404 could not find the angle to pop him. BTR by Vit are still in this fight. They still don't have their mid laner. It's still 5v4. The muddles, the damage from Natko. Vamos, they are stopping Vitality in their tracks. Finn trying to make magic and finding an angle, but he's gonna get brought down low. Vitality will now back off, forced to retreat. Shogun gets away. Vamos wins the Lord Dance.
And I know that Eman is one of the best Melissa players that we've seen just as of late, but Natko is making a name for himself. Not the cleanest as well, but in that team fight, in that Lord Dance, they were able to fend off BTR by Vitality. And that was started again by this Fanny taking out the Maestro in the middle, surviving against the flank that BTR wanted to do. Zakif himself went in for the flank in combination with the stun coming out from Clockun that was enough to reposition the members of BTR. With just that war of attrition, the tug of war, they have won the Lord Dance.
BTR wants to build advantage for this defense. They pop the glue, but look at Natko going wild. And that's a Deathless welcome. A perfect catch by Siska. He gets Nile. Finn falls. And BTR by Vitality are delaying, but it seems like it's inevitable. Two members remain. Error, Natko, Zeke, Siska, and Clockun have pulled and broken the tension. They win game one. But that felt like that was one of the best games I've seen.
For sure.
In recent memory. What the hell?
The back and forth for both teams, even in a 4 versus 5 scenario, BTR still managed to kind of make it look even. But then, just the heroics coming out from Error 404, we saw Clockwood with just the initiation. Siska, if he's able to find a good opening with the Tonus welcome, he blows the team fight wide open. But in that last fight, Natko, so consistent with his positioning, good target acquisition. And by target acquisition, I mean who is gonna get hit by muddles. That's the reason why Eman could not reposition properly, because when he tries to help his teammates, he gets hit by the muddles and now he has to retreat just immediately. Everybody has to retreat from the Melissa right after getting hit by that muddles. And all of these little things that you add up together, Team Vamos are able to scratch their way out of a very close tug of war between them and Team BTR. What a game that we've seen.
It felt like that game for BTR by Vitality felt like, do we get the right target for this arrow? If the answer is yes, they go, they build advantage. But then the harsh reality of the lineup that they're up against, that as long as the Barretts is alive, somehow that's all the room the Fanny, the Eudora, and this Melissa needs. Never would have I imagined that I'd seen a frontline team fighting formation of you get Barretts in the wings alongside the glue, and right in front of them, alongside them in the front line, is a Melissa, bro. That it knows that it's safe because it has the go away, and if you get close to the Melissa, she actually wants that for herself. Still, BTR, through some really great execution around the row mid duo and even by Eman, were able to keep this a close game. But we doubled down with what we pointed out in the draft. Vamos, their lineup, without any reach from BTR by Vitality. Yes, they have the Moskov. It's just not enough to deal with this Melissa come the late game.
Yeah. But the reason why we say that is because BTR are, or I mean, Team Vamos are just so good at creating chaos, sometimes to their demise, but they always want to keep BTR guessing their next move. It's what they're trying to do here, especially for Era 404. This is not a traditional way to approach a Lord dance. They slowly won it because of what they're able to achieve. And look at this. Zeki just wanted to help his teammate, moves a little too forward, gets hit by the passive of Eman, and Eman gets a double afterwards. And then Moreno trying to look for an angle. Look at Sisga trying to retreat, but because of the muddles, when BTR wanted to go for a kill, they got poked so hard that now they cannot keep their control of this Lord.
Yeah, and when you're playing around the Moskov, and even though Vamos are playing a tight formation, theoretically the Moskov would do, the Moskov would do really well. If the rest of your front line suddenly has to disperse and back away because they're at the threat of getting poked down and chunked down by the damage of this Melissa, then it doesn't help the Moskov. That's why the wins that you see Eman get for himself and for the team had to come from some crazy individual play. Team effort-wise, you actually saw that rarely in the highlights because, again, you see that models, the formation suddenly breaks. And that doubles down with what you say about Vamos, with how good they are at creating chaos. That models, that little freaking doll, was the what's the full center point, what's the focus of all that chaos in every team fight.
It kind of what it felt like is that it slimmed down the window of opportunity for BTR when they want to go for the kills, because when they initiate and they don't catch the Melissa, the moment that they go on an attack, let's say it's Sisga or Zeki, what happens is that they deal maybe 50% damage to these tank heroes in a split second. But when now the models comes back, all that Natco had to do was to pop maybe 3-5 attacks, and everybody from BTR had to scramble, and eventually they couldn't close down on a kill. They get poked out, they have to back down, and that destroys their formation. Then Era 404 comes out of nowhere, lands a kill. You see Clocken with a flicker and then a stun afterwards. It's just so nasty how they're able to play around this Melissa. And I think that this Melissa, you know what, I will not be surprised if this will be a priority pick for both teams. It could even be a first pick, given how good it was in that previous game.
Well, it did show up very early in the draft here for Vamos, and now let's see if that will end up becoming a thing for BTR by Vit, or maybe even Vamos. If ever there is going to be a side switch, are we really just going to be seeing the Melissa get rushed by these two in the first phase? Will we see a bit of a deprioritization on the Selena, of course, as we got to see that, yes, as great as BTR by Vit were able to play around their Selena, come the late game, they just did not have that reach that they really wanted. Yeah. And it seems like dealing with the potential gamble of will the arrow land and will it actually lead into something good for us, maybe they're gonna start looking away from that.
Yeah, especially because when we look at the hero composition of BTR, you would think that it's a late game comp because of the Rara. You also have the Moskov, and the reason the nature of these heroes will mean that you can get into the late game and you will be able to win. But then again, there's still plenty of things to do, Renmar, and we still have plenty of more MLBB action. Don't go away, as the Games of the Future MLBB will be back after this break.
Welcome back to Games of the Future. If you've missed it, game number 1 between Team Vamos and Team Vitality, BTR by Vitality, was a showstopper. Definitely brought a lot of life back into this arena. And yes, well, we are basing it as if we are actually the robot avatars that you get to see from time to time. Renwar and Wolf still here to call the action. If you could sum up game number 1 for those who didn't get to catch it, how would you sum it up, Wolf?
Wow. I'd sum it up in one word, which is primal. And I think the two teams are just giving in to their primal instincts. The way that you played Mobile Legends when you started, you want to get kills, you want to chase down people, you want to go for a split push, you want to win the Lord fights. It's very primal. They are just going to be basing off their instincts, and because of that, Team Vamos was able to win it. Not go as well as Error 404's primal instincts were just way too good in that previous game.
It was raw, animalistic. For those who really love MLBB, probably even sensual at some points. But that was definitely a game to be appreciated. It's gonna be a side switch. Atlas and Juicen are the bans, Freya and Fanny. So, despite Vamos having an angle wherein they could manipulate the draft, wherein maybe Error 404 could end up with the Fanny again after his tremendous game, they decide to play it safe and they respect Nile. There are going to be no Fannies up for the trade. We might end up going back to Hirara, Nolan, and heroes like that for the potential main trade, and the Harley, of course.
Yeah. Honestly, if well, there's no Fanny, so I think they're tempting BTR to go for the Hirara. But honestly, man, if they pick up the Melissa first pick here, I will not be. I'm gonna accept it. I'm gonna allow it if that happens. I know it's a crazy pick. I know that Hirara still is the top priority to get picked in here. Even a hero like a Belleric or a Valentina or a Barretts might take precedence, but given as of what my gut tells me that Eman wants to play that hero too after that game.
Yeah, and like the Melissa will end up with them. If this ends up becoming a Eudora rush for Vamos, they might end up just facing the same problem, right? Wherein they won't have enough reach to deal with the Melissa. So I'm pretty sure it's on the back of their heads that now for Vamos, I'm going to be the one encouraging, if I'm not mistaken, this is Coach Pakbet still with the team?
No.
Just go ahead and pick it up.
Oh. They had to snatch this Valentina because they don't want the Wrath of the Dryad to be given to BTR. That's going to be the Uranus. Way better hero, and then the Melissa,
there
as
we go.
mentioned. Honestly, because of this Harley now, it is different. But I would have said that the Valentina is not the best hero to kind of answer this Melissa. In fact, the Valentina is not good versus the 3 heroes that we have right now for BTR. But it's more of a necessary pickup coming up from Team Vamos is what I feel like. They don't want to give away the Wrath of the Dryad free. Already BTR by Vitality are in a very comfortable spot in this draft.
Yeah, it's pretty much going to be up to Vamos to react more to everything that happened in that first phase. They will not have reach unless it's going to be through their gold laner. But they're at the risk of going up against a Uranus in the XP and then another tanky roamer. So you're going to need some shred. But with the Melissa around, I wouldn't be surprised if BTR by Vid even just go ahead and ban out something like the Clint and then get Vamos to scramble. Still, there's one pick that we saw, courtesy of Falcons, and the Hanabi for Super Marco, where there could be a light of hope in the gold lane for Team Vamos.
Yeah. Not sure if they are willing to do it. But then again, many things happen in the Malaysian region. They probably have picked up the Hanabi before and might have been successful with it. Good ban though on the Barretts here for BTR. I think the Barretts was also instrumental to Team Vamos' win in the previous game, and it's overall just a great pick up against the Melissa. Because of the Telenos World Cup, you're immune to crowd control, so you're going to be easily initiating onto a Melissa in K. So that's a great ban. I'm actually interested why the Gadot catch-up was banned here for Team Vamos. It doesn't seem like the top priority for BTR.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other roamers that you could go for much later once you get to see what the fourth pick is. I think a little bit of a panic ban there, unless Vamos are setting it up for something, but doesn't look like it. Even if, like, let's say it is the Hanabi that they want to pick up, AOG isn't going to do much. Yeah, you get to the Hanabi, but you're putting yourself more in danger. They'll end up picking the Claude with it too. Were they just really thinking because of the more close to mid-range nature of their composition that they're going to end up with, that they just wanted to make sure that they're not going to get taunted? It felt like that's the case.
Yeah, typically you pick the Uranus against the Claude. This time the Claude is picked after the Uranus. So there's already a lot of questions with this Claude. That's why I also share your sentiments, Renmar. So we'll see. The BTR, the response typically to this is get another hero that has a knockup, or maybe a glue that generally is okay against this Claude, but most importantly, it's good versus the Beleric as well as the Harley. And you also don't give a big ultimate to the Valentina. You're gonna settle with the Eudora, also a hero that the Valentina does not love to copy. So overall, they are so anti-Valentina here for BTR. And I wonder how Team Vamos will close out their draft. They're gonna be looking for either their XP laner or their roamer. If they want to flex this Beleric up against the Uranus. I think they're stuck with Esmeralda in this scenario.
Yeah, and it might have been a slow creeping realization for Vamos that it really might just have to be go next for them. But let's see. It doesn't look like they have any more room to pull out any surprises. They got the Lapu-Lapu, an offensive tool that is burst damage. Lots of burst coming in from Vamos, but they have a lineup that deals with burst incredibly well. And they still have the problem of, can they annoy this Melissa enough? More than anything, I feel like this is up to the Lapu-Lapu, Beleric, and the Harley to actually make something work from not a lot of anything in their draft.
I'm sure that our co-casters, Gideon and Lafel, would have a lot more knowledge about this, but I feel like when you think Lapu-Lapu for Vamos, I think Sapat, right? I think that's the hero I associate him with. I'm not sure how masterful Siska is. And the reason why I am saying that is because of how important the role of the last pick Lapu-Lapu is. You mentioned how important the combination of the Beleric, Harley, and this Lapu-Lapu can mitigate the early game for Team Vamos, and with that kind of argument, it just strengthens the value of how good you should be as a Lapu-Lapu player in this game. So there's a lot of tasks here that's going to be given to Sisga, and let's see if Team Vamos can pull off a 2-0 up against BTR.
What can they do, and how will they do it with this last pick Lapu? It's a major question right now for Vamos. We enter this game. Gonna be a slow start for both. When it comes to the emblems, nothing in particular stands out. Except you do get the double boost for Finn, so you're gonna be expecting this glue to be able to roam a lot. Alongside Shogun as well, getting the agility for that extra movement speed boost.
Okay. Kill? Moreno? That was weird, but the taunt was masterful. Niall, go for the dive. Actually survives, so not for long. Arrow 4 is ready. TR, a very questionable movement overall for their trio mid, and because of that, they give away 2 kills to Team Vamos, 1 kill for the rogue for the jungler, and a big lead in the early stages.
Yeah, I'm scratching my head. I feel like they still could not let go of their more primal animalistic instincts from game number 1, because that didn't need to happen this early on. You all ended up getting a kill out of that Harley. Niall is not even going to be able to hit level 4 just yet. Maybe Thruzo with the Beetle, but math-wise, I can't remember if the Beetle should be able to make him hit level 4. He didn't get the Golem. He didn't. He's going to be lacking in levels. Arrow... Oh, wait, no. There it is. He's fine. He'll be able to hit level 4. Yeah. Although Vamos are holding into closer his purple buff, Deadly Magic has popped off. They're not going to be able to take down Moreno. Niall will not have a lot of help unless he's confident the glue and the Uranus will be able to do enough to provide space for him to be able to retrieve this in a 4v3 scenario. Moreno is close by, but it's going to be too risky for him to get close. Finn doing everything he can to hold on. Niall holding on by the bush. Vamos being very disciplined with it. They're not dealing any damage to the turtle whatsoever because they know that might help Niall's cause in getting it. Clockun gets found out. Niall gets a kill. Here comes Siska with the damage. He gets the start off and he finds Niall. It's the jungler of BTR by Vid, and we pose questions for the Lapu Lapu, and Siska answers.
Whew, Siska, masterful with it, with the flicker as well committed. And Team Vamos are now controlling this early game, this turtle dance. They're going to be very happy to trade more levels for Error 404, especially because they have already taken out Nail. And the BTR, there's really no way for them to get the turtle. Unfortunately, Zekif had to pop his own ultimate, so that is a big tool for Team Vamos that will not be available in this refresh of the turtle fight. But then again, Error 404 is already level 6.
Good zone out here by the glue and the Uranus. Can BTR by Vit get the turtle? The answer is yes. Shogun goes down to Siska. That's a pullback from the glue. Clockun gets the ultimate of the glue. Are they going to be able to make something out of it? Let's see. He gets a little bit closer, blazing to wet. Not go. Goes in with the BMI as well. But it's just to send the members of BTR by Vit back. Vamos has the lead in kills. Maybe a little bit more map control too. But BTR were the ones able to secure that previous turtle.
It's going to be the trade for Team Vamos. With all the fairness for BTR, they still managed to take the turtle despite them having less levels compared to Air 404. To be fair, Air 404, they decided to go for the Uranus, which is a very tacky target rather than try to two. But on the backline still gets another kill onto Clockun, back to back. And now Moreno is in trouble with the Deadly Magic. Can he survive? No. And they will get a trade. Team Vamos, a mid for a mid. And this will even make things very, very, very full of friction in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, especially now that Siska has a second kill under his belt. Some fast rotations coming out from this EXP laner for Vamos, who we weren't able to see all throughout MSC, but now we're seeing him. And let's see if he's going to be building towards a more aggressive route considering the early start that he had. That's going to be a cash onto Zekif, and it is clean. It takes a bit of time, but the Belleric finally falls to the glue and the Hirara. BTR by Vit, they're getting a little bit more on the board. They're going to be able to steal that away from Error. And Error is able to get away without the risk of him losing his life.
Slight push here in the middle. Error 404 is trying to poke Finn out of there. But then again, for Team Vamos, this is the tempo that they want to play in, so BTR are countering them with it. So I would say that this is a great reaction coming up from BTR by Vitality. To counter out the Harley, you have to be faster. And typically we see Hirara players to be a little bit more passive, but NIL is just more aggressive right now.
It's gonna be another fight breaking off. Already committed the ultimate did Zekif. Vamos still has the raging slashes from the Lapu Lapu ultimate. Zekif miraculously gets the last hit on the turtle. Vamos might be able to get a turnaround with this with his shields, but they decide not to risk it as Natko took a lot of damage. That everything just went Vamos's way that time.
Ooh. A little bit of luck, but a lot of coordination coming up from Team Vamos is what I would say. The initiation coming out from Zekif and of course Air 404 being that fight, Siska being so dependable as this Lapu Lapu, even defending the bottom lane, committing his ultimate, and will survive for a little bit more. Now Clockun might be here. Oh, what a slowdown coming out from Shogun. They get a kill afterwards, but they have lost so much. It's a 2v1, a 2-for-1 just to defend the turret in the bottom lane.
That is not the pace that Vamos wants to go. If just a few moments ago, it looked like their pace. It was them who was determining it. It was them setting the tempo for this game. It's BTR by Vit with some nice rotations, very decisive throughout, finding small wins in the side lanes, getting some ganks. Have now made Vamos dance to their tune again. Did they buy enough time for this Claude? Let's see. Natko still deathless. Seems like he didn't have trouble farming. They're now going to try to go for the cross-map split trade, but it's going to be BTR by Vit winning that. But Moreno's going to be paying for it with his life, with a quick little burst there. Slight disrespect coming in from Moreno, but that opens up the map for BTR. In the bottom lane, Natko and Zkeef cannot do it against this Uranus.
No. Defense, but the push up top is so important for BTR. Now it's going to be another turtle fight. Niall is level 10. And so is Arrow 404, but there is the Lightning Truncheon, the second item now for the Harley. Gonna be answered by the War Axe now for Niall. So this is a pretty even fight between two junglers.
Well, there's a War Axe as well for Emma. So Melissa, Niall gets spotted and blasted out. Vamos, they were the ones more decisive this time around, but here comes Emma. Oh, but Siska, he lands the stun, and the raging slashes onto Emma, forces the Melissa back, forces to go away already, but the combo from Moreno is enough to take the Lapu Lapu down. Emma is able to survive. Arrow 404 gets that turtle. BTR by Vit are gonna go in for the chase towards this battle rig. Zeke has the movement speed, and he'll be able to get out. The BTR by Vit, despite some magic there for Vamos. Eventually, again, it's their turn to realize the reality of going up against a Melissa comp.
Team Vamos have the great initiation to take out Nail. When we talked about, I just said that it will be free, but now Arrow 404 getting taken out. Finn, an amazing initiation, and of course Moreno being ever so dependable. They want to go for the Eman kill right now, but Eman has already went out of there with the flicker to the side to kind of outplay Natko. Team Vamos, like you said, they are now experiencing what they did to BTR essentially. With this Eman Melissa being so good in the team fights now. This is again not a perfect game for him. 3 deaths already, but time and time again he's doing a lot of good stuff for the team.
Whoa, Siska takes a lot. He wanted to do everything he could to protect the purple buff of Vamos for their Harley. But BTR by Vitality walks away with it. It's a ticking time bomb again that Vamos has to work through. This Melissa, used by them earlier, now they're getting a taste of their own medicine. I have to point out, our item pickups here are a little bit wonky, so take it with a grain of salt. For a moment, I thought Eman had a War Axe, but he did not. I think we're just doing a little bit of housekeeping with our item pickups at this moment.
It was Niall who had the War Axe. I think it's all mixed up, but yeah, at least what they show right now is accurate. So that's the Malefic War recently picked up by this Hirara. 5-man push here going for Team Vamos in the middle. It's so interesting. I think they just want to group up together and then split when the Lord is about to spawn. But that means that Zeke will be taken out, or will he?
Oh, he had a flicker. He's able to get away. Clock on his Siskar here. Natko with a blazing duet right after Eman. Can he finally take him down? He's going to be able to get away just in time. Natko got a kill there onto now, but it's this Melissa that's still standing with the Uranus and glue. Even Vamos are looking at it thinking, oh, we don't need to deal with that. We can't. We don't have the reach. We don't have the damage. And this Uranus, Glue, Melissa trio are bullying Vamos towards their side of the jungle.
To be fair, Emma just played it so well. Natko just overspeeding a little bit. They want to still fight this. They don't have the ult for the Error 404, and without that, they just don't have enough to force Eman out of position. And even then, Eman has the flicker. And you're right. With 2 tanky dudes in front of the Melissa, there's nothing the Team Vamos could do. In fact, the Lord could be blitzed down by BTR.
It's because single play utilized by both. Just so show position. Niall gets spotted out. Deadly magics. Does he have the iframe? Yes, he does. He's gonna be able to survive it. And now BTR by Vitality. They look like they're gonna be able to punish Vamos. That's another blazing with entry by Natko. Can he actually survive it this time? But the question is, can he actually get anyone? He gets no one. BTR by Vit are too chunky. They're too solid. Arrow 404 gets spotted out, and he's forced to go back.
And this means that BTR can just go back to what they were doing. They can blitz the Lord now. There's nothing the Team Vamos could do. It looked very promising for that concealed play coming out from Team Vamos to be able to eliminate Nael. But Nael survives the iframes of the Hirara. They wanted to go in against Eman once again, but they failed. They might not have lost anyone in that exchange, but now they will. Error taken out. Moreno with the stun, and now they push the turret. Now they can go for the push. Now they can go for the dive. They want to go for Siska this time, and the hero now dives back. A double kill coming up from Moreno. The master with the Eudora. They get 2 turrets and 2 kills, and they want to go for more.
Vamos got greedy. They thought they had the jump onto Emma and a jump onto Nile, but no, it was a quick stun from the Eudora and a combo to change it all around. How's that for a Melissa game? A taste of your own medicine, courtesy of Biggitron by Vitality, delivered onto Team Vamos. We're going to a game 3.
Oh, Moreno, so good with it. He's also the reason why you were able to get error 404 in the middle part of the map. A quick stun from the Eudora allowed them to take out the jungler so easily. Then they went in for the push. And then for that last part, up against Natco, again another initiation coming from the Eudora. But let's not forget the star of the show, Eman's Melissa, was way too good. There was even a time where we saw that Natco tried to go for the Blazing Duet play, and Natco just overstepped just a pixel too far. He gets pushed back by the go away. That meant that there's a little bit of a stutter step and a mini stun if you think about it. That was enough for BTR to eventually take out the Claude. Small things like that matters in this very close fight that we're seeing between 2 teams, and teams like Melissa is at the center of it all.
Melissa, who would have thought at some point will something break for whoever's going to be drafting on the red side of how they're going to be dealing with this Melissa? Do they rush it? Are they willing to give up either the Belleric or the Valentina? Does that mean they have to ban out the Belleric after maybe seeing the ban on the Atlas? But then that's usually hard to do on the last ban on the red side, considering how it's been manipulated by blue. Just when we thought we've seen enough, we're seeing a little bit more innovation coming out of the drafts, with Melissa now becoming a centerpiece of the trading between the two. A lot of the early game skirmishes and fights that you saw have gone Vamos' way. There were a lot of trades, but the problem is if they cannot end it quick enough or cannot get a surmountable lead by the time the Melissa has items, there's no chance for them to win besides BTR by Vitality error.
So good with it as well. Also, this was it, I feel like. Oh, no, it's not. I think this is going to be the next team fight after. Remember, Team Vamos have already taken out 2 members of BTR at this point. But because of Eman, as well as the 2 tank heroes from BTR, it seemed like an impossible task for them afterwards. Still Arrow 4 gets the retribution. But then you're already feeling the strength of both the Eudora as well as the Melissa just 8 minutes into this game. Eman was just a beast. Look at this, that go away, and another one of that not go just get bounced back and forth. It was enough for him to be taken out by the members of BTR.
A little bit too, gotta agree with you. He might have pressed his foot on the gas pedal a little bit too early there. I think in these scenarios, you really need the Claude and the Lapu-Lapu, both side laners, on the Melissa, because that's your only chance of actually being able to take it outside of error 404, finding a crazy angle, and then you get a follow-up. But in the 2 big fights where you saw Natco go with the Blazing Duet and Siska go in with the Raging Slashes of his ultimate, they weren't completely in sync with jumping on the Melissa.
0, 0, and 8 for Eman. Never going to be able to explain how good his performance is if you just look at the KDA. This game was dictated by the Melissa. Whether or not Team Vamos could win the team fights was because of Melissa. Of course, let's not deny the fact that Nael made a lot of good plays in this game as well. Moreno with 4, 5, and 9 also does not explain how game-winning his plays were. So this is a game that you really have to watch. Never look at just the post-game stats. And already Team Vamos are just looking at the replay right now to make sure that they know what to do from the next game.
Yeah, and I think they're looking at those moments where they're trying to jump on this Melissa and what they could have done better on the execution. It's rare we get to see moments like these, but it's great that we actually get to, like, the team all huddled up together, looking at what they need to fix, talking about it. It's a treat, really, that we actually get to see this.
Yeah. It's good that here in Phygital Games, the computers are already, like, prepared for them.
Yeah.
Easily, like, literally in front of them, so they don't have to go back anymore. But then again, that's game number 2. If we head into game number 3, already opened up a topic of whether or not red side should answer the Melissa. And I completely agree with that. I feel like that's going to be the approach for both teams. In fact, again, I will not be surprised if there could even be a first pick Melissa in the next game.
Have we actually gotten to that point of the metagame where Melissa is so back that she now has to get prioritized as one of your first picks, your blue one or red 1-2, and see how teams are reacting to that. We're going to be heading into a third game between BTR by Vitality and Team Vamos, two teams who had high hopes for the previous MSC, but just were not able to deliver. But maybe here at Games of the Future, they'll be able to find some hope and a great end for their run. Still, this is only day number 1. We're just starting. We're going to be going to a quick break.
әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We start off the festivities here at Games of the Future 2026 Group B with 3 games right off of the bat, as Bigatron by Vitality and Team Vamos have taken each other to the limit with the unlikeliest of heroes, a Melissa, now getting prioritized for these two because of Valentina, Belleric, the other heroes holding such high regard in the meta. No one can build enough poke and reach to mess up this Melissa pick.
And I think that the idea for Vitality is to open up the Valentina once again so that Vamos will be tempted to take that out. And yes, that will mean that the Melissa will have a way better positioning, way easy time in the team fights because it don't have to worry about the pokes. Hirara still is a strong hero, and I think that teams are still very primal about their approach with this hero. And I think that for Vitality, they're going to expose that. They're going to go and pick up the Hirara once again, and prioritize that, ban out the Fanny so that Vamos will be forced to pick up this Harley. If anything, there could be an overreaction coming out from Team Vamos that they might just end up picking up the Nolan instead of the Harley. We'll see. Still, at the center of all of the things that we talked about, it still is the Hirara that I feel like is the hero that teams should be looking at. Sorry, the Melissa.
Yeah, the trade and the chase for the Melissa. And you can't blame Vamos for, we pointed it out in the previous draft, picking up the Valentina and the Belleric as a priority because we have a clear idea into it. Technically, maybe they even already expected that the Melissa was going to fall into the hands of BTR, because if you think about it, if your team is thinking about packing dive through side laners such as Lapu-Lapu and Claude as a means to reach and potentially take out the Melissa, then you don't want to go up against a Belleric because the moment you go in, you get taunted. It makes sense why the Valentina and Belleric were the priorities here for BTR for Team Vamos. So then you have to find the balance again. I have to agree with you. Maybe a letting go of the Valentina. If you still want the Belleric, that's fine. But then maybe save up your mid lane pick for later. Accept that the ultimate of the Belleric will get taken away from you. But then you pick up poke so you have a little bit more of a buffer to work with to be able to take down that Melissa.
No. And the good thing about this Melissa is that it also allows for you to have more choices in your mid lane role, because you don't have to really just pick up the Eudora. We saw how important it could be, but there could also be a combination of maybe a Selena in the mix, maybe your own Valentina if you want. You will have an option to pick that up as well, because the Melissa is self-sustaining. It's not like a hero that you have to really protect anymore, although there was a time where it has to be protected so much. But now all you have to do is to make sure that you have enough front lines. You don't have to really stick with the Melissa. If you're zoning out your opponents as the tanky dudes, then it's already enough for that Melissa to position herself well in the team fights.
Yeah, it's not even like sticking close in formation. I mean, that's what go away is there for. But we pointed out a lot in the previous game that the Uranus and Glue were just dudes. Literally, they were just dudes. They were just there. It's like, hey, our Melissa's gonna take care of you. In the previous game, if I'm not mistaken, it was a Glue and Barretts that they had to deal with. So now let's see if Melissa will continue to have so much influence in this draft and in this game, as the Paquito and Atlas get banned out by Vamos and the Fanny gets banned out by BTR.
Yeah. It's going to be the same approach for BTR. And I think this is the game. This is the game that we're going to see it. I think... Oh, they banned it. Oh, come on. Come on now.
I mean, sometimes you just need the simple solution. If you don't want to draft against it, just ban it straight up. Am I sad? I am sad that Melissa gets banned.
Because I feel like they want to go for Hirara first pick, and then eventually BTR will take that Melissa. That's why I feel like the path is for them. So BTR just straight ban this Hirara. Now that opens up to Marcel, and I wonder if Team Vamos actually puts that in their priority, because the Valentina is still available, so that means that the golden hour can be stolen. But overall, Marcel just achieved so much in the team fights.
Okay, then the Marcel is open. But is Vamos going to be able to pick it up, knowing that the Marcel Valentina trade is up for grabs? They might just go ahead and pack all the poke and fast scaling with it. Go Marcel, get the Granger later, a la Onyx and how they like to play the Marcel. But no, instead of picking it up themselves, they get the Valentina. How do you feel about this?
I understand it. I understand why that is the case. I don't think that it's the best and first pick for sure. But in this state that we have in the draft, with the Freya, Fanny, as well as the Hirara being banned out, as well as the Melissa all taken away by them, it means that there is no hero that you really have to prioritize in the draft. That's why I say that I understand why the Valentina was first picked up. It prevents the Belleric, it prevents the Marcel. It actually is a good pick only in this particular scenario. This is not something that you can see. And also, this is a direct byproduct of what we saw from the first two games.
Glue in the Harley gets prioritized here for BTR by Vit. So, being honest with it, they want a lot of control and a lot of pace through the center of the map. Glue and Harley, you don't really think of Glue as someone who goes fast, but with a Harley, it does feel so much faster. Good clearing. What else could Vamos pick up here?
I want to go for Belleric. I think I want to maybe a Batang eventually, but that will be like later into the draft. Might just go for Nolan, but then again, that's not good against the Glue, but it is okay up against the Harley. They might not have any other choice here other than the Nolan. So Esmeralda, understandable as a pick. What is going to be their jungler choice? Yeah, they feel like they are backed in a corner. There's no other good hero apart from the Nolan. And now, BTR, they can just secure their gold laner, which could be now Claude, because there's really no problem with that at all anymore.
Could be a really quick and easy pickup there, and then they'll just play around the potential idea of a Glue flex. But recently, this Glue has mostly shown up in Rome. With all the dashes present for Team Vamos, might not also be too far-fetched for a surprise Phoebus to show up there in the end, despite, yes, it going up against an Esmeralda. We've seen a few games in MSC where even the Esmeralda or a Phoebus won't really care anymore. A Brody is the pickup here for BTR by Vit. So again, holding on to the same idea that there is no poke on the side of Vamos, but they have a lot of dive, and especially strong burst dive to deal with this. Brody, still interesting.
Yeah, a very interesting pick here for BTR. Here's the idea. Here's the reason why they went for it. They want to make sure that this Harley is at the center of it all. They're going to be playing around Nail. And when you play like this, you want strong side laners. The Brody is, right now, without the Melissa, the strongest that you can think of when it comes to marksman choices. There's no really good answer to it lane to lane. Maybe a Clint, but in a skills matchup setup, maybe a Bruno at a certain point. But yeah, Brody just wins you that lane. And even when Team Vamos decides to go for a fighter gold laner, maybe somewhere along the lines of well, there's no Paquito, there's no Freya, so maybe there are no other good fighter gold laners out there, it still can win. So I like the idea here coming up from BTR, a much stronger hero compared to a Claude if they do pick it up. And they even banned the Marcel because for some reason both teams just really did not put any attention on that Marcel in the early stages of this draft.
Yeah, they both just had to let it go. I mean, you did mention earlier the Nolan Esmeralda might end up getting prioritized more for Vamos, and they did. The Brody surprise pickup. I think maybe this is where Vamos is now thinking, ooh, they might have just checkmated us, but we don't just see it yet. It's like one of those moves that you're just wary that, oh, that could be leading into something. There's no more room for long range. If they decide to go with something like a Claude in the gold lane, that's going to struggle in the laning phase. Kalea gets banned out by BTR by Vit. They're doing, it seems like they're just safely taking out all the things that could potentially give trouble for this Brody. They're being honest with it. They're building around Eman.
Yeah, I'm going to be activating this Brody early. So that means that you are looking for a stable mid laner, the one that wins the mid lane, maybe a Zushin actually, if they're willing to, because Lilia, a Ruby, probably in the explain, a good answer to the Nolan for sure, because of that stun. You give away a Don't Run Wolf King, I believe is what it's called. Oh, no, I'm offended. There you go. I'm offended.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna give away an I'm offended ultimate, but they're gonna be happy to trade with that. Team Vamos. Now, Lilia might be a good hero, if not the Eudora. Still, Eudora, I feel like, is the strongest hero that we have, and Lilia would be a good answer to the glue, as well as this Ruby eventually. I think the Team Vamos are going to be looking to that hero. And then when it comes to the roam, they already have the Valentina. Sorry about that. Okay.
There we go. I see the vision.
Okay.
I see the vision, and I like it. But in the mid, they can still play for pokes, though. I think they get a mid laner with long-range pokes. But the bombs... Like, let's say if it's something like a Farsa or something like an Eve, the shield, and then you're going to be giving those to the Valentina too. Oh, a tough choice by PTR, by Vid. This is what got them. This is what got them in MSC.
So I think it's just Eudora, or even like a random Valeera there, actually. For a lot of poke. But yeah, Eudora is the safest. I feel like they still went for the Farsa. Alright. So it is a way to poke the Hanabi. And such a reliable hero to pair up with the Brody, because the Brody can easily supplement the Farsa damage. Like, there's so much long range damage that you're seeing now for this BTR squad. And I gotta say, they have significant amount of tools to do with the Hanabi.
Let's see. It wasn't like before, where the last time they faced the Hanabi, it really looked like they just did not have anything to do with it. Now they do. Will history repeat itself, and will BTR by Vitality lose to a Hanabi pickup? Or will the ghosts of the past no longer haunt them and prove that, oh yeah, we finally learned from that one little game that just eliminated us from the biggest tournament of the year so far? Hopefully. Let's see. Game number 3, it's Vamos and BTR by Vitality. Yes, you did mention BTR might have enough poke, but real quick, who got the lineup? Who got the better one for you?
I think it's BTR. I feel like, and I'm saying that because of ease of execution. I think their composition's really solid. Team Vamos will have to really weave their way through the glue as well as the Ruby, and make it so that this Hanabi will be healthy enough to approach a team fights. Because if you think about it, Harley can go for a deadly magic poke that could be followed up by a Farsa ult, and then the torn apart memory can just destroy the formation of Team Vamos. There's just a lot of immediate damage coming out from BTR. It kind of feels like when they fight in the second turtle, or when it's a 5v5 in the 8-minute mark. I think it's easier for BTR to win the team fights.
Yeah, it's instant gratification. You know, you don't need to delay it. It's what we like these days. We just want to see the results of the fruits of our labor right away. Niall, is that going to be? Yes, it is a purple buff steal accomplished by BTR by Vitality. And if we're going to be talking about instant gratification, that is going to be felt immediately. Though Error 404 will still be able to hit level 4, he is not going to have a purple buff heading into turtle number 1. So he's going to try to get kills. That's Finn on the glue. He's not going to be able to get that. It's their turn to try and get a bit of a clapback, but now they're going to be forced to get back out of there, but the burst by error is enough. BTR might have just over-defended their side of the jungle.
That's a welcome kill for Team Vamos after losing their own purple buff. Now Air 404 will be bursting this Lord. See how fast this could be. Nael will be in time, and he's actually level 5 but still loses the retro battle because of how speedy the burst was for Team Vamos.
A little bit quicker there for Team Vamos. Now, BTR by Vitality trying to find a turnaround with the burst damage of the Nolan. They have to respect. Error 404, we stole his purple buff. How come he's the one who's leading, setting the tempo, and getting turtles? Well, it's just some nice, great rotations by Vamos, and of course, how fast a Nolan can take down a turtle by himself.
I can see the Team Vamos are still finding ways to mitigate the first few minutes where they have lost their purple buff. Air 404 with 1 kill it means so much for Team Vamos, but PTR gonna be pushing the tempo. Nail already positioned here in the middle. They want to go for Clocken or Sizga. They want
first
my Clocken.
right away.
It's not enough.
Not enough. So it's a little dance. They're both disciplined with it. The ultimate of the Farsa is on the clock, so maybe they'll be able to find Shogun up top. He's immobilized and he gets turned to dust by Vamos.
Yeah. Oh, that's the thing with the Ruby. Ruby is good in long, extended team fights, but when it comes to burst damage from Team Vamos, oh, courtesy of this Nolan, it's not going to be enough for the Ruby to survive. They want to go for an exchange though for BTR here in the bottom lane, but it seems like with the crowd control immunity that Natko has, it's going to be an easy defense coming out from Team Vamos.
Control of the river now falls for BTR by Vitality. Looks like they'll be able to get another Golem from the jungle here from Air 404, who is up top by his Lizard. 8 seconds before his orange buff spots, he's gonna have to take that. But Nile and Bigatron by Vitality, they're not playing too much for this turtle. They're getting a lot of river control, seeing what they can get. Oh, Error lets go of his own orange buff. BTR by Vitality will now have to rush for this turtle. This might have been an excellent play because Zekif is blocking a key portion of where they could rotate through. They spot now, they know where he is. Siska there now for the body block. Feathered Airstrike utilizing the center of the map so that Clockun will not be able to join in or, excuse me, make that Eman. Team Vamos gets turtle number 2. But BTR by Vitality are finding bodies, but Clockun finds Nile. A kill for Vamos.
Oh.
And that's make it 2. That's another one. He takes down the Brody. That's 2 major carries for BTR by Vit, taken out by Clockun on this Valentina.
And how about that? Team Vamos have disintegrated the composition of BTR. When we talk about the composition of BTR, how many times have we commended that they're upfront damage? But when they are separated, when they are dispersed, Team Vamos's burst is just way too much for them to handle. Only the Glue right now is a hero that can last through the one flurry of Team Vamos's combo. But you could see Nael, they melt. Eman just getting taken out by Clockun on this first pick Valentina. And even Shogun has to back out very early into these team fights because Team Vamos's damage output is just way too good when it comes to burst.
Oh no, not again. It's probably what's going through the minds right now of BTR by Vitality and their fans. Maybe it's you can see it in the distance. It's getting closer. All those jumping little shurikens, the Hanabi could be their doom. But on the top side of the map, there's going to be a play by Nile and Shogun. They're not going to be able to take down Siska. Here comes Air 404. Now he's going to be able to blink out of that space of escape. Here comes the retribution. The burst. Still, Siska jumps on the hat so that Nile gets taken out. They tried to make a play, but they get punished for it.
And just like that, Nail will again be taken out. Eman though, Sky Piercer on this Brody. And he's picked it up. He's gonna recall for now. I think he wants to use it in the upcoming team fight as soon as possible, because especially there are 4 members gonna be collapsing down the bottom lane. Can he get out in time? The Gatogacha catches him. And Emandol returns damage in kind. They just want to secure the turtle. This time Team Vamos are successful in doing that.
That's gonna be the pull and the burst. Big round by Vitality looking for something, a small win, anything. Because Vamos has gotten so much now, decides to go in with the space escape. Not gonna be able to take down Siska. It was because of that Esmeralda holding on up top, not being able to get taken down by Shogun and Nile, that has led to some big wins across the map for Team Vamos.
What a big back and forth. BTR, they're feeling their damage, their initiation, but they just can't keep on attacking. They just can't find the target. Now Zekip eventually falls after the chain stun. But that's just the roamer. They want to utilize this Sky Piercer onto Eman, and now they're look at them activate this Brody. They're gonna be surrounding him right now, utilizing this Brody to its full potential. And Team Vamos, they have led by 3,000 for the longest time now. Can they last this storm from BTR?
They've decided to turn it around in terms of their rotations. They are willingly giving up control in the opposite side of the map to bait Vamos to set up their Brody so they can finally start getting stacks. Zekif was the first attempt earlier, but unfortunately, it went to Nile. It went to the Harley, but you see it. They're hungry for it. They're looking for everything they can so that Eman can start chaining kills together for Sky Piercer stacks. They might find one. Here comes Finn, the entry. Moreno does not have his feathered airstrike. No, he just used it. He has it with him. Gonna be stack number 1. Yes, it is. That's 20 for Eman. That's gonna be another counter burst by Klokun, who's gonna be able to deal the Farsa, but that's a double for Eman. This could be 3, and it's the snowball of Bigatron by Vitality, fully activated. You saw it in their moves. You saw it in how they wanted to get the fight, and they did.
And how about that BTR chain stun? They have caught Zekif activating the first Sky Piercer stack. They've found Natko with that wonderful ult coming up from Moreno. To be fair, Klokun had his own highlight with that feathered airstrike, of the copy feathered airstrike that took out one member of BTR, but Eman only had to stack up twice, and then the torn apart memories as well as the natural damage output of the Sky Piercer Brody is enough. Now the Malefic Gun being picked up as well. They just ramped up so quickly. Imagine 2 minutes ago, Eman just picked up his Sky Piercer, or maybe 3 minutes ago. But now he has his 3rd item or 4th item to add to that. The Malefic Gun will be so important in the damage output of this Brody from Eman.
Okay. Vamos now. How are they going to be able to answer this Brody? They still do have the Hanabi. They can play a very annoying defense, considering that they can also steal away the feathered airstrike of the Farsa. So if their high ground theoretically should be good. But if they get out of the base like this, they're putting themselves at risk of setting up even more kills again for the Brody and the Farsa together. Oh, conceal play. This could be massive for BTR if they can get a latch onto it, but Vamos decide to back off.
All of a sudden, the tables have turned. BTR are now invading the jungle of Team Vamos, having the Lord on their side. A split push coming up from the Nolan might be able to pop the Holy Shields, but BTR, they're banking on that. They want that to be forced out because they can trade properly. Top lane. No! See that. Oh, big shot, big kill on Siska actually. Onto the backline. Error wants to go for a kill. Gets the kill onto Moreno, but he's gonna be shut down by Shogun. Not a good trade at all for Team Vamos.
He tried to go after the Brody, but just as you pointed out in the draft, it was the Don't Run Wolf King of this Ruby that stopped the Nolan in its tracks. It still got the Farsa, but it messed up his tempo and flow of trying to take down Eman.
Oh, 3-man stun. Gatogacha will not be able to pop the ultimate, but the torn apart memory. Oh, that's just enough for Team Vamos to just back out. They did eventually take out Finn. The BTR overspeeding a little bit in there.
Oh, they tried. You can see it conceptually, the Hanabi, but even though all of them were together, they still were lacking damage. They need the presence of Error 404. Maybe even just more items for this Hanabi, but don't tell me it's gonna take all the way until Natco getting fully built for the turnaround of Vamos, because again, BTR about Vitality, they can drag this game out too. They're happy with that.
Yeah. Look at this Shogun from the right side. They want to go in for the quick kill onto Finn. Renmar, look at this Shogun with the initiation. They have found Zekif and they have the damage, of course. It's going to be a Sky Piercer again. And they now make it a 4v4.
Another stack for this Brody. Vamos, they have enough, but will they still try? They're trying to bait something out up top in the purple buff Nile. I don't know if he was able to steal it away, but they're deciding to go for the rush. Arrow 404 does have its purple buff. They're rushing it right under the noses of BTR by Vitality. Team Vamos have taken this Lord. Moreno with a feather dash strike trying to take down Siska because Nile decided to go to the purple buff. That was an easy spot by Vamos, and BTR lose the Lord.
And with that, Team Vamos have crawled their way into the game. They have found an opening and they took it. Now it makes it so that this is an even game for them. They might pressure the mid lane. That's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to get a pickoff into the middle, but you have to be careful because you have to just assume with the nature of the draft from BTR, this has to be a 5-man team. Although the Harley will be more of a flank, but you have to just understand that everybody's just together if they're playing as BTR because this is a Brody composition. So you have to really, really address that. Natco being bursted, but will survive.
All right. Still, the Hanabi holds on. Clockun does have the ultimate of the Ruby. They force the flicker out of Eman. Can Clockun find some magic with the stolen? I'm offended. Cannot get close enough. Zekif gets punished. A little bit too early there. I think they just wanted to force some battle spells, some reactions out, but it just ended up looking like they gave up Zeki for nothing.
The torn apart memory with the Sky Piercer is just too much. You'd see that Zekif has what, 3 bars of HP, about 1,500 maybe, left on his HP pool. But then again, the torn apart memory is just too much to deal with, especially with the Sky Piercer, you know, from M6, 1 and 2. I wonder how many stacks there should be. So 6, that's about 60, right? Or no, that's about 80 now. No, I'm wrong. You start with 30, right?
Was it 20?
20. Yeah, I start with 20.
Oh,
so
yeah, so it should be maxed out already.
Yeah, it should be maxed out.
Okay, entry.
Okay.
AOG. They get the stun onto it. That was a brave attempt. That was an attempt of all time. But Team Vamos might be able to make something out of this through their Hanabi, but no, I might have spoken too soon. That's despite Nazca being able to get the free hits. It's not enough in terms of the damage department. The Sky Piercer onto Amon. The damage of this Brody. The damage of this Harley. BTR by Vitality are just dissecting through Vamos' attempt of catching them off guard. It's Vamos who gets punished through the entry of Zeki. Without this Hanabi, because they hold on. He gets taken aback. Siska gets punished. And it's BTR by Vitality who are going to be able to ride to this win through the Lord once they get it. Because the defense of Vamos might not just be enough.
An ambitious AOG coming out from Zekif. That opened up the fight for BTR. And how about that 3-man flicker stun coming out from Finn? Catching the members of Team Vamos off guard, gets the refresh, was able to take out Natco because of the ultimate. Despite being CC immune, you cannot prevent this glue from riding the Hanabi, and that meant that BTR collects 3 kills, collects the Lord as well, have taken the game back in their favor, and this time, it's a very commanding lead that they have.
If Glue wants to, it shall do it. It will ride whichever and whomever it would want to ride. PTR, can they end it here?
Air 404 has to back down. Oh, he stays. He wants to go for another ambitious play. Zekif is here. You gotta be careful. I know what you're trying to do. Don't give in to your intrusive thoughts. They won't. They will just back down. And they will have to defend bottom lane. They will have to give up this outer turret.
Blue team turret
And
has been
BTR are
destroyed.
knocking on their doors. Three-pronged attack from BTR.
Now Eman is at 80 with 2 kills that he got. Just got a reminder that you do start with 0 on the Skypiercer, then you work your way up from there. And he is maxed out at this point, and Vamos know it. It's too difficult for them to go in for a dive because they might just get marked by the Brody and torn apart memory to finish it off. Here comes the entry by Big Drop by Vitality. They throw everything at Natko, who's trying to survive. He finally makes it to the respawn point just in time. And here comes the turnaround by Ziggy. They find the Farsa, but Eman is too much of a problem. They get the Farsa down, but Eman just has too much protection and too much damage on him.
They were able to take out 2 inhibitor turrets. And with all 2 failures, I think Team Vamos actually found a good opening out there. Despite everything that Eman has, they have taken out Moreno, but it's not gonna be enough.
Oh, so good!
The jump, and it comes down with a lot of damage. They have eliminated in the race to Natko. Just like that, Eman is now poising for an endable angle. Clockun wants to go in with a stolen again. Ultimate. It's enough to clear out the minion waves. Nail wants to go forward. Remember to finish him off. What a combo from the damage dealers of Bigatron. Now Air 404 receives the deadly magic, survives for now. Finn has to go back. A close range ultimate coming from Zeykif. Eman will be able to run away from that one. The base is low. The members of BTR knocking on their doors. Oh, Error 404 bite the deck and he falls. That's it. BTR gonna advance after winning against Team Vamos.
An exciting push and pull series. It's Bigatron by Vitality who take the W. And you saw the moment it all switched for them. It looked like Vamos would be taking control of the game, but once Eman got his Skypiercer, BTR by Vitality changed their rotation, pedal to the metal, and Vamos could not stop the Brody with max stacks.
Third pick Brody, and BTR made it look really good. Made it look like the strongest marksman in the meta. On how patient they were in the first 5 minutes, where they made sure that they're not rushing things. Once the Skypiercer was picked up, it was then go time for Eman, and Eman was untouched afterwards, able to just get kills after kills. The triple kill was the most important point for them, as they were able to close the things out, and eventually they have secured this game for themselves. What a series that we have seen. Even that last game, Team Vamos are able to scratch their way back into the game. They've found openings like the blitz into the Lord, some pickoffs, some turnarounds. But then again, eventually BTR's composition was just way too good.
And their execution with it, way too sharp. Way too decisive, it looked like, even for Vamos to handle. He tried to get some good stuff with it. Tried to turn it around, but the slow creeping realization of the Brody might just be unstoppable ended up becoming true. And we said it in the draft as well, wherein once that Brody popped up, we had this feeling of like, ooh, what if it's the realization that Vamos might just not have enough for this Brody. They closed it out with a Farsa, which we thought might spell trouble for them, but in the end it just ended up working out so well because they executed it down to the T. It was, again, it was amazing to watch. The moment that Skypiercer was picked up, it looked like a completely different BTR by Vitality that we saw compared to the early portions of the game.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's because Moreno was just connecting with his teammates way better this time, or maybe it's the other way around. It's the other members connecting with what Moreno has in mind. Because when we saw how they utilized Shogun in the better half of the game, he was always on point. But then again, Finn, I think, is also very commendable in this game. So many multiple hero stunts with a combination of skill 1 and flicker skill 2. coming out from this clue. It was also the turnaround that stopped the ambitious jump coming out from Zaykeef. Overall, BTR, no passengers out here. Even Niall, with a lot of deaths across all games, was ever so dependable. And I like how they ended this. You can see how Niall will go in, and then Eman was ready for the torn apart memory. I think it will be the play after this one, because it looks really amazing. It looks like very calculated. You thought that you would be able to run away as Team Vamos, but no. Niall as well as Eman, I think they have gelled together so well that they have taken out. They can show us combo plays like that.
And not this time will they fall to a Hanabi. Not twice in just a span of a few weeks. And they do it again. They were honest with it with their Brody pickup. We had a strong hunch the Farsa was coming. We thought it would be something else, but they still played into it. And they picked it up. The Ruby was a welcome surprise. And it seems like now in this current metagame, it's okay to have some very glaring weaknesses maybe in a certain aspect of it, but as long as you lean hard in being able to do the thing that you want to do, it's so much better for you. It's like balance has been thrown out the window, and now it's just all about having a clear identity of how to win the game. Again, as long as you have hella damage to go with that.
That's right. And the MVP, of course, is going to be Eman, 800 GPM, 11-1 and 3. And even getting that immortality at the end, at the tail end of the fight, you can see how well Eman has played all throughout the series, in fact. Remember, even when he was playing the Moskov, it was just the rest of the team just getting obliterated by the Melissa. But come game 2 and 3, he's shown what the limits will be for a Melissa and what the limits can be for playing a Brody. Ever so dependable in the gold lane. Eman have just showed us how it is to be a very dependable marksman. You just have to wait for your timing, and when the timing is right, he will be able to collect his dues.
Just when we thought that we were already out of surprises in terms of our understanding of this meta, we've gone to a series, a 3-game series at that, where the main centerpieces were Melissa and then suddenly a surprise Brody in the end at a game number 3. We still have 3 more series coming our way, but for now, I think we're going to be going off on a quick little break. We've had some amazing action. So it's not going to be a quick little one. It's going to be a pretty lengthy one. So we have a lot of time. When we come back, more action, MLBB here at Games of the Future. It's Renmar and Wolf after this break. The future is now, and that's because we're finally back from our break. And welcome back to Games of the Future 2026 Foot Esports versus B-Dubs Bushido Wildcats. I just really wanted to call it B-Dubs first. That's going to be the next game over here in Group B. It's Renmar and Wolf, and if you just missed it, Team Vitality got to take down Team Vamos in a very exciting 3-game series.
Yeah. I think I've seen Foot Esports was during the wildcards, right? And back then, the meta that you saw from the previous game was non-existent. Teams are still finding out what Hirara should be doing. We have seen a lot of Atlas, but we are just barely seeing Beleric being put in the discussions. Definitely no Eudora, and definitely no Melissa. So this time, Foot Esports are going to be showing us different. And how about that logo from B-Dubs? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too familiar about how strong this team could be, and even so, Foot Esports is more of a surprise to me. So this should be a treat for all of us Southeast Asian fans of the Mobile Legends game.
Yes, of course, Foot Esports, one of the top teams you can watch out for from Turkey. Names such as XC, Kazuya, Psyche, RX, and Bloodsfet. They are going to be playing in there. Meanwhile, Bushido Wildcats, they are also an invited team, and also from Turkey themselves. You have Sunshine, Nexus, and Wactor, so not all too different. Or not all too much strangers, except, of course, unless you're very into the Turkish scene.
Yeah. Of course, what we know we know a little about them when it comes to, like, you know, the accomplishment the teams themselves, but at least for them, they are in the same region or same vicinity, so they probably have scrimmed against each other many times before this match. They probably have trained together, maybe know already, since they have competed against each other way too many times before. I think this is not the only tournament that they probably have played against each other, so still I think this will be a contested match between the two of them.
Bushido Wildcats on the other side. Sunshine, of course, we're all very familiar with. Wactor is now just whack. Hopefully we're not gonna get some whack gameplay from him. Hopefully we get some, well, unless he uses his name as a mean to say something really cool, then I hope we get to see some whack gameplay. Nexus in the jungle, Kurai and Kuntepper. We don't see a lot in the international scene.
Yeah,
not as often too over in Turkey. I think newer names are these two.
Yeah, to be fair, when you say the word Bushido Wildcats, I will never guess that it will come from the Turkey region. In fact, from the European region, actually. It just doesn't sound like it's from that region. But then again, surprise can be expected. Any kind of surprise will be very welcome, actually. And I hope that there is something different that we see from these teams. Of course, we want to see them play as any other team would be, like right on the meta. But if they show us something different, you know, something that refreshes or freshens up our point of view of the metagame, then I hope that it will come from this series.
Bushido Wildcats, we can talk a little bit more about them, as they are a team that we haven't seen more of compared to Foot Esports. As you did mention, they were in the wildcards back in the previous season of the Turkish Championship, or the Turkey Championship, MTC. Of course, home to teams such as Aurora Gaming and Foot Esports. Bushido Wildcats found themselves in the middle of the standings. Well, that's because in MTC Season 7, it was a very top-heavy table by the end of the regular season. Aurora, Eternal Fire, Foot Esports. Foot Esports had 22 points. The gap between second and tied for fourth was 11 points. So it was a massive gap between Bushido Wildcats and Foot. So, safe to say that Foot may be the favorites heading into this one. In their regular season matchup, they swept them both times.
Oh. So this means that this team will be exciting to watch for sure. That they definitely have an ample experience, I would say, actually compete against Foot Esports. eventually. And by the way, what is the actual proper pronunciation of foot esports? Because you were in the MSC wildcards yourselves, and you're in the official broadcast. You probably have the proper way to pronounce it.
Yeah. So I wasn't in the wildcards, but
Oh,
the last time we casted a foot tournament, it was actually foot. It's really foot. It's not F-U-T. If you hear other casters say anything besides foot, it may be because, and I think you all know why, just a little bit uncomfortable.
right.
When they shouldn't be. There should be no discomfort whatsoever with saying foot. Most of us have a foot.
Yeah.
It's part of our bodies.
Yeah.
See it every day. Nothing
That's
wrong
right.
with that.
It rolls off the tongue as well. I think
Yes.
F-U-T takes up so much time. Foot esports, love it. It's not, you would first hear F-O-O-T or foot, but then when pronounced properly, foot esports rolls off the tongue.
It's crisp and it's clean. Let's see if they can translate it into good gameplay as well. Of course, there's a name in the games of the GOTF lineup that's a little bit different. Let me see. Looks like it's the exact same roster from when they played MTC. However, oh wait, no. Let me double check. Ah, yeah, it's the same one. It's the Bushido Wildcats that have someone different. In the EXP lane, they have Kuntepper when they were playing with a man named Doran. Only of MLBB. Don't think of any other Dorans in the regular season then. So, I mean, going into this one, clearly Foot Esports are going to be the favorite. They've swept Bushido Wildcats twice. They have a wealth of experience. They have very experienced players for Foot. So this might end up becoming just a stark difference from our previous series, wherein we saw a really competitive 3-game series. There's a chance here where Foot might just shock Bushido Wildcats. Or excuse me, might just surprise Bushido Wildcats by just stomping all over them. Maybe. But let's look at it from the Bushido Wildcats perspective. We haven't seen Foot play in this meta. The wildcard meta was very different from the main stage meta in MSC.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's been a long time, and I don't know how much training they have done ever since the wildcard. So, I guess the only advantage now for Foot Esports is that they have more international experience, which I feel like is very important in these types of competitions where there's just so much competition happening. I'm thinking about like Wachter in the last time we saw him. I feel like it has been M7, right? Since we last saw them. They actually made
Boostgate.
It was Boostgate, right? So I believe that they made a lot of noise after being the unexpected winners of the wildcards. One of the 2 unexpected winners of the wildcards, and Wachter obviously instrumental to that win from Boostgate Esports. And they were also the team, and correct me if I'm wrong, they were the team that actually was able to defeat Onyx, right?
In the M7 World Championship Best of 1 stages? Yes. Oh my goodness, yeah. You're right.
Oh. So that is Wachter back then, and Kazue. If I'm not mistaken, he was with Kazue, right?
Oh wait,
so,
was that M7? Because I'm revisiting M7. It looked like in the Swiss stage, Boostgate, or was it in group? No, they weren't in groups. In Swiss. No, it wasn't them, unfortunately. I'm just trying to find out who that was. Oh no, it's because their logos are both purple. It was Yangon Galacticos.
It was Yangon Galacticos. They almost lost. They almost won.
Yes, they almost won against Onyx,
Yeah. I remember watching it and like going back, and then it's already overturned. You know what? I want to go back to that Swiss stage. Looking at it right now, you said, yeah, you're right, it's Yangon Galacticos. Yeah, so it's different.
It was the same logo. It was the same color. It could have gotten anyone. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
For a moment, I also did remember the same thing because I did imagine a purple logo team beating Oni, but nope, that was Yangon.
Yeah.
But look at where they eventually got to reach, you know, the Grand Finals MSC. Who knows, maybe Bushido Wildcats will be able to channel a little bit of that old magic. Now that you got to remind me that you do have people there with international experience. Wachter, Sunshine, of course. Nexus, on the other hand, a longtime veteran for the Turkey scene, but has not been able to compete in the international stage just yet. This is going to be his first time.
Yeah. I want to recall where we've seen the other members like Sunshine, for example. It's been
Sunshine used to be an Aurora, man.
That's Aurora. Used to be
Fireflux.
Fireflux was the team that had Sunshine in it. So it's been a long time since we've seen Sunshine, but this means that there's noticeable, or at least a recent memory of foot esports competing because of the MSC. But technically speaking, there's a lot more experience with some of the members of Bushido Wildcats. So exciting stuff that we're gonna see from the two teams.
Looks like might be seeing the draft in just a bit, or I believe they still could be testing out, because once you see the coach whacking the players with a head pillow, you know probably the draft hasn't started completely just yet. But on your screen right now, of course, are the members of Foot Esports. There you go. I mean, very similar jerseys. I just wanted to make sure I got the right team. We go on over to Foot, and I believe if you look at the rosters of Foot Esports, the name that'll stick out the most will probably be Kazue. Long time, and I mean long time veteran of the scene at this point. We've seen him from a young man to a slightly older young man. But that's Kazue, man. He has all the experience after all these years.
Yeah. Looking at I'm trying to look at Kazue and his history playing the game. Obviously, he recently played for Boostgate, but also you will always remember him from his time in well, not always remember. I think that only a few will probably remember it. Back in Bedell, I believe it was M3. Yeah, that was M3. But also because he was part of the eventual Fireflux Esports, and then the S2G Esports that also made some noise from before. So yeah, he's been playing Mobile Legends for about 5 years now, and has always been a dependable jungler from this region. So yep, let's see if he's able to power through it. There's already a lot of at least the Western good junglers out there already. I think they're still testing the game right now. Feels like, when I'm just judging from what I'm seeing from one of their players.
Yeah, I think we may still be seeing them do the ping test, unless this is already a game. Nope, it looks like, yep, we're just seeing the ping test for the teams as of the moment.
Okay.
All right. So, got excited for the draft. The draft is still going to be a while. So, let's take this moment to remind you all what the Games of the Future is all about. Multi-discipline tournament, of course. This edition of Games of the Future 2026, if you're familiar from the last one that we saw, pretty much the same. Just expect that. For MLBB, you have a prize pool of around $900,000 US, while first placers will get $315,000, second place will get $144,000, third place $108,000, fourth place getting $63,000. So there's already a big boost just from being able to make it into the top 3 from out of the top 4. And when you go up in placements, well, it's a pretty good prize pool, not gonna lie. I think everyone knows that coming especially off of MSC, it's even more motivation to do well here for GOF.
Yeah, only happens once in every year. Games of the Future for Mobile Legends has established itself as one of the sought-after tournaments. right out there. And at least for us, because Red Marina, for those who don't know, are from the Philippines. We're happy to be represented by 2 teams from our region, and I believe there are also 2 from Indonesia. Then a lot from the West. It's what the tournaments like this is great because there's a lot more. There was a time where MSC was solely just Southeast Asia, and obviously the M Series World Championships only happens once a year. So it's just so nice to see more West versus East kind of tournaments, especially now that actually the West has taken over. Like they're now the kings of MLBB.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Team Spirit, with their win, put EECA on the map. And of course, you had other teams such as NTT7 make a name for themselves from Latin America who got to eliminate Team Liquid. And I'm excited to see like how else they can build on that momentum and build on that knowledge, knowing that they can take down titans of the game. I mean, discussion on the meta not suiting them aside, we can't take it away from NTT7 and their efforts and what they did in the M7 World Championship. It's a good spread, although we do see a lot of teams from Turkey. You get, of course, there was a qualifier for teams from Kazakhstan as well, or teams from the region, and Rune Eaters are going to be the lone team from Kazakhstan. You'll also see Alpha 7 North in action over here at Games of the Future. So the boys from NA are still here around the area, and hopefully we get to see a rematch between them and NTT7 down the line. That should be interesting, but they are going to be in different groups, and we'll just have to hope that Alpha 7, of course, any other types of matchups you'd see, you'll have to go through. Remember, there's 4 groups, and we are witnessing matchups in Group B, as myself and Wolf will be handling Group B and Group D.
Group D.
And Group A and C will be handled by our boys LaFell and Gideon on another stream. Just look for the other broadcast here.
Yeah.
On wherever you're watching from.
With so many teams being invited in this tournament, that means we had to actually simultaneously host the matches, and I think that's crazy. This is not the typical thing that's happening in the world of MLBB. Usually you just are able to watch every single thing that's happening. But of course, with a lot of competition here for the Games of the Future, it means that we will have to really just conduct the game simultaneously. I really wish we could have seen the other games as well, but because of how tight the timing is, yeah, unfortunately we don't get to see groups A and C together with B and D.
Maybe you could let us know in the chat if ever there are some insane results or crazy results from the other groups and from the other stream. Let us know, because I don't want it to get to the point where I will have both up on my screen and I'm accidentally casting the other stream. That would be embarrassing. I'm not gonna do it. Fun fact about this, as we were talking about the teams, we mentioned Rune Eaters as one of the teams that qualified. Team Spirit, interestingly enough, was one of the teams that had to go through qualifiers to make it to this tournament. So pretty crazy when you think about it. You had a bunch of teams from around the world invited. Yeah. And Team Spirit, I mean, no one would have think. Their win was massive and unexpected, and it's a crazy ending for MSC.
Yeah,
they were a qualified team for this tournament. They weren't invited.
Sure. It's crazy to think that this Kid Bomba squad different names, but eventually landed in Team Spirit. When it comes to international tournaments, make it to at least top 4, or even, of course, top 8, somewhere between top 4. But they're always there. They're always in the playoffs, and they're always part of the conversation. The reason why they had to go through, I'm not saying this is the official reason, but one of the main reasons probably why they weren't part of the invited teams is because of their, let's just say, inconsistency as of late. Back in M7, they weren't as dominant as they were, and that's probably why they weren't invited. And honestly, they really caught the whole world off guard with how they're able to win in MSC. I've spoken to one of the coaches here in the Philippines. I'm not gonna name names, but I've spoken to him, and he said that all throughout the MSC, whenever they face Team Spirit, they always lose against them. And what he basically said is that we, quote unquote, Southeast Asians or Filipinos, have to be scared of what the quote unquote Western teams could have. Because if Team Spirit can claim the MSC championship and play like that as well, it means that other regions are now catching up.
Yeah. For the longest time, we've talked about the potential of like what happens then, or what will the landscape of MLB be, or global MLB look like once the balance of power shifts away from Southeast Asia and heads up north, or heads more to the west or east. If you look at the Pacific Ocean and you decide to cross there and you look at North and South America, I mean, technically, yeah, but let's just use west for simplicity's sake.
Yeah.
I believe, and hopefully this is the draft starting off right away. Or are they going to be doing another pink challenge? Because the lads are the lads not choosing to wear headsets? That's interesting.
Right. Well, they are in their booths.
Yeah, they want to yell
Looks
out.
like it was very separate. So yeah, they. Or maybe when it's time to actually play the game, that's probably when they wear it. I guess when it comes to draft, you really don't have to. Again, these are just speculations. We're not saying that it is the case, guys. So
Yeah.
we're just surprised that because we have not seen a team wear headsets for a very long time.
Yep. Unless that's their thing, maybe. We're finally in the draft. Thank you all for your patience. We got to see the teams test their pings. Got to remind you what it's all about. Remember, first place at Games of the Future 2026 was $315,000 US, and we are currently in the group stages where it is double elimination. Belleric and Uranus are the bands here for Foot. They look like they want to play around the trade of Atlas, Valentina. Remember, the Marcel is still open and could be a rush pick here for Foot if Bushido Wildcats overlook it. Lots of big picks available as Foot just decided to lynch on the Belleric ban. Let's see if they're willing to pick Atlas into the Marcel, or if they're just gonna go ahead and pick up the Marcel themselves with a Valentina still open.
And this is an interesting draft, to say the least. I feel like by eliminating two of the reliable tanky dudes, possible XP laners, there's also a potential for Foot Esports to prioritize their EXP lane now, like the Barretts, for example. With the Marcel and the Valentina, as you mentioned, being open, you want to really prioritize the Valentina, I feel like. But at the same time, wait, what's that? They already picked the hero. But yeah, at the same time, the Marcel is just, yep, that's right. The Marcel is just way too good. Like, even if you give away the golden hour, you don't give away the passive, which I feel like has more use cases than the golden hour because of how strong the frame moment could be when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, we've seen it many times ever since Marcel started creeping up to the pro scene. Well-timed frame moment, very disruptive for team fights. And of course, with his passive and then activating a second skill, he's just really annoying. That's why I've always called him a mosquito and will never step away from that description of the hero. It does feel like you're going up against a mosquito that loves to take pictures of you when you least expect it. The Valentina, as expected, is the pickup for Bushido Wildcats to be able to steal away the golden hour, while the Esmeralda, remember, Marcel can give shield to the lowest health ally, that includes himself, and that's how they get to move around the golden hour. And Esmeralda, always very happy to go up against heroes with shields.
Marcel hates playing against the Esmeralda because Marcel is a hero that is reliable, that is reliant on his resistance than its HP. So it gets tanky by being hard to pierce through, but when it comes to raw HP, it's pretty low. So Esmeralda can cut through those shields, and that should be enough for them. And with the penetration of the Valentina as well, this Marcel is not always going to be fit for work. However, I like the response here for Foot Esports. They have taken this Barrett's very strong here in the meta game, and of course the Nolan, but I'm not sure how good the synergy is between the three heroes that they have. Surely the Barrett's plus the Nolan, there is some synergy out there. When the Daytona's Welcome lands, you can burst the target down easily with the Nolan combo. But between Marcel in combination with the Barrett's, I think it's questionable. So we'll see how they operate with this one. But Renmar,
oh, here we go.
Our favorite. Here we go. It's the Melissa being picked up by the Wildcats.
So far, Melissa is looking like to be the hero of the first day of the tournament. Maybe we'll check in with our boys, LaFell and Gideon, and the other broadcasts to see if that's the case also with them. And that just might mean that we've seen the meta evolve in another way, where you fought for a lot of priorities for like Hirara, Fannies. Of course, they're banned here, but then that opens up the path with picking around specific EXP laners and gold laners and evolving from there. Barrett still has a very strong gravitational pull towards this meta and how you decide to play around it or against it. Meanwhile, the Melissa, especially in this game, does not have to worry about pokes just yet. Let's see if Foot Esports will play into picking up the Pharsa yet again, just as a means to reach this Melissa, or do they have another way to solve this Melissa problem? Because they themselves banned out the Harley, considering that Bushido Wildcats do not have a jungler just yet.
Yeah. And the Cloud being banned, that also means that this is a identifier that the Bushido Wildcats really do want to activate this Melissa. Maybe they will consider Clint or Brody as their next ban. Foot Esports, I'm gonna be looking for another strong side laner. Yep, the Brody is there. There is an option where they go for the Paquito, but that means that they will just feed so much shields to the Esmeralda, so they might not consider that at all. Whereas Bushido Wildcats, they themselves can get that Paquito from the jungle role, obviously. Whenever there is a Nolan that relies heavily on physical damage, the shielding coming out from the Paquito at the jungler can also be considered. So I will not erase the fact that this could be a fourth pick Paquito here for Bushido Wildcats if they can play it, because I'm not entirely sure if they're familiar with that hero.
Paquito jungle, let's see. Going up against the Nolan, they will get that strong burst. I will make one simple request. Can someone... Foot! You guys have a great lineup. You know, theoretically, and I'm not just saying this because she's my bias and she's my go-to gold laner pick, and you consider maybe picking up a Beatrix. You know, Beatrix, give her Bennett, rush the Malefic Gun, build her around attack speed. That way you'll have reach, strong burst, consistent burst, because once you have like two items, the fast attack speed of Bennett actually really hurts, and you have ultimates that will be able to keep the Melissa at bay, because once you drop the go away, that's where you drop Bennett's rage. But I could just be like wishful thinking here. Let's see. Still a great lineup here by Bushido Wildcats, building around their Melissa. For esports, are looking for a solid gold laner and mid laner.
Yeah. Atlas against this Marcel, and I think it's more of whoever pops the ultimate first loses the team fight, I feel like, between these two teams, because the golden hour can be countered by the fatal links, vice versa. It's going to be the Moskov, so a little bit greedy here coming out from Foot Esports. They need some wave clear from long distance. I think the Pharsa just makes total sense in this scenario up against this Melissa. You really need some nuke damage rather than just normal burst down damage like your Selena. So yeah, Eudora, considerable nuke. Also does not give an ultimate that is good for this Valentina to pick up. Overall, a good pick here for Foot Esports. Now the Wildcats, I'm gonna be looking for their jungler. Still looking at the Paquito, but maybe a Suyu actually. From their that could be another option for them.
Yeah, they only have the Eudora in terms of magic damage to worry about. So it's fine, really. It's mobile, gets to do damage, gets to shred. You have the Melissa there anyway, so they can feed off of each other with their damage profile. This could be good. Great call there, Wolf. Gets the Suyo in for Bushido Wildcats. Still, they're building around this Melissa, but they have options for early to mid. Meanwhile, Foot Esports, we have seen a Melissa lineup go up against a Moscow lineup, and if the same thing happens and you don't get that Melissa down fast enough, the Moscow will not be able to have enough space and time to deal the damage. Which draft did you favor heading into game number 1 here?
Yeah, you know, just to build up on what you said, I would say it's the Melissa with the Atlas that will have an easier time. And the thing with Suyo is that it's almost like it's not a utility jungler per se. It's almost like more of a fighter jungle than it is an assassin jungler, which kind of tells me that it has some ways to stay in the fight, get in and out of the fight. It's not easily burstable, so that kind of means that this Melissa will actually be able to shine. So in that regard, I would say that it's his red side team side, because the Wildcats have managed to build around this Melissa, and I think that it will be useful against Foot Esports. Maybe the only thing that I am worried about is that this golden hour plus versus the Atlas is more of a case-to-case basis on who can. To answer your question, I think it's the Bushido Wildcats who's got an easier to execute draft.
Gotta agree with you there, but of course it is important to look for the nuances that you all mentioned, the little details. The also favorite thing we'd love to say, it depends on how you execute it. You know, at what moment can you find your place? And Blotsfet and Psyche against Kirai and Numb at the center of the map. Very aggressive with their lane trading or clearing the minion waves. Meanwhile, up top so far, RX doing relatively well up against Sunshine's Melissa. We're gonna have to look for X factors here. I might look at number 1, of course, the Barretts of XC. The timing of when he decides to go in the fights, who he catches with the Detonus Welcome, and of course, Kirai on the Valentina. And which ultimate? Most likely the Golden Hour. And when he'll be able to maximize it.
Now, when it comes to like maximization, it's gonna be up to Foot Esports how they can pave the way for this Eudora to eventually be the threat to the Melissa. Because I think, judging from the heroes that they have, Foot Esports only has that tool to make it so that the Melissa will be threatened. Once the Eudora is eliminated, this is free game for the Melissa. Every time that there's a team fight and there's no threat against the Melissa, it's gonna be easy for the Bushido Wildcats.
Perfect match entry with the Falling Star Moon as well. The turtle very low, but both junglers have been split up from the fight. It's Nexus who falls down first. Kazumi gets to escape with his life. SOD goes in, but it's not going to be able to land. The Atlas falls. Foot Esports win the turtle unexpectedly after both junglers get split up from the major objective.
And Psyche just played that so well. Imagine this Eudora almost had perfect. Now he's onto the top lane. Again, the threat to the Melissa, that's how you answer it. This Eudora has been so good and has been so consistent. And look at him. He's not even taking damage at all.
Completely safe. 1-0-1 for Psyche. Well-timed rotation up top alongside the rest of the team. And of course, RX read into it really well. Brought the Melissa low before the rest of the team arrived to finish her off. Sunshine is back. This could be really bad for the Melissa. Another combo coming in from the Eudora. Could be death number 2 for Sunshine. And it lands the SOD from the Moscow of RX. Foot Esports are going to be happy with the kill onto Melissa. They decide to back off because of it, weaving in and out. Here comes entry. Numb once again, trying to get a play for Bushido Wildcats, but it was too expensive for him to use the Fatal Links. The entry from out of nowhere, XC with the flicker. Detonus Welcome, capping it off. Foot Esports showing their dominance against the Wildcats. They have no kills.
You know what's really good about this for Foot Esports? Somehow they managed to feed 4 kills for their Moskov in there. And how good is that this Moskov will have so much of a lead over the Melissa, already up with the Corrosion Scythe at 4 minutes in with additional items. It's not just the corrosion sight. It is corrosion sight plus 2 items that I wasn't able to really see. But this is such a good start for Foot Esports. I don't think that any team with a Moscow could have started a game like this. 4-0 for the gold laner that we said needs a lot of gold just to get by this Melissa matchup.
Here they go again. They might be able to add more to the kill count there, but RX gets dove on the perfect golden hour by Blotsfet. RX still deciding to fight into this, but now Bushido Wildcats have to run away. Flicker along with the snap to get a stun off and immobilize onto Nexus and Sunshine, but for the esports will be happy with what they could get. It looked terrible for RX, but a slight bit of brilliance from him means that Foot Esports are happy with the start that they've had for their gold laner. A chase onto Contepper.
I am just amazed how Foot Esports somehow find some openings. Maybe it's because Bushido Wildcats are so desperate into punishing RX. Eventually, they want to stop this Moscow from farming. That's why they're also putting their bodies up top. But then they get punished by Foot Esports. The first one having the Eudora up there, and then XC finding the flicker. Daytona's welcome in the fight thereafter, allowing for RX to have so much in the early stages of the game. Bushido Wildcats are in big trouble right now. They will now have the corrosion sight on the Melissa, but this is in no way, shape, and form a Melissa that is fight ready.
It feels like the perfect way to describe it. Desperate are the maneuvers of Bushido Wildcats in the past few minutes. They've lost their window. They will have to delay this game as long as they could. Some questionable re-entries from Nomb. Of course, now even if you get a Great Fatal Links, it might not be the best call as you are up against a Barrett's. You will have to spend a lot of resources just to take down one of the two frontliners in Blotsfest and XC. During that time, you could easily get bursted down by the Nolan and Eudora. Seems like Bushido Wildcats, everything has gone wrong for them, and Foot Esports are on the way to potentially perfect entry and win by XC. The flicker that Detona's welcome again, doing really well for Foot Esports. Contepper was in the back, but he knew that he had to back off. He could not do much, and they chased down Nexus right under the second tower. The members of Bushido Wildcats are getting feasted on by Foot Esports, and you can see just how well Foot knows Bushido. They've swept them twice in MTC Season 7, and in this game, they have their number. But Bushido Wildcats finally got on the board with a kill onto Blotsfet, who was trying to keep the other members of Bushido Wildcats at bay as Psyche and RX try to finish off the tower in mid. They're not going to be able to, but at that point, you could just walk up to it, basic attack it twice, and you should be fine. Kazuha gets the turtle for free.
Oh, the initiations coming out from Foot Esports. So you can see that Daytona's welcome in the flicker. Perfect entry. Finding the right members of Bushido Wildcats. Even the stun coming out from RX is so dependable. And of course, this Eudora with the flicker plays, catching off guard the members of Bushido Wildcats, because why would you think that Eudora the first one to go in? I think that Foot Esports are just on a different level right now, and they're just literally outplaying the Wildcats.
You can have a really good lineup, but how do you execute it? That was the big question that we had. Foot Esports are answering. They are better at executing. They are dissecting the members of Bushido Wildcats. Even beneath the turret, nowhere is safe at this point. They have an almost 10,000 gold lead. They are doing everything perfectly. And the Wildcats cannot find an angle to answer.
Wow. How can they get through Blotsfet now? As well as the Thunder Belt. And how can they stop RX 5-0-3 on this Moscow? Nexus, the last picked Soyu, has not found an opening yet against their opponents. Bushido Wildcats are just completely lost in this game. And the reason why that is because of their overcompensation of their resources up top. Earlier into this game, they put so many bodies into the top lane that they only ended up feeding that into the 4 kills of RX. Oh my goodness.
Another one. Easy catch. Numb gets taken out. And in some ways, this all started when Numb decided to re-engage alongside Kuntepper up top, and we thought that Bushido Wildcats had enough of Foot's attempt to get even more kills, but because they re-engaged, they got even more kills. Because Uwe just bursted Sunshine like that! Even I missed it! That's how you know you just gotta go next at this point. Bushido look completely out of their element.
Oh man, that is so bad. And I'm telling you, Redmar, all these Barrett's players in the international scene, they're just so sneaky with it. They're just so good. I mean, I think that all the good Barrett's players out there, like the likes of Shogun, we saw even Lutpi as specific moments in the game. Kid Bomba, phenomenal Barrett's player. They make it look like the Barrett's is very sneaky and very. And I feel like whenever there is an underperforming Barrett's, that kind of performance always floats and always gets magnified because of how good the other Barrett's will be. So it's like the standard for playing the Barrett's has increased so much, especially the sneaky Barrett's gameplay.
Sneaky Barrett's, who thought a large big boy could actually be played so sneakily?
Yeah.
It's the EXP laners have done a terrific job. XC, of course. No. And not discount what he's done in this game. Perfect. Freezes. Coming in from Blastfat in this Marcel. Bushido Wildcats look like they got lost in the sauce and they're not ready to deal with Blastfat and his aggression. Fatal links, but the golden hour stops the response, delays it instantly. Numb gets taken out. Kuntepper falls. That's 2 kills for RX. And this is a go next moment. Triple kill for RX to close things off. Dominant for Foot Esports.
15-1 the kill score between the two teams. We did say that we favor the composition that the Wildcats were able to make. But in the first few minutes of the game, we already saw how good Foot can be when it comes to their execution. And it took so much coming out from the Bushido Wildcats. They felt very desperate to compensate for the top lane problems that they're facing with the Melissa versus that Moscow matchup. They ended up feeding so much. The Eudora in the early stages was so active from the turtle fight when both teams just decided to zone out the junglers of the opposing side. The Eudora came up on top, traversed the map from the bottom up to the top to get more for his team. Everybody's just so active in this lineup of Foot Esports that it felt like it's just a one-sided affair from minute 1 up until the end.
Yeah, it was such a tough time there. And you can't even just say like it really began from them not being able to readily handle this Marcel. Though there is it did play a huge factor, of course, but I feel like they weren't also just ready to handle with the tankiness of the Barretts. It was this play right here it was the re-engage that we'll see when Numb hits level 4. I don't know if we'll see that exact moment. Should be coming up in just a bit. There it is. Hits level 4. He decides to re-engage, but at that point, Nexus and Karai were zoned out. If he was timing it for the of Kuntepper, great, but at that point, that means the Barretts is also on the way, so...
Yeah.
You mentioned desperation. Yeah, I like the idea, and I like that phrase where they overcompensated for their losses. Like, you really wanted to get some, but in all attempts, they got nothing, and they got punished for it.
Yeah. The Fatal Links cancelled by the Purify. And there's also so much that you can do with the Barretts ultimate with the Flicker. Before then, we saw XC just delay the Flicker up until the last moment. So you'd think that you'd be able to dodge the Daytona's welcome, but it ended up hitting because of that Flicker play. And you see that Eudora with the Flicker then to eliminate the Soyo with the ultimate afterwards. And there will be another kill that they were able to get because of that stun coming out from RX. Well, Esmeralda apparently gets out, but yeah, they did eventually kill the one near the turret.
This Foot Esports ending the game quickly and with a lot of kills over this. it has to be a big bounce back here for Bushido Wildcats. Major recalibration for sure, because it has to be a really honest team conversation at this point, it feels like, where you just have to admit, guys, they're playing way better than us. We're overcompensating. In terms of the micro, they're all individually doing something great. Everyone just needs to like relock in. Again, we have some members here, of course, Sunshine, especially for Bushido Wildcats. But that really feels like it's going to be a tough moment, a tough pill for the entire team to take. If they want to force this game 3, they have to be honest with themselves.
Well, to look back and see what they have went wrong with, where they can improve on. But nevertheless, a really good start for Foot Esports. That's definitely a big momentum swing in their favor, not only when it comes to that specific all throughout this entire series, and then eventually the whole tournament, because you're gonna feel a lot more confident with how you're playing. You haven't really revealed that much because you just showed how good you are when it comes to like punishing the movements of your opponents, and of course that will give so much of a momentum boost for each of the players playing in Foot's side, especially because they almost wildcard in their hand. They had a straight up shot early into this month or last month to take themselves to the international stage of MOBB, and now they are back after a month. Are you gonna be safer? And for now, we're gonna be hopping into a break. When we come back, it's game number 2. See you soon.
Үлкен әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Major recalibration needed here for Foot Esports. Well, no, excuse me. Flip that on the other boat. For Bushido Wildcats, if they want to force Foot Esports into a third game, excuse me for that, as well, we didn't get to see enough of good stuff from Bushido Wildcats in game number 1. If you're just joining us, Foot Esports completely dominating them in game 1. Draft-wise, we thought it'd be Bushido, but the execution really just showed Foot are on another level.
Yeah. I think it's mainly because of mastery, I feel like. I think it's just experience that we saw from the side of Foot Esports that's way above of what Bushido Wildcats can offer. And I feel like because of their most recent international tournament stint. Whereas for Foot Esports, it feels like it's easy for them to punish whatever Bushido Wildcats wants to do. It's very easy to win a game if you get 4-0 on your gold laner, and that's a pipe dream for all gold laners out there, let alone Moscow players, right? Get the killing spree right before the 4th minute. All of a sudden you're just snowballing so much, and your opponents panic. They wouldn't know what to do, and they end up making even more mistakes thereafter.
The recovery that Bushido needs to do here will go beyond the coach telling them, hey, y'all just gotta be better, man. No, it's like, you gotta find that balance. It's like, after a loss like that, you're gonna have to motivate them, remind them they can still do this. Forget about the fact that they were able to also sweep you up in the previous Turkey Championship. I mean, this is the meta for creativity and teams that you don't expect to get wins to get wins. If more than anything, Bushido Wildcats is maybe their best chance to shock Foot Esports. But Foot, again, with the wealth of experience that they have across their entire lineup, of course, they just competed in MSC during the wild card during a completely different meta landscape. Well, they just simply look better. So, yeah. If you were to tell Bushido Wildcats, like, where should they begin in terms of their execution? Because draft-wise, we liked it. Execution-wise, where do they start?
Okay, I think a straight-up answer to that is to take care of their jungler way better, especially in the turtle fights, because I think that they were so focused on defeating the opposing jungler that they forgot to protect their own. And I think that they could have collected even more punishments if they have found a Eudora that's diving deep into their backlines, into their Suyo right there. So I think that's my immediate answer to that. Otherwise, just to not really just tunnel vision into answering one specific lane of the game, because that can really easily be a problem for them as the game progresses, because they're always gonna be making mistakes after one another, like like a stack of dominoes gonna be falling over. So I think that's how they could approach this. Just do not tunnel vision into some of the mistakes that you did, and also protect their jungler in the early stages.
Yeah, that's a good start. I mean, we did get to see that team fight where literally both junglers, wait, what is that? That is adorable. I want one for myself. If that is official Foot Esports merch, please let us know. Anyways, yeah, we did get to see the jungler get split up. And though it could have I feel like it could have been a worthy trade if they were able to get Kaz away, but they just didn't. They leaned it a little bit too hard. And maybe that's it. Maybe it's also that idea of also telling them, okay, yes, you give them a good specific thing to do, protect your jungler, but generally tell them, you guys are getting way too kill hungry at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's right. Not gonna be the ban. Bushido Wildcats on the blue side might mean that they prioritize maybe the Atlas this time, or because they don't have to. Oh, sorry, the Atlas is already banned. Maybe the Fanny, I would have said the Fanny, but it will be banned out. So what do you take now if you are the Wildcats? Do you, Eric, immediately, do you take the Valentina since it's always a party?
Oh,
they go for Nina instead.
Okay, when you say that's interesting in a specific tone, you guys can tell that it's another way for us to go, huh? Why? What? And I will be honest and just go, huh? Why? What? Is it taking it away from Psyche? Is Kirai just a really good Selena player? Okay, we have seen Selena as being such a massive point of focus that if Kirai pulls this off, first pick Selena, then you know what? Go ahead. Tokyo-ish king, you deserve it. But that's a big what if. It's a huge gamble to lock this Selena right away.
Especially because the Beleric and the Valentina is open. When we talked about how important these two will be, and now the Beleric being taken by Foot Esports, the Valentina a blind pick out here, but it just makes sense. They're waiting for the first punishment for Bushido Wildcats in this draft. And what I mean by that is who gets to decide what our jungler exchange will be. So it's gonna be now up to Bushido Wildcats. Will they go for a Harley pick, or will they go for the Nolan in combination with this Selena, right? Or will they go utility? Oh, okay, so it's going to be the Nolan, which means that Foot Esports Uranus actually good opening, much like their previous opening. Foot Esports, they have an option for, well, okay, they go for the Paquito Flex. 3 roles to be fulfilled, and this is the power of picking up the duo mid first. You are left blind. Bushido Wildcats, what will you ban this time? Because you know that the Paquito can be played 3 ways in this game.
It's like they're gonna have to really pick. Oh, that's a cool for a ban by Foot Esports, and that I feel like it's just a tell that they really know Bushido more than maybe even Bushido knows themselves. So now they've taken away one possibility in a way where, actually no, not really. You can still flex the Paquito here. It's just they're narrowing down their potential options for the jungle, but you're not really stopping the Paquito from going into the jungle unless you find a way to manipulate the draft so that at least no matter where it goes, it'll struggle. No, you already have the Uranus. You can't put the Esmeralda elsewhere. That's tough. I think you're just gonna have to decide that you're not gonna completely read where this Paquito is going until the end, and then you just pick up heroes that could potentially give it struggle, no matter what role that it gets slotted into. Excuse me.
Yeah. Decent Shin. Harley, perhaps another good ban, or maybe just the Uranus answers like Esmeralda, because you already banned the Barretts, right? So
yeah,
if you ban the Esmeralda, you really limit the choices for the EXP for Foot Esports, which might prompt them to put the Beleric in there, or maybe a Yu Zhong. So it kind of makes it so that Foot Esports will have to dig deeper or scrape the bottom of the barrel when it comes to their XP lane choices, and they go Dairoth, which is also another bottom of the barrel kind of a pick. It's definitely one answer to the Uranus, but some teams have proven that even against the Dairoth, the Uranus could be good. So I do understand the ban, though. I'm not saying that it's a bad ban. I totally understand it. With esports now, they will reveal one role at least. But I think the safest pick is the Esmeralda.
Yes. At least that way, it's still a flex. You still can put the Paquito in the gold or the jungle, so you're leaving it open for reading. And then Esmeralda into the Uranus, most importantly, is very clear. But no, they pick up the Brody. They still keep an option of a jungle and EXP flex for the Paquito. But no, they're being honest with it, and they're playing around a Brody in the gold lane.
Yeah. That's a good pick in a way that they take it out from Bushido, because Bushido Wildcats went for the Nolan, right? So one of the strong gold lane marksman picks have been taken away from them. So it means that they will have to either go for a weak side gold lane or a fighter gold lane, which is can be weird, especially because we know that the Brody can now be a good matchup against the Melissa. Bushido Wildcats will just settle for this one, which also is understandable. But I do like the glue. So it's the glue in the Uranus that will now be able to protect the Melissa. which means Foot Esports, if this is a Paquito in the jungle, their EXP should have a way to make it difficult for two tanky dudes. So I think Esmeralda here for Foot Esports.
Yeah. Last best option. If they end up putting they put Paquito EXP and they still pick up the Harley in the jungle. They have the burst. You know what? Despite the Selena first pick, it ended up still working out quite well for Bushido.
Both games we say that Bushido Wildcats' draft is good, and I'm gonna stick with that. I think that they have built a wonderful composition in here. The problem I have with Foot Esports lineup is that there's just too damage leaning, and they don't have many ways to really make it a problem for the Uranus as well as the group. And when I said damage leaning, they went in for glass cannon builds like Harley, the Paquito in the EXP, and the Brody, right? So of course they're not like literally pushovers, like they cannot be easily taken out, but at the same time they're not the tankiest of all heroes, right? So it means that this Melissa will have a field day later on, but they did design it in a way that they have a dive against the Melissa. If they are able to find an angle, this Harley, the Paquito, and the Brody can actually be able to defeat the Melissa if they found the opening.
Just pop it fast enough before she could even get the go away off. Welcome to game number 2 of Bushido Wildcats versus Foot Esports. Let's see if they'll be able to make it work and finally execute better than Foot has. So far in the EXP lane, it looks like Exi has Kuntepper's number and this Paquito Uranus matchup for now. The last time we saw a Glue and a Uranus earlier today, of course, with the Melissa. It helped the Melissa get so much space. Controlling the river are Blood's Fed, Psyche, and Kazue against Kirai, Numb, and Nexus. I think we can decide or clearly see how this game is going to go, depending on how Bushido will be able to execute Turtle number 1 with their composition. Oh! Okay. Very nice arrow there. Okay, Kirai.
Doubts erased. Officially. Okay, Kirai. You may enter the group chat right now. But kidding aside, that was an important arrow, and if you think about it, it's linear arrow. I mean, it's like an expected arrow, but I feel like Psyche got magnetized into that kind of angle where he thinks that it will be an off-angle arrow, but it turns out it's just straight up basic angle for an arrow that he ended up getting magnetized into.
Exi and Kazue have really good angles here. Kuntepper finds Kazue. Exi with a burst will not be able to fully land the combo, but Nexus gets taken out as Psyche decided to join the fight and burst him down. No more jungler here for Bushido. And there it is, a question yet again about the execution of Bushido Wildcats as Foot Esports are making this turtle fight and post-turtle fight look easy. Though they did get to minimize their losses, they can still build through that. Foot Esports have a small lead.
Back-to-back games, Foot Esports are able to take out the jungler of Bushido Wildcats, to take out the Nolan, in fact. And this time, they didn't have to zone him out. They actually took him out under the turtle. Because they, at least Nexus, felt like they wanted to, that they really have to get in front of the turtle to take it with the retribution, that it will be a retribution battle. It ended up Foot Esports turning into him, or turning on to him, and they were able to take him out easily. Bushido Wildcats' early lead with that first blood now erased. Foot Esports have willed their way back into the game.
It's surprising too that it came from the fact that Bushido Wildcats just found themselves in that position because of their own rotation when they rotated together as a team in mid to get control in the mid. Not that I'm judging that, but they weren't able to completely mark Exi, who now found a good angle in the back. Sunshine almost getting taken out there by a torn apart memory. And it's those little things and little things in MLBB and pretty much every MOBA title eventually compound into way bigger results and outcomes. And them not being able to check that bush where XE was, they were able to check the bush where Kazaway was. But once they found the good angle for Nexus, XE didn't completely land the combo, but Nexus ended up dashing into the turtle pit, into the hands of Psyche, into a kill 4-foot.
No. They want to make a move down in the bottom lane. But already the Urine receiving so much. Actually forced to pop that flicker. Goes back into the fight. Of course, being able to tank it through. Now the turtle commences. No deadly magic for now for Kazaway.
It's looking really good here. Bushido Wildcats, Nexus, running out of time here. Oh, they go already commit the ultimate, the Wrath of the Dryad from Blotsfed. Foot Esports might have pulled their trigger onto this team fight a little bit early, but Nexus is still alive. But that's okay for Foot, because with the Roamer and the XP laner down, there is no way Nexus, Sunshine, and Kirai can contest this by themselves. Just better execution there in the end for Foot. And even though Bushido Wildcats made it look like Foot Esports was scrambling for a little bit, it was they themselves who didn't know which angle they could take so that they could turn it around. The missile arrow is gonna land. That might be a start of something, but it only takes half the health of XC down.
And talk about a disastrous jump coming out from Numb. Activates the ult onto Blotsfed. Almost a free flicker for this Beleric. Who eventually pops the Wrath of the Dryad in that fight to catch two of the members of Bushido Wildcats. Granted, they're two tanky heroes, but up against 5 members of Foot Esports with the Brody in that second turtle. They ended up just giving 2 extra kills for Foot Esports. Unfortunately, I feel like that ultimate coming out from Numb ended up being a bad play for Bushido Wildcats.
It's like, hey guys, I pulled back the Beleric. Oh no, I'm sorry everyone. Free movement for the Beleric. And now they're gonna be able to find Contempor. No catch, no turnaround at all. They're gonna try to threaten this purple buff away from Nexus. He left it way too early, but he still got it. Could have ended so badly for Nexus. But he was forced to pop his retribution just so he could secure his own purple buff.
Kazaway wanted to go for exchange, will not get anything. But this means that Bushido Wildcats will not be able to defend their top lane, their tier 1 top. That will be a free kill. RX actually did not even hit because they wanted to get a kill up top. Uranus able to get out there. Is the expanding rivers boost, as they can position themselves around the turtle once again. It's the 3rd turtle. It seems like Foot Esports have a good enough foothold on.
Right there, down in the orange buff. Kazaway's already taking it. Because of the quick little pokes from Psyche, they're not going to be able to get the information in time. Steals it away, Bushido. Their map has shrunk even more so early on. Not even past the 20k gold mark. Another ultimate from Blotsfed. The Wrath of the Dryad is perfect, and Psyche brings down the recalls. Again, it just feels like one more time, Foot showing just how much better they are than Bushido Wildcats.
Turtle will be slain, and the bottom lane getting pushed by RX. RT's being pressured right now. They're gonna cut the waves for now. They wanted to take full advantage of this early game. They're even taking the purple buff now. This might be even more one-sided than the game before. And that game before had a 4-0 Moskov in the gold lane.
I guess you could look at the silver lining for Sunshine and Bushido Wildcats as he has yet to fall. Although Contempor might be the next one here on the docket. Yeah, he will be. He's going to be able to drag this out for quite some time, but in the end, he's just going to get taken out here by Bushido. They're going to have to convert this into something, but the thing is the kill happened way earlier.
Yeah.
That there's a chance that even if Bushido gets this tower, Foot might just punish them for it. Oh, they're not even going to be able to take it.
Oh, not even. And they forced the flicker, they used the flicker, on the Uranus. Mayor 0-3. While that's happening, RX is the one able to get the trade. Oh my, now they're poising to get another kill. Will not overly dive. Gonna be waiting for the Lord. She will spawn in 42 seconds from now. With the Harley is taking out the bars of Numb, the glue, the roam. That should be tanky enough, but Kazaway is just such a big threat now for the Wildcat.
Yeah, really just looks like Foot has Bushido Wildcat's number. We're probably a Lord Fight or two away from this game getting capped off with a Foot Esports win and sweeping the series against Bushido Wildcats. Even if a Hail Mary arrow lands, you still have so many heroes you gotta deal with. You take out the Harley, there's still the Brody and Paquito. You take out the Paquito, there's still a Brody and a Harley. It's like layers after layers of things you gotta deal with, even if you get an Abyssal Arrow in. Nexus and Sunshine, those two seem like they're not yet in the right timing, gold-wise and resource-wise, to be able to count themselves as a considerable threat to Foot Esports. They get Lord 1 for free. Seems like they'll be able to get a healthy push in, and then they'll be able to cap it off with a Lord 2 win. Nexus gets spotted up top and just gets deleted by Psyche and RX. Off cam, Foot simply are better than Bushido Wildcats at this point.
And look at that, Psyche pressuring some movements up from Wildcats up top. Holy Shield still available in the middle, but the Lord is pushing in that lane as well. Top lane can be pressured by RX, and down the bottom lane it's going to be XC. A three-pronged attack from Foot Esports, but up top they have punished RX with that stun coming out from Kirai. A much-needed victory for Bushido Wildcats, and they take out and get the shutdown onto RX.
A ray of hope. If I'm not mistaken, that should also be Bounty 2, as it is at 4 kills. Bushido Wildcats, okay, maybe they can keep playing it through. Oh, another Abyssal Arrow, but they are not going to be able to convert this right away. Even though it is Kazue, it's too risky to dive into it. That's why there being no Brody. Again, we mentioned it. There's layers upon layers of things you have to worry about if you're Bushido. But that's a start. That is something to build on if you're the team. Nexus just gets the Malefic roar for himself in the jungle.
So to take it now. XE in the middle. Oh, Kazue looking for any sort of pickup right now, because they will have to wait for 80 seconds before the Lord spawns. That takedown on RX up top really slowed this game down for a little bit for Foot Esports, and will allow Bushido Wildcats to at least fight for the life. Unless this could still play, it's gonna be good. Good thing Numb stopped that from happening, as well as the models coming out from Sunshine. It's enough. The push from the bottom still is gonna continue. Foot Esports to claim that inhibitor, which happens to be the opposite lane of the upcoming Lord.
And what if Melissa just makes some magic again? What if Foot Esports are not ready to deal with this Melissa during a siege? They are relatively close to mid-range. There's no actual long-range bomb. They have a strong dive in the Harley to access the back, to potentially split them open, get Blotsfed to enter with a Flicker Wrath of Dryad, and just get XE and RX to focus on the base. But even then, that's a lot of steps to take in a team fight. Let's see if they can drag this out long enough, Bushido Wildcats, to prove us wrong, to prove Foot Esports wrong, and to force out a game number 3. But definitely, it might not be the time just now, because even Kazuha is melting the Uranus like that. And the Lord is going to be up. Maybe Bushido can hold on just one more defense. And if they get some kills without losing any bodies, then they might be able to set themselves up for a comeback.
A lot of ifs. I mentioned Renmar, but that is just the only way to approach this for Foot Esports. They really have to find something out of nothing, and so far, Bushido Wildcats are going to be losing this fight. Sunshine taken out, and they might even lose more. They have taken out Blotsfed, but their Uranus is slowly being melted down. A punch from XC is going to be enough. Kirai wants to go over, but he's getting taken out and raced by this Harley, and they will be able to take out one. take them to the grave. But then again, there's still Foot Esports with a lot of minions and a lot of firepower as they look to end this series 2-0. A dominant performance coming out from Foot Esports.
Bushido could only deal with the ifs and maybes, but Foot Esports deal in absolutes. 2-0 for them. And Bushido just looked completely outclassed in the execution.
Unbelievable performance coming out from Foot Esports from game number 1. And remember, 2 games that we thought the draft is winnable for Bushido Esports. However, they just couldn't find the opening. Renmar, you asked me what they can do after game number 1's loss, after game number 1's one-sided loss, in fact. And I said they had to protect their jungler. But the same thing happened for Nexus in the 2 games that we've seen, which is being taken out as soon as the first turtle spawns. And I think that's where most of the problems for Bushido Wildcats lie. They just couldn't find their momentum, their launch pad. They just could not start their engine because as it seems, they could not make a way for Nexus to shine.
Foot Esports, on the other hand, they were shining all throughout. As you put it, of course, Bushido Wildcats could not get their moment for Nexus, could not get their moment for Sunshine. It was even a bit of a blur to me how Sunshine was taken down right there in the end. That was just great teamwork by Foot. I was looking at how Numb looked like he was just stopping the Kazue Harley from getting in, but the rest of Foot just were able to enter perfectly. Executional difference. That's where it really boiled down to. You can definitely tell Bushido has some interesting approaches in the draft, interesting takes that, again, even after the Selena first pick, it looked like they still ended up on a really good position draft-wise. It's just that they weren't able to pull it off. And they still have one more life in this tournament, but they're going to be going up against Team Vamos here in Group B, which we all know how Team Vamos is going to be like. They are not going to make that an easy game for Bushido Wildcats. Meanwhile, Foot Esports will be going forward. A team that missed out on the main stage of MSC, went through the wildcards, weren't able to qualify, unfortunately. They'll be going up against Bigatron by Vitality once we head into the next day.
Such a exciting match to watch. I hope that Foot Esports will be prepared for that, and especially because there's a lot of like Melissa battles. There's a lot of like Brodies now getting picked up. The Belleric, of course. I think that we are at that point where it's Belleric and Atlas. Typical exchanges in the in the Rome position, and that's gonna be an exciting match to watch. Now, Bushido Wildcats, I hope that they have learned so much from this game. Even when it's back-to-back one-sided games, they should have learned something from it, because their next match will be elimination, right? So they will not be able to proceed with games of the future if they could not learn their lesson. But of course, a lot of good plays from the other members. The MVP is actually Psyche, the Valentina this time, and I would say that he played so well in game number 1 and especially in game number 2 with the Valentina, and overall a commendable performance coming out from Psyche all throughout the series.
Consistent on the mid lane. Valentina in game number 2. Earlier in game number 1, if I'm not mistaken, he was
Eudora.
Eudora, there we go. Thank you. Right. Thank you for reminding me. But yeah, overall, it's just we go next. This is that mentality now for Bushido Wildcats, and hoping to see if they'll be able to make a bounce back here, considering that they are also up against a very tough opponent next in Team Vamos. Meanwhile, for Foot Esports, they needed a dominant win like this, as they are now going to be going up against Bigatron by Vitality. If I'm not mistaken, that should be happening in our broadcast tomorrow. But for today, we're just going to be moving on to a next set of matches. Of course, thank you all for joining us. If you missed the previous matches, we got to see Bigatron by Vitality take down Team Vamos in an exciting 3-game series to 2-1 over them, sending Team Famos in the lower bracket final, going up against Bushido Wildcats. Meanwhile, of course, upper bracket final, you get Bigatron by Vitality, and you get Foot Esports going up one against each other over there. When we get back, more action. I think we'll keep you on your toes as to which match we're gonna get, because that's how we like to do it. Have a good amount of time up until the next one, so we should be good. Again, Renmar and Wolf here. That's gonna be it for us now. When we get back, more MLBB action here at Games with the Future 2026 after this break.
Үлкен әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We're here to win. Let the best win.
Games of the Future 2026 is back. And this time we're going to kick off Group D matches with Onyx versus Pro. This is Onyx, the Indonesian Onyx, versus Pro Esports. Of course, one of only the Cambodian Pro Esports team. It's Renmar and Wolf still here on the caster's desk. You don't see us, but we're here. We're amongst the many little robots in the arena. Wolf, how you feeling about this one? Because I feel like this might be banger.
Yeah, especially because of how also primal this could be. And I'm saying that because Pro Esports with Coil in there definitely wants to win against Kyrie. I think that Coil as a player from the Philippines is always a guy who wants to... He looks like a guy who always wants to prove himself as the best in his role, right? And I feel like if he is able to defeat Kyrie, that's a lot of, maybe... What's the term? A lot of things that he will feel like a lot of motivation perhaps, or it kind of feels like he feels like he's gonna be legit afterwards. So that's a pretty cool interaction between the two junglers that we will see here.
And of course, these are the defending champions, if you want to consider them defending champions for Games of the Future 2026 after their win against Aurora Gaming Turkey in last year's installment in 2025. Carrie, Kiboy, Lutfi, and Sans will return to defend their title alongside Kelra this time around in the gold lane. And we got to see a good look at them during the MSC tournament. But of course, they did get that shocking result wherein Team Spirit dismantled them in 3 games, sweeping them in a best of 5. We've known a good amount, or all of these gentlemen, for a long time. They are going to be killers in this one, looking to decimate everyone in their way after what they had to go through in MSC.
Yeah, what I do know from Onyx Indonesia is that it's literally a learning curve. Like MSC was literally a learning curve for them, and I'm gonna discuss that later. For now, let's take a look at Pro Esports with Kozen, Coil, P, Sorry, and Felix, and a massive Sa. You're looking at now. Look at that guy. He's this is what your therapist warned you, will tell you, that it can't hurt you. But yeah, a massive Sa, big Sa, actually can hurt you.
Yeah, big Sa isn't real. It can't hurt you. Big Sa is real. And of course, Pro Esports was one of the surprises of the tournament as well. Especially the duo of Coily and Kozen. 2 absolute killers as well for the Cambodian champions. Of course, when you think about Coily, you think about the assassins, whether it's the Fanny, it's the Ling, although she's sort of dipped out. Could even put the Hirara up there, but the Ling and Fanny were his signatures that made him stand out. Meanwhile, Kozen has a Harith you really gotta respect. But Pro, if they don't get their go play style off from the very beginning, then we don't get to really see them thrive in any other condition.
Actually happens. And now that I see it, I think there's a little bit of a pattern here. It's 2 Filipino imports with double K as their connections, which is interesting. And they're both in the same roles as well. So there's a lot of parallelism in the 2 teams. But I do agree with you. Coily and Kozen, or Pro Esports in general, if they are not able to find a lineup or a play style or a state of play where they can continuously go up against their opponents, like always force team fights, they don't look like they are dominant. The reason why they lost against Young Galacticos was that they were really just nerfed. They were just held down by Young Galacticos. But whenever they play up against teams where they are so aggressive, they look really good. And another thing to add to that is the draft also plays a major role in how Pro Esports would look like. If they drafted badly, it feels like they just can't activate Kozen, they just can't activate Sorry and Felix. But whenever they do find a good draft on their side, that's how you know that the mastery is there for the team, and you can see that they're comfortable playing that kind of composition. But otherwise, they need to A, have a good start, and B, look for a good draft.
Maybe they can also ask for some evolution from them, considering that we did get to see them thrive with early game compositions. They are up against Onic, and Onic are a team that if you really try to dance with them, only a few select teams can really sweep the rug from beneath under their feet if trying to play them in an early game style matchup. I mean, Team Spirit was able to do it. A bunch of other teams were able to do it in MSC as well. But if ever Pro Esports can show that they can evolve and they can play a steadier game and this isn't just all gonna be snowball, then that shows some growth for the Cambodian squad that, of course, took a lot of people by surprise during the MSC tournament that we saw just a few days back. It's not even a week back, it's a few days back. So in just a bit, we're going to be seeing Pro and Onic in a little bit. But if you want a little bit more information about Phygital games and games of the future, then let's watch this.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. For the next several days, Astana will host one of the most exciting sporting events of the year. But this isn't a regular sports tournament. The Games of the Future bring together the best of both worlds, traditional sports and cyber sports, in a unique format called Phygital, which combines physical and digital competition. In Phygital sports, athletes have to perform both on the screen and on the field. They need fast reactions, smart decision-making, teamwork, and physical fitness. Winning here takes much more than mastering just one side of the game. This year, the tournament welcomes more than 800 athletes from more than 50 countries, competing across 8 different disciplines. Players, coaches, fans, and technology brands have all come together in Astana to be part of this global event. The competition is fierce, with a prize pool of over $4 million. But the Games of the Future are about more than just winning. They show how sport is changing and how technology is creating new ways to compete. The event has already attracted a huge global audience. The tournaments are watched by hundreds of millions of people, most of them between the ages of 18 and 34. A younger generation who are invested in both sports and digital competitions. It's clear that Phygital sports are becoming one of the fastest growing trends in the world of competition. Over the next few days, we'll take you behind the scenes, meet the athletes, hear their stories, and find out what it takes to succeed in this one-of-a-kind tournament. From quick interviews and fun challenges to exciting matches, we'll show you everything happening at the Games of the Future. So stay with us as we explore the future of sport, right here in Astana. Let's get started.
All right, it's not just about what happens within the game itself and online. Of course, we can take this in real life. Physical sports, esports. The last time we saw this happen, we saw Falcons and Onic in the laser tag match. Who would have thought? And Falcons won it.
Yeah. Back then, they were in a different organization, at least. Almost similar names. But now we will be seeing them for sure in this tournament, and it could be a rematch from then on. Honestly, Onic, the team that we will be watching pretty soon, has back-to-back finals appearances for Games of the Future ever since it started, right? So that amounts to something for sure. You know what I'm curious about is there was a recent announcement with the Onic squad.
Oh,
I don't know if you.
All right.
So I don't know if that guy, the big brains of the MLBB world, I don't know if he will appear. Probably not, but it will be nice to see him sometime soon.
Yes. I believe you're referring to, if we have Coach CW, Coach BW. Wait, why would there be a W in there? Coach B, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Coach B.
I wonder.
I wonder. I don't. Actually, I don't know if I can't seem to recall if that role is actually announced for. By the way, we're talking about Baloyski, everyone. So there was a recent announcement that Baloyski is now part of the Onyx organization, and the end of an era for Geek Fam for sure. But when it comes to him with Kyrie, him with Coach Yeb, him with the Onyx organization in general, it's more of a homecoming, in fact.
Yeah. And it's great. We've always thought about, I wonder what how Baloy will be like in that position. But of course, we don't know, because at the last time we saw the Onyx squad, it was Coach Yeb and Coach CW with the rest of the team in Paris. How fast they were able to fly on over, if ever it is official, and they wanted to start it off right away, right after his wedding. If Coach B is also right there over in outside of Kazakhstan in Astana, but yeah, all assumptions here. Of course, it's exciting times for the Onyx squad. I know they had big goals, especially for MSC. Kelro was not shy about talking about how he really didn't want to be in the third place match again. That's why he was just balling out in the third place match against Falcons, sweeping them. While on the other side of this discussion, Aurora. A lot of people expected that they'd make it into the finals actually, or maybe even a deeper run, but not going out of the first round in knockouts the way they did.
I mean, I think it's by association to the fact that they were able to get a win and even put Team Liquid, a top team that everybody expects, into the lower bracket, and them defeating Onyx Indonesia afterwards, right? So there's a lot of evidences that could point to Aurora Gaming being the one favored in that tournament specifically. But also you have to think about this tournament that it's open for everyone, like, and also I think that we're just sad because our good friend Midnight, yeah, it was extra difficult for me to watch because of that factor. I think I was rooting for him way too much, but I'm proud of rooting too much actually.
On the Filipino broadcast, yeah, you were.
Unfortunate Filipino broadcast, but here right at home for sure.
I see. Well, Coach Midnight, well, he's working, so he won't be able to see this. But if ever he does see this eventually, you still owe me 5 bands. As I did put up a sign.
Oh yeah.
Put up a sign.
Oh yeah.
Midnight, right for Midnight, it's easy. It's like you guys can message Midnight at Coach Midnight at this moment and his official pages, and he'll give you diamonds, skins if ever. More than happy to do that. Coach Midnight,
yes sir.
One of the proudest children of Turkey.
Yeah, Kırmızı Beyaz is. I hope did not butcher that. Yeah. But kidding aside, going back to this matchup, it's Onyx going up against Pro Esports. One thing that I'm excited about is the awakening of this squad, because I felt like during the third place match, it seems like activated for Onyx. Something that they would have been happy to have activated during their match up against Team Spirit. But we find out that Team Spirit eventually were the champions and were the masters of the meta game anyways. But on the same day, just right before that, it felt like Onyx Indonesia has somehow understood the metagame now, that they have to force Kelra in positions where it is a strong lane now. It cannot be like an even game in the gold lane where Kelra will just wait for the farm and then he hits like a truck at the end. He has to start way sooner, which he showed that he can, playing the Paquito. Obviously he can play the Brody, and I think like the Melissa is also a hero that Kelra likes to play a lot. So in just looking at those kinds of those parts of the competition, I think this is an exciting game to watch, actually, a series to watch.
For sure, especially as we know how Pro likes to play. Pretty sure they also had some time to understand the meta a little bit more. They got some iconic wins with it back in MSC just a few days back. looking back at it, they were the ones that took down Selangor Red Giants to the lower bracket, who, by the way, faced off against Aurora Gaming, the team that we were discussing earlier in the other broadcast. So don't forget that there are 2 broadcasts for each day of games of the future, especially here in the group stages. They were then able to go down to the lower bracket after getting taken down by Yangon Galacticos. They beat Entity 7 convincingly 2-0. And then come the selection. Of course, Yangon Galacticos picked Pro, and Pro just looked like they were outclassed by Yangon. So I'm pretty sure that there were a lot of learnings there, especially with how they got taken down by Yangon and what they need to work on, especially in their timings of the trading, because that's something that Yangon and now their opponents today, Onyx, do very well. It's the draft for game number 1.
Oh. Zushin up against Onyx, one of the few teams that actually prioritize the Jushin. I think it's more of the Indonesian teams actually like to play this a lot, but most specifically for Suns and the rest of Onyx, they're just really strong when it comes to piloting this Jushin because of the mid lane prio, then eventually them just controlling the river with that mid duo with whatever roamer that they paired up with. So definitely not a surprising ban here coming out from esports. But for Onyx, they banned both the Fanny as well as the Freya, and the reason why that is because Coily is also a good Fanny player. I'm not sure. This is the time where we can say that you ban the Fanny not because you're scared of the player. You respect the player for sure, but also because at this point in the meta game, if you're given a hero that is so difficult to deal with and the pilot of that hero is also really good, it just makes sense to just ban it out, even when you can use it yourself.
Oh, for sure. Don't want to risk it, right? Yeah. Even though you know you have the tools, Kiboy has shown that he can play Badang really well. He has shown that, of course, we know it's Kiboy with his. I was supposed to say it's Kiboy, but I don't know why it came out sassier. But yeah, Kiboy and his show, show and Badang, and I mean it's a good sense as well for Onyx, considering that the first ban of Pro Esports is the Atlas. Would have made a lot of sense that they'd set things up right away for a Fanny. But with the Marcel open, quick pickup on the Marcel for Pro. Let's see how Onyx will recover. They do get the Hirara. Kyrie was an absolute menace with this hero in the third place match against Falcons, completely tearing through Falcons. And Luthi gets his Barretts.
Okay. The Hirara, the bats, good combination right here. I wonder what Coily will answer with this. With no Fanny, no Harley, gonna be left with Nolan. I cannot think of another good hero to actually match the Hirara at this point, apart from the Nolan, because it has been proven that the Suyu is not enough, and up against both Barretts as well as the Hirara, that combination alone is a threat to traditional assassins like your Nolans, your Hayabusas, even the Lancelot. So I wonder if there is something different. They will still go for the Suyo. And this time with the Valentina, I feel like this is a weaker combination actually. The trio mid for Pro Esports will, now the Matilda being picked up. I think honestly, Renmar, this trio from Pro Esports is not built against the trio mid of Onyx. Well, not a trio mid, but yeah.
Yeah, not all. Even if Pro Esports decides to ban out the Esmeralda, of course they'd love for the Esmeralda to end up with them, but even if Pro Esports ends up with the Esmeralda, is what I wanted to say, with all the shields getting distributed by the Matilda, then it's still gonna be way too fast, unless Onyx completely dropped the ball in execution and you get players such as PP getting to fire off and dropping the Marcel ult really well. Still, it's like a big what if, right? Meanwhile, Onyx, they have the more absolute outcome, which is that Matilda, the Barretts, even though that's not going to be a Barretts in the jungle, there's a good chance it still goes to the XP. You're just going to be way too fast with it.
Okay, now Selena being banned by Pro Esports, good ban, but I think they eventually can consider the Rafaela. I know that Rafaela plus the Matilda is such an overkill, but eventually the Rafaela will become a damage dealer. And the Rafaela has good synergy with Barret as well as the Hirara overall, so still have to really respect that. There is going to be the Eudora. So Onyx right now can look to their gold lane option or their mid lane option. Actually, a Gord will not be bad for Onyx, as it has the good matchup against the Valentina, up against the Marcel. There is a way because of the stunts that you can get your overall long range, and so you hate playing up against big burst long range mages. So maybe a Gord could be a consideration. However, the safest, I guess, is perhaps a Farsa actually for Suns. We'll see.
Keep it simple with the burst and rotations. Essentially, have a crow and an eagle flying around. But this turned out really well for Onyx with the Vexana pickup. Of course, one of the sleeper hits of the metagame. With all the dive, close mid-range, you are going to give up the ultimate to the Valentina, but at this point, your lineup doesn't care. You have a lot of shields.
Yeah. As long as you keep yourself hidden from your opponents, you're going to be fine. It's not like Sorian Felix will go out of his way and just really look for you and dive you in there. If you're careful, then you will not be copied. Pro Esports, again, the gold lane is just gonna be a Claude, and then the Alice. Pro Esports lineup it looks weak, but it does have a lot of ways to go about Onyx. But then again, it's like very conditional here for Pro Esports. Now Onyx can just look for a stable hero for Mr. Maybe for Carla, maybe a Clit or a Brody actually. A Brody with a Matilda, man, that's scary. They go even better. They go for the Paquito, which if you look at the lineup of Pro Esports, there's nothing that can actually threaten this Paquito in the early to the mid stages of the game.
Yeah, you can annoy it a little bit, temper its tempo for just a little bit, but in the end, it is inevitable in the early to mid. Onyx seems to have just decided to draft hard into the run and gun, high tempo, fast damage, just pretty disgusting. If they get their way with this, Pro Esports are gonna find themselves heading into game number 2 in less than 11 minutes.
That's the best way to describe it, actually. Pretty disgusting.
Yeah, pretty disgusting.
Scary, I would say, here for Pro Esports. I wonder if they have prepared with this kind of composition. I really dislike Valentina plus the Valentina in combination with the Marcel, because whenever I see Marcel, I want to look for bursts to go with it. There was a time where Valentina was a burst mage, but now it's not as much. And also, you kind of deter your Valentina in many ways. Unless the Valentina can copy a big ultimate that is long range, I don't see any good synergy between these two heroes. And then with the Matilda plus the sustainability of both the Paquita as well as the Barretts, there's just no good target for the Valentina to be able to burst with. So, I'm legitimately scared here for Pro Esports.
Yeah, it seems like it might be a good question of who do you think is going to get most kills in the side of Onyx, Kelra, Kyrie, or Sans if their lineup gets away with it. Now, if they don't get away with it and Pro Esports finds a way to make sure that Onyx doesn't get that potential snowball going, then maybe Onyx are going to start to realize, like, wait, do they actually have enough damage to deal with this Alice just hovering over around them, and with this Marcel too, that Kozen will just have the space. So we're not completely discounting the possibility here that Pro Esports might be able to win this game. It's just, with the current trends of early to mid firing so much better, Onyx might be able to lead through this. Kyrie gets stunned up, he gets found out. Goylee with a red tree, and he's still gonna be able to get away. Kyrie using the guiding wind of Kiboy. Just a hit or two, but they could not finish him off.
All things considered, Pro Esports, I think I'd give them that. And the only thing that really is bad is that there is no retribution for Coily for 15 seconds. Onyx might have enough of a leeway to actually burst this turtle, but Pro Esports in response are going to be pressuring the turtle so that they're positioning themselves so that they can poke Kyrie before the red's up. And now it's up. Actually, but look at that. The Daytona's welcome catching two, and now the Vexana ultimate to go with it as well. But the Throne of Ruin stops Kyrie from taking that win. They will eventually look at that. Is the Eternal Guard being taken? But the two-man Eternal Guard in combination with the turtle is enough. They will take that turtle for themselves. A copied ultimate from sorry, I'm Felix, that the copied Daytona's welcome will take out Lutpi. And Pro Esports comes up on top, but my god, did Sans make so much work in that game, in that clash.
Somehow they were just able to get a crowd control and burst right off on time against Coily, and we're able to take him out. Before he could get that turtle down, I think he popped the retry in desperation, right? He was about to go down. And in the end, it was still Onyx and Sans who got the last hit onto that turtle. Well fought by Pro. So still, Pro aren't allowing Onyx to snowball like crazy. Onyx are getting some small wins, but Pro Esports still taking it. They're not going to make it look like an easy time for Kyrie for getting those objectives. And now here comes PP helping out Kozen in the bot. Kozen, who has dealt with Kelra in the gold lane, that Paquito, relatively well.
Yeah. It's 2-1. 2-1, but the gold lead is not that much because of the positive trade actually for Onyx. Think about it. The Golden Hour committed onto this one. What the dodge? Whoa, Keyboy!
What?
What?
That was way too fast. He just used the second. I think the moment he got out, he used Circling Eagle and then canceled. I don't know if he also used the second, but yeah, the moment he got out of the Golden Hour, it was just a quick Circling Eagle so that he wouldn't get hit by the Coily Blade Surge that was set up really well. And in the bottom lane, Kelra finds a kill out the PP. He gets the Marcel. Make that too. He finds the Claude also. Here comes Sa going in, but he finds Kelra with the punish, with the double dash. Onyx, though, are going to be poised, taking this turtle number 2 for themselves.
I'm still lost. I'm still amazed by what Keyboy was able to achieve with that. And his flicker was on cooldown during that moment, so
yeah, didn't.
I do not understand Mobile Legends apparently. Oh, what a combo! Big burst! They didn't even let San react to that. That was a big Eternal Guard into the direction of the dodge coming out from Kyrie. He's healthy. Coily's not. Here comes Circling Eagle. They do have the Golden Hour to save this. Not even gonna matter. Coily is safe for now, but the purple buff compromised. Kyrie wants to take this for himself. He will successfully do so.
And this is what we're talking about with the lineup of Onyx. Scary as it could be if it gets the ball rolling. Pro Esports feeling it. Odeta's welcome. He surged right into it. They get to take Coily down really low, but it looks like they're not going to be able to finish him off just yet. Kyrie couldn't take him down. Lutpi gets away with a guiding wind. Skiboy also burned the flicker alongside Lutpi so that they wouldn't take any losses. A small win for Pro, considering a loss could have been them losing at least 2 members.
Conceal play right now. They want to punish Kelro or at least get Coily one jungle creep. The Rock Horse is important. Every single thing is important now for Pro Esports. Onyx all of a sudden takes control of the game with 3,000 gold as their advantage over Pro Esports. Just get out of there. Kelro wants this so badly, actually forcing Coily to go in. And look at that, the Throne of Ruin committed. The Eternal Guardian though knocks up 3. The Golden Hour to kind of stop this from happening, but Kyrie is already there to collect some kills. Gets 2. Now sorry, I'm Felix in the middle of it all. They want to fight this. Look at this. They will connect with the stuns, with the crowd control, and Kyrie gets the triple because of that.
This Hirara looks like it has an insane amount of dashes because it can also use the guiding wind, and you mentioned it. Sans The Eternal Guardian was perfect. It delayed Pro Esports tempo in that fight. They initiated. They thought that they could bait Kelra into a trap with Sorium Felix waiting in the wings with a Throne of Ruin. But it turns out the trap, when sprung, was a trap for Pro Esports themselves. Now they look to get a win in the bottom lane by maybe getting a cack on Kelra, but then with the info in mid, they realize that they have to back off. Turtle number 3 will go to Onyx. All major objectives so far in this game for them, while Pro Esports have definitely walked into Onyx time, specifically their timers in this game.
I told you, man. Something in Onyx snapped, and it feels like they have understood the meta game after their loss against Team Spirit and their eventual win in the third place match against Team Falcons. They have understood that you really have to be aggressive. Kelra plays differently now. See how he is chasing the Marcel out of nowhere. It actually prompts some reactions for Pro Esports, but now a clash. It seems like.
But he's still way too tanky. This could be really bad for Pro Esports. They haven't used any major ultimates just yet. Onyx. They are trying to bait Pro Esports, but they do not want to bite it. They are just waiting. Because they know if they take a fight at the wrong time, then all of the damage and all the sustainability that Onyx has will just give them a massive L. So now they are doing what they should have done maybe 3-4 minutes ago. Slow things down for Kozen to get farm. He's only level 9 against Kelra's level 11 Paquito gold lane. Another purple buff will fall in the hands of Onyx. Pro Esports, they are just scrambling to try and defend. They get a stun onto Kyrie. iframe, it's all Onyx.
Even the purple buffs now, and they have already forced that I am you, Eternal Guardian. Now Ludwig catches someone again.
Oh!
Sneaky Parrots, man. Now PPP wants to go for the exchange, but the turret has been taken out again. Suns with the lockup of the golden hour onto the backlines, catching multiple members of Onyx, but in comes the exchange. Kelra! Oh! The punches gets two! Taking out both Sass well as Coily. And now Kyrie, very aggressive with the help of the Eternal Guardian, attacking some of the turret damage. Holy Shields pop, and Onyx will be happy to collect 3 important kills up top.
Whoa, massive win there for Onyx. Sneaky Barretts. Sometimes it doesn't need to be long range. You can just do it right in front of you. A quick little chop. And Sorium Felix, his Throne of Ruin, gets sidestep PP. Trying to get to the back and get a little bit more info, but the members of Onyx, their formation is too sharp for Pro to take a fight. They concede the Lord. It's an 8k gold lead. Onyx time at double time.
Oh. It's led by Kelra being very, very aggressive on this Paquito. I'm gonna tell you, he's not playing like this when he was playing Fighter Golden. No need for a sneaky bias, just straight up Daytona's welcome point blank against that Marcel. Now they're chasing Coily. They do have the damage from Kyrie. Coily retaliates a little bit. In comes Kyrie once again. Kelra diving in. And they're just forcing some reactions from Pro Esports for now. Holy Shields popped in the middle as the Lord marches up top.
It's already been popped topside. They gotta charge off. Onyx still here, relentless. Don't want to let go of the siege. Sorium Felix left to deal with a minion wave at the bottom, but Coily gets taken out by Kyrie, who made that look easy. Just dashed right into the base. And Pro Esports, they don't have enough damage. With all the sustainability, another death and is welcome. Point blank on the Sorium Felix. Throne of Ruin, but a golden hour. Quite off time. Didn't really synergize with it. Double kill for Sans of this Vexana. 14-4. And I said it, they could go down in less than 11 minutes. Onyx wins it in 10:56.
Right on the mark there, Renmar. And I feel like we have this confidence in the lineup of Onyx because of the draft. When we said that there's a lot of anti-synergy between the Golden Hour as well as the Valentina, with now the Alice also coming into the fray, there's just so much that looks so disconnected from the side of Pro Esports. I'm sure that they have to look back at the draft and remember that the game really starts with it. The picture of the game already starts with how good you're drafting it. And unfortunately for them, their problems in the draft, when we looked at it, was just so obvious and apparent. We saw that before the game started, and when the game did start, we saw how easy it was for Onyx Esports to disintegrate their composition.
That's why we just had that feeling of how disgusting, how nasty the composition that Onyx was able to walk away with was. Everything just turned out perfectly for them. Lutpi yet again showing how great he is with this Barretts. And even though the first blood there fell onto Kyrie and Pro Esports were able to take down the Hirara, just a slight moment of brilliance again by Sans. Secure more crowd control, more kills, and even get the turtle for the team. By Pro Esports winning it early, Onyx stuck to their game plan and made Pro Esports feel it. Team fight after team fight.
There's only one team fight that looked okay for Pro Esports, but even then they had to really really get a lot of scraps just for them to be able to get some trades up against Onyx. But Onyx, they make it look beautiful. This time, Sans as well as Keyboy looking wonderful in this matchup. Look at this, the Eternal Guardian is making so much work. And when they chase, look at Kelra, how efficient that was, so on target with this Paquito. Then Kyrie will surprise you with this one as he dove in instead. He looked like he will just back down, but then he thought like, oh, I have another iframe moment, so I can eventually take you out afterwards. And with the massive gold lead that Onyx has, everybody can melt against this Hirara.
And they did just that. They really melted under it. Again, at some point, Pro Esports, you could understand why they were aggressive as they were and why they were taking the early fights early, because even then, if let's say they were able to get some wins in the first two turtles and they won in terms of the hero trade, then that's great. It means that they're empowering their lineup to go a little bit faster. It means they're delaying what Onyx could do. But it wasn't really a matter of being able to stop it. They could just only delay it. When you're playing around a Mathilda as your roam that doesn't die and you have a Barretts, you can only delay it, not completely stop it. You yourselves aren't playing into a lot of range. You're playing into a lot of melee as well. I'm talking about the lineup of Pro Esports, close to mid-range, up against a composition that has one long-range option in the Vexana, and then a great close to mid-range option in the Paquito and the Hirara. And add to that, shields for the team. Sustainability for the team. If you just look at it in the +1 +1 +2 +3, simple math of it all, the Onyx lineup is better.
Yes. Face value, as we would say. I agree with you. Just the opening is already pretty good. The Pro Esports were tempted to go for the Marcel, as anyone would, honestly. But then again, the answer for both the Hirara as well as the Barretts, it's like trading two very good heroes for one good hero, right? Although Marcel, in specific scenarios, can be very good. But that's the thing, though. Never mind the fact that they gave away 2 meta picks to Onyx Esports in the guise of Hirara as well as the Barretts. When they picked up the Marcel, they should have thought of good combinations with it, so that then their first pick Marcel would be now a really solid pick. Maybe a Eudora to go with it so that they can set up. Maybe even a Kimi with a different jungler that they can pick up, something along those lines. But they pick up very natural heroes, so it felt like they didn't have a good idea of the line of the composition that they wanted to have when they gave away both the Barretts as well as the Hirara.
Yeah, I definitely can double down on that idea as well. So let's see if Pro Esports are going to be able to bounce back from that in game number 2 as Onyx leads the series 1-0. We'll be back after the break. Pro esports need to go back into the draft drawing board to see how else they can cook their composition to make sure that they can force a game number 3 against Onyx, who doubled down on Mathilda, Barrett, Paquito, Hirara, heroes that love to start off from the early game. Of course, paired up really well by their Vexana in the mid for Sans, who had a terrific game. Welcome back to the broadcast. Group D matches for the second half of the day is what we're covering. And if you're asking who we are, I'm Renmar, and I'm here with Wolf.
we are witnessing a lot of good, I would say, intermediate understanding of the metagame that we have. And I'm saying that because it feels like back in the MSC, it's like almost new, right? We are still cooking. So after a month of, ever since the newest patch, now we are seeing how teams have developed. And I'm saying this only because there is one kind of playstyle that will ensure that you will win the matches. We did not see that specifically in the second series. Maybe some semblance in the first series, but right now Onyx Indonesia are showing us how it's done, because they are also showing how Team Spirit and Young on Galacticos made it happen in the championship. It's all about the early game snowball, and on top of it all, two heroes are vital. It's the Hirara and the Barretts.
And we were discussing earlier, it seems like the metagame, as showed off by Young Galacticos, Team Spirit, and in this game number 1, Onyx, were distilled down to the purest form of what MLBB is. Get more damage, get more kills, win the game. I mean, that's how, for majority of the time we've been playing MLBB, we've understood it. Up until, us Filipinos had to show up with objective and macro, and then now we find a balance wherein, yeah, it's snowball, run and gun, get wins early on, but you do so with clear objectives in mind. Whether it's because you're doing this so you can cut a wave, disrupt jungle pattern, win an objective, you've balanced the micro brawly style with a lot of macro, and this is what you get. The meta game we find ourselves in as we find ourselves in the draft for game number 2.
Yeah. It's going to be the Marcel as gonna be the just they're so sold into this school of Marcel that they themselves ban it out. But of course that's understandable. Keyboy plays it well. However, this time Hirara banned from Onyx. I think that's a good way to approach this draft, where with the Marcel being banned, the Hirara will definitely be the first pick. So I think the pro esports, they're gonna be better off denying the Barretts. I think they should take the Barretts. No, they deny a different hero, which is the Jushin. And what's stopping Onyx from picking up the Barretts once again?
Yeah, nothing, honestly. They could just go ahead and pick it up. Or if they decide to just tell pro esports, like, okay, the Barretts is open for us, but we don't care. We're gonna get our signature hero onto Lutpi, who ended the his MSC run undefeated with the Uranus. Undefeated, yeah. Completely spotless record on the Uranus.
Yeah, Paquito Barretts might actually be there, or Paquito Uranus. And the reason why I say, it's Belleric. But it's like,
they hold up.
Belleric is like Uranus in the roam role.
Yeah.
With a little bit of a stun. Think about it. Yeah, because...
Yeah, I mean...
Alright, if I'm not mistaken, because I have not played Belleric, all of its spells are also like self-targeted, right?
Just the second skill, the one that he can get the enhanced basic attack that gives him a heal. Self-targeted, it means, it comes out of him.
Yeah.
If that's what you're pointing out.
Yes.
First skill comes out of him. Third skill, Wrath of Dryad, comes out from around him. Yes.
Yeah, so it's like Uranus, actually. Which, the only targeted spell is like your second skill, which is a dash also. It's like...
Yeah.
Anyway... What I'm trying to say here is that, the Uranus would have been a really good pick, like you mentioned. But now, you don't necessarily want to pick up the Barretts here for Onyx, because I think it's just overkill at this point. But you can hide the... you can just flex this Paquito up until the end. So I think that you want to pick your Sun Zero here, actually. They can go...
Is Esme open? Can't they go Esme?
But that also means that you kind of reveal that this is a jungle Paquito, right? Oh my goodness, they still pick the Barretts. Of course.
Wow.
Of course.
Think about it. That's a lot of flex. Like, if pro esports want to overthink it, Paquito can go XP Gold or jungle. Belleric can go roam or XP. Barretts can go XP or jungle. You can't completely turn off the idea of flexes.
Yep. You're right, but it's like, let's take a look at the composition of Onyx, the first 3 picks of Onyx, and this sort of proves what we said about them. They're just exposing what the best heroes will be at the meta. It's like Onyx Indonesia continued watching Womi's tier lists.
True.
Of heroes to pick. Get the S+ heroes out there and pick it up for themselves. That's exactly what I'm seeing here. 3 S+ heroes that Onyx were able to get.
Man, that's... Oh... We had a phrase for it. I just can't remember what our exact phrase was in MSC for it. It wasn't highway robbery. I think it will come back to me. They banned out the carry Melissa. Do you think this is a little bit telling that the Paquito might most likely be going into the gold lane now for Kelra? Or are they using it to just bait reactions out?
I think it's for baiting reactions. I think that Yeb is like that. Yeb drops like that. Although CW, of course, is the coach here, but Yep is there. So yeah, this definitely is an influence from Yep. So that means that they will fourth pick the Sun Zero, right? So that they can keep the flexibility out there for the 4 heroes that they have. So what will be that hero? Man, if they pick up the Raphael, I'm gonna lose my mind. But I think the safest hero is the again a Vexana probably, or an Eve. But if they pick the they go for the Valentina against Zushin, I guess.
Yeah, you got the Crimson Beacon, lots of dashes, the Terrify. I'm thinking if maybe that they're looking for a combo with the Valentina at the center. I mean, I don't think they're gonna go run it back with a Khalid Valen in the middle. So this might also just be, besides it being an answer for the Juicin, maybe they're seeing that there's great options for pro esports in the Rome that could potentially have a great ultimate that Sans could steal, and that's what they're blocking. Maybe something like you know what? I really just can't think of one.
Okay. Pro esports have good answers. You know what? All things considered, I like the lineup of pro esports. The Brody is a good pick here because you don't know what exactly you're going to be facing with. So just choose a hero that wins almost all of the lane matchups, especially when the Melissa is already banned by your opponents. And then you have the Minotaur, which completes the dual tanky heroes that you have, dual contact heroes for pro esports. So this is, with all due fairness, a good adjustment coming up from pro esports. Okay. Now,
Guinevere in the Rome. How do you feel about this?
Is it in the Rome? Because it could be Jungle Gwyn.
No, yeah, it is.
And then Gold Paquito. All right, I gotta say, the first 4 picks of Onyx, really good. The last pick, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that it's beyond my understanding. This is more of an Onyx thing, right? Carl TZ, when he went back in the Philippines, he went live and he practically lost his brain on how there is no late game insurance for the teams, but yet they keep on winning. And this will definitely grind Carl TZ's gears if he sees this composition. No marksman, no late game, purely early to the mid. It's really strong though in that stage of the game. And my God, do they have stuns.
What is early game? What even is MLBB today? Just long position of Onyx and you'll see it. Aggressive trading to start things off in the middle. Kibo and Sans. This Belleric and this Valentina together against the Minotaur and Juicin. I'm sort of feeling though like that Valentina also came out somewhat blind, but they knew most likely. I have the strong feeling that they knew that the Minotaur was just coming out. It would have answered their lineup really well. Now theoretically, just looking at looking at the best heroes in the room. Now you can get yourself a good old nice Minoan Fury. You can just pop off at any time that you want, countering the dive and the engagements a pro wants to do, creating a little bit more space. Maybe this Guinevere, with all the crowd control now that they have for the row mid trio, maybe it's really just like all utility. Like it's just a knockup machine. It's a keep myself alive so I can get objectives machine. And then it's really just all for Kelra and Lutby. This is a lineup maybe for the side laners to thrive.
I think the misconception about the Guinevere is that it doesn't have the damage, but in the early stages and on the right targets, actually, if you knock up the right person and you have the right people around you, right heroes around you, you can actually easily take out targets, even when they're tanky enough. As long as you target someone that does not have MR and chose to go for the armor, even when it's like a roamer or if it's an XP lane, you can actually take it out. And of course, traditional assassins and mages are food for you. So do not be deceived. This lineup coming out from Onyx has a lot of damage, but more so in the early stages.
Oof. Oh my. That got paused in the middle of the fight as the ultimate of the Valentina cosplaying as a Minotaur went off. Mid-team fight, and it looks like Onyx was gonna win that one too. Because heading into the circle, you see that members of Pro Esports decided to go down to the bottom lane to gank that Barrett. But that's a Barrett. You're fine. So you're seeing a little bit there of the brilliance of the matchup and the composition that was picked up there by Onyx. And then with that happening, you now go back into the turtle pit where you see the members of Onyx realize, oh wait, yeah, it's easy for us to just go ahead and move forward. Looks like we're about to get ready and just hop in just a moment. You can see our marshals on the screen right now helping out the members of well, we can't assume that it was Pro Esports that called for the pause. We have no idea who called for the pause here, but I'm pretty sure it was serious enough that they had to pause it in the middle of a team fight. We have to go through this animation before we can start it off. Oh, when we go in, there's already going to be bodies falling, and there are. Kyrie gets the turtle. Coiley's the one who gets taken out here by Onyx, and another death and as welcome. Lutpi on point, still with the Barretts, takes down the Minotaur. Sharp execution by Onyx to start things off.
Now they will collect more. Taking away the jungle of Pro Esports. Lutpi, because of the big guy passive, actually puts this grabber very low. And no matter who gets those two jungle creeps, it's okay for Onyx, because what matters is that it's taken away from the Nolan, which we know has to snowball as well. The death on the Nolan is gonna be problematic. Kelra tanks the torn apart memory like a boss out there. They're gonna survive this Brody lane, and everything is looking really good for Onyx. Oh man, talk about meta game, talk about early game. Onyx just have Pro Esports number this time.
Kozen gets destroyed by Kelra and Kiboy up top. That warranted the use of the Wrath of the Dryad and the Flicker as well from Kiboy, so that they can take the Brody by surprise. Already the bottom, sorry, I'm Felix struggling against Lupi and Kyrie together. And you talked about it, where people often underestimate the damage that can be dished out by a Guinevere. Well, if the Guinevere has a great early game and it starts getting the concentrated energy real quickly, and then it can go ahead and get that Winter Crown combo with it too, if we're really running it back to the peak of Guinevere from just a few months ago, then yeah, watch out for that. Pro Esports have to find a way to level things out, and it's tricky. You try to dive the Paquito, it will survive and deal damage while taking down with you most likely, or he just gets away. Kyrie finds a jump and the burst and the combo. Majority of that health bar went down in the hands of the Guinevere, while it was the Paquito that finished it off. Look at the damage on the Kozen. This does not look good by 4 Pro. Onyx is winning everything.
Yeah. Oh, Keyboy, out of nowhere! Oh my goodness! And they have taken out Kozen. Where did Keyboy come from? We did not see it because the camera wasn't focused on that one, but that was definitely a surprise for Kozen. From the back, a giant tree sneaks up on you. I don't know what you're gonna do with it too.
What is this meta? How are big dinosaurs and a massive tree sneaking up on people? Kiboy walked through the elbow, it looks like, and there's another death and as welcome committed there by Lutpi, not even using the flicker. The full-on combo onto one. They take out the Uranus, but the slow creeping tide of a snowball from Onyx looks unstoppable as Kozen is stuck under tower. BB's gonna try to help him. He commits a flicker to get out. Saz does have the ultimate of the Minotaur, but they're happy with that. They'll get the tower and push the Brody back.
And they're even slowly taking it so that Kozen will spend even more time and deny 2 minions away from him. Onyx just taking everything away from Pro Esports. 5,000 gold lead at this point. Gonna be fishing for more kills up top or even a push, but look at Kyrie. Kyrie finds Coily. Actually misses the spatial migration, so it has to back off for now.
Yeah.
But Lutpi, oh, the sneaky dinosaur, not gonna land. All right, Coily actually notices it.
Yeah, good read. Sorry. Oh, Kelra finds Kozen again off cam up top. The snowball continues. Onyx are relentless out of the box, but this is the box we find ourselves in now.
Yeah.
With Paquitos, fighters. There's so many names that you could call this meta, but right now this is just busted. Look at this. Tetanus, welcome into the spatial migration Violet Requiem. This is a demolished job by Onyx, and Lutpi gets away with a flicker.
What a pass coming out from Lutpi. The alley-oop, the lob to Kyrie. And that looks so seamless coming out from Onyx, and it's just 6 minutes and 33 seconds. At some point, Onyx, you gotta stop. They're already dead. However, Renmar, this is the composition that they built. This is exactly what they wanted to achieve, and they're doing and executing perfectly. And I think that even with this kind of lead, Onyx has to play like this, because otherwise they will lose in the latter portions of the game where the pro team will be a problem to them. So if anything, Onyx are just playing correctly this game, and they have understood that this is how you should play MOBB right now. Just be aggressive and just snowball out of control.
Is it time to call it the snowball meta? What do we call it? It was the unstable meta, but things are slowly starting to stabilize. But then it also feels like it's really just dependent on what team you're up against, what kind of team you're up against, the personnel, because we've seen lineups like these from Onyx and other teams crumble against similar ideas to the lineup that Pro is playing. But you cannot deny the fact, bigger and better wins in the early to mid games mean a high possibility of you winning the game that you find yourself in. Oh, fight breaks off. Uses the violent requiem to punish PP. Sans uses the Minotaur ultimate as he goes away for defensive utility. Sa gets taken down. 2 members of Pro are gone, and Onyx continue to steamroll as they then commit. He could seal play, and Mickey Boy with a flicker, forcing out the flicker of Gozen. That was a flicker plus a wrap of the Dryad. Pro Esports, you just watch. Sorian Felix is knocked up and gets comboed, but he uses the Purify to get out of it, and the second skill to dash out under his tower.
Wow. Imagine you're a Minotaur, you're confident that you're tanky, you see a Guinevere, you're trying to chase that Guinevere down. All of a sudden, Kyrie turns on you and actually kills you from 100 to 0. That is, number one, how deceptive a Guinevere can be. Number two, how big the lead was for Onyx compared to Pro Esports, that a Guinevere can put a Minotaur from 100 to 0 in a snap. And also number three, how the meta is being shaped by all these early game heroes. A Minotaur that has a slow ramp, very tanky at first, but then gets slower because of the Flask of the Oasis priority for PvP as they initiate once again.
They find him, Kiboy. Wrath of Dryad split Pro Esports apart in that team fight. A member of Pro is not going to go down, but Onyx do not lose anyone either. Well handled by Pro Esports. Taking into account everything that could have gone wrong there, they're able to stay alive. Kyrie missed the spatial migration jump. The basic attack gets tracked onto Coily, but he's able to just run out of there. Onyx have pushed Pro Esports out from Lord contention. 8k gold lead, it's way too much and way too risky for them to fully contest this.
Yeah. It will take just one Barretts to fend off the entirety of Pro Esports and Suns with the threat of the Minoan Fury. He copied. Kyrie even pops the ultimate for extra down. What?
Huh?
Kelvin just took out Coily.
He just knocked him out. Right off of our screen and back into the respawn point. This is some quick work that Onyx is able to pull off. Double fighters, but it's just all pain. Oh, Ludby misses the death and is welcome there. But that's going to be a punish right off the bat. Spatial migration again. But the response by PPP, he gets to launch off of the Minoan Fury. Here comes Scoura from behind and a knockback. I believe that's also from Sans this time, stealing the ultimate of the Minotaur. Goes and falls. 2 members of Pro are gone, and Onyx continue this onslaught.
Oh, they are indeed continuing. Kyrie been forcing Soria and Felix out, but that's a Uranus. So Uranus survives, but Holy Shields will be taken out. The turret up top will be taken out as well. Kelvin is low, but he put Coily low first. Coily has to run away. No damage from Pro Esports to follow it up with, especially with Kozen being taken out early into that fight. Right now, not available. Sans and Kyrie and Keyboy are pushing in the middle. They don't have a marksman, so it will not be as fast, but they do have the power of the big minions on their side. Taking inhibitor turrets at 11 minutes of game time.
Onyx with the big guy Barretts, with their big minions, proving the age-old adage that size does matter. Size of your fist. Size of your damage. There's no way for me to recover. The size of your dinosaur. The bigger it is, the better the result. In MOBB.
In MOBB?
Yeah. Onyx. I cannot. Unfortunately for Pro, it's really difficult to see a comeback angle from this. How, like, just running it down, even if they get to take out one, there's so many things that they have to deal with. It's not even like instant. It just creeps up on you like, oh my god! Lutfi from downtown with a deathless welcome. I never thought I'd utter those words. Kiboy from the back, Wrath of Dryad. Coulson does not get caught. He gets taunted by a little bit. He gets zoned out. Pro have lost one. Onyx still have 5, and Pro have no answer.
Red team hero has
No!
Sun's being taken out, but my oh my, Lutfi, how do it? Well, he doesn't have the big guy passive, so he probably was not noticeable. But then again, he didn't even have to pop his flicker at that moment.
Nope.
All he had to do was
the distance.
I guess it's mastery for the Barretts. I think that Barretts players, the pro players that we have, they play maybe the Barretts on screens maybe 8 times in a day. At least. So that means that you know what distance you can cover from one bush to another. So that kind of tells you, because just the distance of the Daytona's welcome, you have a little bit extra because of how big the model is, and your hurt box, I feel like, is what it's called. The opposite of the hit box.
The hurt box, yeah, the area with which you can receive damage,
or you can deal damage, right? Because hitbox.
Deal damage, all right.
Yeah, so it's like you have your own hitbox. You have your hurt box for each of the skills that you have. So, yeah, again, the Barretts, if you master it properly, you'll know the proper distances where you can reach someone, and Barretts without any stacks is quite sneaky, so it seems.
Yeah. Woo. We might be seeing another caller, a little bit of a nerf, because folks, that Barrett's range is, I'm realizing, is quite crazy, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, it might cover either the same or even more distance than the dash of the Phantom Execution of a Lancelot.
Oh, for sure. I think it might be the same as a Tyrant's Revenge, maybe.
Yeah, a Tyrant's Revenge.
And that's
already a pretty lengthy skill, and they already nerfed the length of how far you can jump with it too, like a long time ago.
Right? Man, I can't believe how they pull it off. Every single good Barretts player makes it look very easy too. Man, it's like in a game, in a professional match, they probably would miss one shot only, one Daytona's only, if not perfectly. They nail every single thing, and on the right targets too. You're able to fight junglers, they're able to fight mid laners. Sometimes when the target is just the roamer, it's already enough. They know where to hit it as well, so that they can stun multiple heroes. It's like, oh man, it really is the hero of the patch now, together with Hirara.
Oh, Barretts. He's back. Wait until people start trying to bring back X-Borg or something. I don't know, but let's see. 14-2 in the kill score. More than 11,000 in the gold lead for Onyx. It would take a miracle for Pro. But Coily has been able to make miracles all throughout MSA. Might pull it off here today. Look where Kiboy is. Deep into the back. Maybe to potentially force a reaction, or maybe a massive conceal play. He'll get flicker back in 6, carry with a knockup. They find one. The burst damage from the Nolan, the knockup as well this time from PPP, but they get knocked up by the Lord, and it actually helps Kyrie. The knockup as well by Saz, but that's a shutdown on the Ludwig by Coily. They lose Cozen. It's 2-for-1. And that's a lead for Onyx. They've lost Felix, they've lost Cozen, and they're about to lose their Minotaur. The knockout strike from the Paquito. Pro tried to hold, but Onyx were relentless. Too slow, it's Onyx time. Too fast for Pro to handle the sweep.
When we said that this composition is good in the early game, well, I think that is enough of a testament. That kind of performance, I mean, from all of the players, in fact, of Onyx Philippines, of Onyx Indonesia, I mean. They can see that Keyboy as well as Sans, they're back with their usual antics and how aggressive they can be. Kelra was phenomenal in this game. Lutpi was definitely the highlight, and Kyrie, ever so reliable with the Guinevere, have shown us the capabilities of what a Guinevere can do given the right targets, given the right jumps. I think this is such a good display of the metagame now. For sure. I think this is an over exaggeration though for how snowbally the meta can be. I'm sure that in other worlds this is not the best composition because it has its own risks. But at the same time, it's also a big testament on how snowball type compositions can actually easily win fights.
As long as you can make it work in the early, you get those objectives rolling, and you're not just hungrily chasing kills, but you're making sure you're taking away objectives and resources from your opponents, then it's all fair and good. You don't need the late game. You don't need conditions. You don't need front to back, excuse me. You just need raw freaking damage. What the heck? What universe have we? I remember I said this in the panel in MSC where it's like, the meta we find ourselves in now is empowered by the fact that there are two very busted heroes in the game, which is the Hirara and Paquito. You could consider Barrett's busted somewhat in the sense of sometimes it's actually quite crazy how much damage you need to dish out just to take it down, and the effect of hurting it more makes it even stronger. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. We are living in the world where this is possible, and it's good for some teams that they are able to find out this kind of playstyle and thrive with it. Unfortunately for Onyx, they had to lose first before they are able to, in MSC, so I'm talking about, before they figure this out. But I'm sure that this will be a pattern for all of the teams that are going to be competing in gigs in the future. Really have to think about your early game, draft in a way that you can win easily. And then when the time comes that you have to go for clutch plays like what Lutpi was able to achieve in this one with a wonderful initiation, then all you have to do is to look for your opening and just cherish that opening. And Onyx have shown us how it's done.
Yeah, this really is the meta where when it comes to instant reward and gratification, it's like our 2026 brains, it's like it's better for us, you know? It's like, oh, what do you mean grind? We get it now. We want all of this good stuff now, you know? And there's so many heroes that can make that happen. Of course, not to distill the fact that it does take great mechanical skill and communication as a team to pull it off. Onyx were doing some pretty crazy stuff here as a team, like how they were alley-ooping through the Detonus Welcome, through the Spatial Migration Knockup as well. There were some great showcases of team and individual play here by Onyx.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Pro Esports, they wouldn't be able to at least show what they're worth up against Onyx in back-to-back games. I feel like it's a draft decision for game number 1. Game number 2, I feel like this is a draft that they can actually win with. It's just that they weren't able to activate Kozin. They weren't able to protect Kozin as well. And also Coily died way too early in this game as the Nolan. And Onyx just smelled blood afterwards when they saw some weaknesses in the early game approach from Pro Esports. They just did not stop. They just kept on going, and because of this, Pro Esports will have to give away the first series point to Onyx. It will be in the lower bracket, but this guy Kyrie with the Guinevere is the MVP, and he will be heading towards the upper bracket match.
He was sharp with it too, maximizing the jumps, and you said it. It is sometimes overlooked how much a Guinevere could hurt, especially a Guinevere that gets all its cooldown reduction items early. And in case you forget, Guinevere concentrated energy. The quicker you get that item, the deadlier she gets. Onyx sweeps Pro Esports convincingly in our first match of Group D. Pro Esports will go to the lower bracket, as Wolf mentioned, while Onyx will face off the winner of GK versus Alpha 7 North. Before we head off on a quick break, or maybe an even longer break, we'll see. Any last words about this matchup, Wolf?
Oh yeah, for sure, very exciting, and I do hope that we get to see how they approach the meta game. How will they give it to the snowball, or will they do the Vamos versus Vitality route, where it's like fight after fight after fight? So that's also an interesting matchup to watch out for.
A lot of things to watch out for today. When we get back, it's GK versus Alpha 7 North to close up our Group D matches for day one of Games of the Future 2026 MLBB.
Үлкеністер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
the future. Games of the future.
GK versus Alpha 7 North are going to be closing out our Group D matches for today here in Games of the Future 2026. What's up, everyone? Hopefully you're all doing okay. We've seen 3 matches so far, 2 from Group B, 1 from Group D. We just came from an Onyx Pro Esports sweep, where Onyx got the best of Pro Esports, and now it's GK Alpha 7. My name is Redmar, still here with Wolf. We're going to be closing out the day, and we'll be your casters for this one and for tomorrow as well on this side of the broadcast. How you doing, man?
I mean, I'm so pumped because of what I saw from the previous series. It's mainly because of how fast it could be. So the only downside is that it's too fast that we can't really savor everything else. But all I'm hoping now is for GK as well as Alpha 7 to also exhibit that kind of tenacity in the metagame that we have right now. Hopefully they have a better understanding of the metagame, which means that hopefully they play fast.
Hopefully we do. I mean, we didn't get to see Alpha 7 North in this meta landscape, as we only got to see them during the wildcards. Meanwhile, for GK, they were still at the awkward spot of the meta where not a lot of people really understood what it did or how to actually roll with it. Quanok, Shen, Sino, Yaga, and Aizen. Feel like we weren't able to see the best of them during the MSC main stage.
Yeah, for sure. But for Alpha 7, of course, that's a team that we have seen a lot. And not only because of their most recent performance, but also overall because they're quite a famous bunch, you know?
Yeah.
But then again, for GK, as well as the Alpha 7, I think that both of them have not exhibited anything yet that is too significant for us to say that, yeah, they do understand the metagame. But I feel like when it comes to the players of Alpha 7, I think it fits perfectly because Nats is an EXP laner that kind of carries the game. And you saw how important the XP laners are recently and how they can actually, how can they actually carry games. What I'm concerned about is, can Zia actually keep up with this kind of meta in the gold lane, right? I think the last time I saw him, he did play Paquito, he did play fighters, but he's more of a wait till I get the farm and then I'll carry you in the late game kind of guy. So hopefully for Alpha 7, they can utilize Zia in a much faster manner.
Definitely. For GK, you did get to see some uniqueness in their understanding of the metagame. Although they weren't able to pull it off, they did bring out a Belleric in the gold lane. Gonna have to double check that, but that was in the first game against Salang or Red Giants. I have a very faint memory of it. They can play a fighter in the gold lane through their Freya, but they weren't able to do well. They were up against a Brody then, but remember, this is the team that almost eliminated Selangor Red Giants in the lower bracket quarterfinals. That forced SRG to bring out Uni in the 3rd game in the same series. GK won game number 2, forcing SRG to the brink. And even GK looked like they were okay with what they were doing in game number 1. They could have swept SRG if you think about it a certain way. You know, for Alpha 7, this might bode well for them. They do come from a region where they are, without much argument, the best team around. And if this game loves aggression and loves the whole bully ball type of gameplay, then Alpha 7 just might be able to find the recipe for them that works in this meta.
Yep. All right. And I think that Renmar, before we head to the game, we can actually enjoy this video first because we're gonna dive deep into the history of some of the important video games that have impacted our lives. So let's take a look at this video first.
Did you know that a fan-made map jump-started a whole genre in competitive sports and contributed to the development of one of the adored games of many, Mobile Legends Bang Bang? Multiplayer Online Battle Arena, abbreviated as MOBA, is a subgenre of strategical games which started out just as a game called Aeon of Strife. Though it was far less developed than the typical games in the genre, since the characters didn't have any abilities. But the principle for the gameplay was established quite clearly. Players controlled a single hero unit fighting on 3 lanes, which were protected by defensive towers. Might be unusual to hear for us now, since the MOBA genre is so popular. But it was not true at all for the first 6 years of the genre's existence. Dota, League of Legends, Smite, Heroes of the Storm popularized the genre and eventually led to the creation of Mobile Legends. Released in 2016, Mobile Legends was designed to appeal to a broad audience, and appeal it did. The free-to-play business model, along with captivating heroes, were enough to win over the hearts of many gamers. Now, Mobile Legends Bang Bang has a rich international presence, attracting many players from Southeast Asia and South America.
History of the mobile title. Of course, we got to see some more for favorites from PC, and of course, our own MOBA in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It was a nice walk down his memory
What a
lane.
trip!
Right? It was so trippy seeing all of that.
Yeah, it seems like you definitely the way that they spliced it and the way that everything is related from the start, and then you kind of connect the dots when you remember that, okay, yeah, this quote-unquote hero worked like this before, and now we are watching Hirara with a lot of influences from the past. And I think that's a very nice way to really look back at the history of the MOBAs that we grew to love.
It really was. Well, comment down below. What was your first MOBA, if ever? I'm pretty sure a lot of us started in PC, but a lot more as we get older in this scene. And yes, I will use that phrase. It's really cool to hear what people say. Hey, my first MOBA was Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I started with MLBB. It's because it was so easy for me. I just got on my phone. I downloaded it. I registered. I played 20 games with Layla until I started playing with other heroes, and then next thing you know, I'm here. So it's beautiful to go down that road, seeing all of that. And of course, now we are showcasing Mobile Legends Bang Bang globally as the premier global mobile MOBA we get to witness year in, year out, every month, almost every week at this point. At this point, I feel like there's too much Mobile Legends Bang Bang. There's just too much. Not that I'm complaining, but there is a lot.
So since June 27th, I think I've only not been watching MLBB for maybe 3 days in total in the span of 2 months. I'm not kidding. And there's just tournaments. The tournaments are just nonstop. I think the only time that there was even I think that this is safe to say, like Asian Games. Road to the Asian Games happened early, right before the wildcards, then wildcards, then MWI, then MSC. Then there's this global esports games that happened in between. Like in between MSC, there's just 1 day of global esports games, and then 1 day off without any tournament, and then games of the future.
You're so
not kidding. That is. And then when we get off this, April 14th, that's MPL Indonesia. Baby.
Oh, what a time to be alive for an MLB esports fan. It's ML every day.
Literally.
You know what? We chose this. This has been our lives now for many years. And now we're here finally in the draft of GK and Alpha 7 before we start going on the existential crisis about the rabbit hole we find ourselves in. Belleric Atlas, the trade is off. So we're going to be seeing different sets of roamers this time around, but Shen and Shark would not take it away from them to look towards picking up the Cho for themselves later on. But the Marcel, still active for GK if they want to take it, and if it doesn't get banned out by Alpha 7.
Oh, Marcel indeed is going to be the ban. GK not gonna waste any time out there with the Hirara being picked almost instantly, if not actually instantly. The Alpha 7 How will they approach this? Again, the Barretts as well as I would have said the Paquito, but it's banned out. But yeah, and now the Barretts available. Maybe the Valentina to go with it. Okay matchup against the Hirara for sure as the premier mid lane mage that can actually survive an assassination attempt. Whereas, okay, it's going to be the Harley for Alpha 7 with the Uranus.
Oh, all right. I think this is a good start. They can use the Uranus to bully. Sometimes, despite there being the presence of an Esmeralda, well-timed rotation could actually help Uranus to the point where it's just going to be cutting ahead of the Esmeralda, and then it's the Esmeralda falling behind. We did get to see that in around 3 to 4 games in MSC, so the possibility is there. The Rush and the Harley. I like that they just go ahead and pick it. They can at least use their third pick here on the red side to adjust based on what comes out of GK.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe not the Claude this time. Maybe just... Okay, so Esmeralda first and then the Eudora. Eudora makes a lot of sense in general. Esmeralda in... time immemorial, that matchup. There was a time where it was Alice up against the Uranus, but Esmeralda is ever so jealous, you know? She's not gonna let some other lady in the EXP lane take over that Uranus matchup. Esmeralda and Uranus are made to just match up against each other. They're like sun and moon, but this time it's like moon and
Dancer and light
planet.
construct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Esmeralda can proudly proclaim to Alice, Uranus is mine. The Brody is the pickup there for Alpha 7. Not a lot of dive here for GK.
10 out of 10.
They can fight a slow front. What you talking about? They can fight a slow front to back. Good damage spread here. And yeah, hey, say something smart, man. What are they gonna bet?
They might just look for a show, I guess. That's something smart. Maybe it's because Shark is a player that is known for setup tanks. I feel like whenever I think about Shark, I think that he's more fitted into catch type heroes rather than sustain type of heroes. That's why sometimes the teams that he plays in, like Alpha 7 and teams before that, they're not as successful if it's like a sustain roam kind of metagame. So that's probably why they banned the show. Apart from that, maybe they might consider a Badang, which also saw some usage in the latter portions of the MSC. And the reason for that is because it has a great matchup against assassins. And even if you're left with no Belleric or no Atlas, all of a sudden other heroes from the Rome role are open. So I think the Badang might be a consideration here for Alpha 7.
Yeah, we did see it rise up as one of the best room options you could go for, but before we forget about the others, I mean, the Minotaur is still there. Definitely a pick that teams want to watch out for. And considering that you're up against all the bursts of the Eudora, if you could heal your team, why not? The Minotaur might do very well here for Alpha 7 if they can pick it up. They don't need to worry about the Valentina too. Hell, you know what? I'm going to double down on it. Go for a red 4 Minotaur.
And I believe that you can actually go for the roamer now because you wanna. At the same time,
hey,
wow, well done, Redmar.
Thank you.
That's a shark hero. That's a shark hero for sure, and it really fits the bill. Now, if you are GK Esports, if they pick the Cloud here, I'm gonna lose it. So they absolutely will not go for that one. If they do,
they
that's both Minotaur as well as the Uranus. Already 2 good answers to that Claude. They probably will just go for a Melissa, although it loses against the Brody. Maybe Paquito is already banned out. Maybe a Moskov actually, or a Harith. In fact, might be even better. Compared to a Claude. They go Clint, which is fine, but I think it struggles against 2 tanky dudes and then a Harley.
Yeah, exactly. I felt that Wrath as a Clint.
Yeah.
You want to be able to burst someone down real quick. Although, if it's mistimed by Alpha 7, that's an easy pick off for a Eudora and Clint onto the Harley. And weirdly enough, once Clint is locked in, even Minotaur could melt through Eudora and Clint, but it's a lot that you need to burn just to take down one. Maybe they want poke here. Farsa maybe might not be bad.
Farsa or the Vexana. Oh, the gourd.
Of course.
To be fair, there's not a lot of cancels for or at least for a lot of dive for GK Esports apart from the Hylos and obviously the Hirara. So maybe the gourd can actually work. And like I said, like the Clint and Eudora, they have long range damage, but at the same time they have to go through two tanky dudes, the Minotaur as well as the Uranus, which kind of makes me think that this probably is a good gourd game, and see if this will be successful. Based from the metagame, however, I feel like this composition coming out from GK Esports is very comfortable in a way that they have the Hirara as well as the Clint. Kind of aligns with how the early game can work in their favor. On the other side, what they do have is the two tanky dudes plus the strong gold laner, which means that the Brody will have that Melissa treatment that we see from series number 1, where there's so much protection around the Brody that the Brody can just go for a Sky Piercer, like what Eman was able to achieve. Was it?
Oh, right. No, yes, you're right. BTR by Vitality, you're right.
Yeah. And just take over the game from getting a few stacks, just be such a massive threat against GK Esports.
Well, let's see if all those conditions will get ticked out by Alpha 7. Of course, for GK, with the pick of the meta in the Hirara in their hands. Let's see. You know what's crazy? I can't believe there was a time where we thought that Hirara would just not be able to work. And there was just something about her that was quite awkward.
Yeah.
Until the players started rolling up with it and showing us, nope, this is how we can make it work. And then suddenly here she is, now an inescapable part of our metagame.
Yeah. Also, players have decided to, because what they do before is that they reserve just one iframe and kind of waste the other. Right now, the players you see Kyrie, you see Niall, you see Zari Egoist reserve 2 iframes so that they can actually outplay their opponents. Like the management of the spell stuff for the heroes, players have improved so much. And they also paired up with a lot of big long-range bursts like Eudora, for example, which also allows the Hirara to be just a cleaned-up hero in a way. And that's the reason why teams have, players have now understood how Hirara can be played in the metagame.
And what's great about it is, despite her only having 2 skills and the multiple ways that you could chain them together, it makes for some beautiful gameplay when a Hirara really pops off. Astana off at the Shark just to delay. Nats decided to go in with a flicker and the jump through the Uranus, and they're going to double down onto Quanok. They take down the mid lane. That's going to be the Mystic Gush by Cold World onto Shet and Aizen. They take out the Eudora. This forces back Senno a little bit, but GK are still in contention for this turtle.
Kill. Wano is out, but you see Shark is not ready. It's just level 3 point, and they don't have the Gourd ultimate soon. That means that Xeno with a Bomba tag as well. An ode to the champ. Able to get the turtle so easily. Quano with the burst coming up from Alpha 7. And like we said, when we're just talking about the face value of the draft coming out from both teams, GK Esports looks to be the one which is stronger in the metagame. However, Shen, that was a weird way to utilize this Hylos, not respecting the firepower of Alpha 7.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit of a heat check onto the roamer of GK Alpha 7. They can start roaming around together, seeing if they can start bubbling up some kills. Again, Ozia does not have the Sky Piercer just yet. Gonna be waiting for that as the first main item for this Brody. Once that is locked in, they're good to go. Or most likely second. Let's see the priority here for Zia on this Brody, and when we'll start seeing Alpha 7 start dishing out a hit squad of players that should get kills. Meanwhile, in the middle, and Shark gets spotted out. He still gets a knockup and the motivation roar off in time. He'll be able to get away, but Cold World with the Mystic Gush takes a lot, but he backs off.
Okay. That's a good skirmish that will, I believe, favor GK Esports, interestingly, because of how they are able to help Clint go for the double lane, which means that there is a little bit of speed onto Yaga this time on the Clint compared to the Brody. Fortunately for Zia, it does have an assist, so that actually amounts to a lot when it comes to this gold lane to gold lane matchup. However, GK Esports, as well as Alpha 7, I wonder when they will activate their gold laner. I feel like the third turtle might be a good way to gauge who is winning in terms of the gold lane matchup.
Alpha 7. You're gonna want to get this next turtle, build it through there. Although Naths is getting checked, as expected. The Esmeralda Uranus matchup, Shark and best player hold a very good spot in the bush. We're surprised, but you have to be honest at this point, and that's gonna be a missing gush onto Shen. Everything thrown into the high loss, and that's no more roamer for GK. They decide to go forward. Shark with the Minoan Fury plus flicker forward will catch Sino Bomba. The Hirara is really low, but the iframe uses two of them to stay alive. Gets to avoid the Tour de Part memory and all the other damage dished out by Alpha 7, but with the Hirara forced back, Alpha will win this turtle.
And all of a sudden, Alpha 7 have flipped the switch. They have activated their Brody, and that's very important for Alpha 7. But I think the real reason why they won that is because of the way that they approach a team fight. They saw a Hylos, and their thought process is, okay, let's commit the Mystic Gush and most of our resources just to take out this Hylos so that we can eventually move properly around the game. And they were able to take the turtle fight because of that. Cold World with a 4th kill in this game, 5 minutes and 48 seconds in. This board is going to be a treat for Alpha 7.
So much firepower on the side of Alpha 7, and Shark will eat everything, getting tossed out by both the Hylos and the Clint. Not enough damage yet in the department for the Cowboy, but they will have to hold as long as they could to make sure that they're not going to lose their tower. Naps already invading the purple side, forces out the Hirara single-handedly as Shen overcommits downside in the bottom. They make sure that they capitalize, and Xenobomba loses the purple. Conceal, entry, stun, the pick-off is perfect by Quanok and GK. They take down the gourd. That's a shutdown.
Oh, that was such a good shutdown as well. They not only eliminated a big threat on Alpha 7, they also committed 4 of their heroes out there, which means that they will have so much gold when it comes to assists. And also, the way that they coordinated it was so good, actually. Cold World could not even react, not even a flicker attempted there by Cold World, as the operation went so smoothly for GK Esports in the middle. And they even forced got a turret down the bottom lane, which kind of means that they will equalize when it comes to the gold. GK Esports have taken back this game, and it's now free for all.
2 items now for best player 1. Divine Glaive just locked in for this Harley. Knock up from Shark, plus the poke, plus the burst combo. Shen, can he hold on? Yes, he will. Just enough from the Revitalize to keep himself alive. Nats decide to go forward with the flicker. He's not going to be able to commit that kill onto the high loss, and now this Uranus might get punished. They're not coming on. Fury by Shark lands out to 4, saves Nas, and Alpha 7 have been able to recover.
Oh, they will regen for a bit. Zeno has to... Oh no! Aizen actually will survive for not long enough, or long enough actually. Gets out of there, but the turtle has been compromised. Alpha 7 takes it. Good usage of the deadly magic, and as well as the torn apart memory to make sure that Aizen will not be able to get into position back. He survives, but he's not able to contribute to the team fights anymore. And that's also true for how they poked Zeno out there. The Hirara being very, very low meant that he had to look for a way to regenerate, and unfortunately there wasn't enough time. Alpha 7 at 8 minutes and 20 seconds claim a very important momentum swing. We were talking about how both teams will be looking to their gold laners in the 3rd turtle of the game, and Alpha 7 are going to be the first one to use it.
They built up really well for it. They started seeing that Shen can be melted down real quickly. And anyone else, oh, that's gonna be Shen taking everything again, but he's gonna be able to bring down the glorious pathway, and that's a stun coming in from Quanok, right onto Cold World, perfect, but Zia is well protected by these tacky boys. The torn apart memory doesn't take down Quanok, but Nats does. 2 kills for Alpha, and no Skypiercer just yet for Zia. He went towards the route of getting the Malefic Gun and the Heptasis first. He's just about to build Skypiercer.
Skypiercer, Zeno picked it up a little bit early in this game, but unfortunately not able to get any stacks at all. The GK Esports are, I don't know why Best Player 1 is dealing so much damage, even when they already have an Oracle for Aizen and there's the Radiant Armor, but it seems like they're not well equipped against the magic damage of Alpha 7. You can even think that at this stage in the game, they should have prioritized your Radiant Armors. To be fair, Aizen needs the Oracle, but I feel like there is a world where you skip the Oracle and you go Radiant Armor so that you at least have ways to deal with the magic damage of Alpha 7, because right now, this First Lord, I don't think that GK Esports can actually last against the immense amount of damage that Best Player 1 as well as Cold World can output.
Add to that, there is a Skypiercer already locked in for the Brody. So there's Harley and Gord in terms of the damage, and then throw a lot of physical and then instant kill damage once you reach a certain threshold to that. So either they take this and they risk all the aura and all the chances, or they just decide to back off as Aizen already eats the deadly magics. It's gonna be a quick return for the ultimate of the Harley. They're gonna have to go back and play the map a little bit, so this is gonna be a much longer dance as Best Player still has to go up to orange. They will come back down for purple. Meanwhile, GK, sends Zeno to the opposite side of the map to clear up minions, forcing Best Player 1 to respond to that, dragging out the stance a little bit more. This looks a little bit more favorable for GK. They jump onto Cold World immediately. No respect from Alpha 7 for the surprise glorious pathway and engage. They get the combo off too onto Gord, so this makes it a little bit easier for them in the next dance.
Yeah, and how about that Revitalize to protect Aizen? Torn apart memory will not be able to finish him off. And now they have found the Brody! They have taken him down with a quick one, and now they found more. The Falling Starborn onto the Harley. Harley goes down. In exchange for the Esmeralda, they have taken 2 cores down from Alpha 7. And Shen, as well as this Clint, they will be pushing in the middle while the Hirara was taking the Lord. Nats tried to go for a kill of the Quanok, but Quanok has the last laugh. Nats has to back off. And a massive team fight win for GK Esports.
The Eudora comes in the clutch. Big time plays by Quanok. You can see it slowly building up. The stuns. The quick little stun as well from the high loss to initiate things. The glorious pathway finally coming into effect here, and a little mix of Alpha 7 not respecting the sudden burst, engagement, and distance that GK can cover. Now they find themselves defending a Lord push. They are losing a lot of room in the map. But in terms of the gold, they still have the damage and resources with them.
And this clearly is gonna be scary because not only does it hit hard against heroes, it also can push fast. Nat shows himself. Look at that, Shen. Glorious pathway to just zone out the members of Alpha 7, not even used for any team fight, just stands there staring at the members of Alpha 7, just claiming that territory.
It was like he was just shrugging at them. It's like, what now, boy? What you gonna do now with this glorious pathway, huh? Not gonna do anything. I still got my Revitalize. Pretty sure that's exactly what Shen's internal monologue sounded like. Don't quote me on that. That's just a theory. I'm just saying what it might actually sound like. Oh, Nats decided to go ahead and check Shen again with a glorious pathway. Splits Alpha 7 in half. Will they be able to help their Uranus in time? The answer is no. Perfect glorious pathways. Oh my god, what an entry by Zeno. Even the counter Minoan Fury for Alpha 7 couldn't lead into them getting more damage off. GK walk away with a big win.
Coordinated attack coming out from GK Esports, especially with how they were able to utilize this Eudora. And of course the glorious pathway. It seems like Alpha 7 are just like they're the headlights whenever GK Esports initiates because of how quick it was and how coordinated they were. It's like there's little to no reaction that you can do. Even Nats melts in front of the members of GK Esports. A lot of resources being forced out for Alpha 7. That's why GK Esports are able to push afterwards. Really, really good stuff that we're seeing from this team. And Alpha 7 really needs to just pick themselves up again, because 22 seconds from now, we are going to see the Lord spawn. And Alpha 7 needs to take care of Cold World, the number one. And number two, they also have to allow Zia to just stack up and pop the torn apart memory that will be threatening for GK Esports.
They just have to sort out their priorities in the team fight, and you've laid it all down perfectly. It's like they have everything they need to win a big one. It's just GK has been dismantling them pretty easily. Even we just bring down a glorious pathway and then things change. Like the whole picture of the team fight changed. Suddenly it's easier for Quanok to just get a full combo off. Aizen to come in as well with a falling star moon, and then that opens up so much space for Yaga on that Clint to deal damage. Where does it start for Alpha 7 in this lore dance?
Well, first of all, the bottom lane they have to take care of, because the slow push from GK Esports is gonna be a problem for them. And second is the mid lane. We'll see.
Glorious pathway brought out. That might have been early, and maybe that was the play. Force it out as soon as they could, so that they can find an opening, even just a little one. But as you pointed out, the minion waves in the side lanes do not favor Alpha 7. If they lose this team fight, it could be bad. Nafs providing all the vision. They know how low the Lord is. GK will retract, will go back. Best player was still getting his orange buff. Holding left bush mid is Shark. Nice slow dance closer to Alpha 7's tempo. Knockups, two on them, both on best player and Zia. They're not going to be able to capitalize on it. Shark goes through the Minoan Fury. Aizen and Shen have gone all the way to the back. Even Quanok went in with a flicker in the combo because Shark decided to initiate forward. Zia and Cold World were left open for GK.
Just gonna say it, Quanok on this Eudora is unreal. The angles that he's looking for and the way that he times it makes it so that he is uncontested. There was no damage dealt to Quanok, whereas Alpha 7 are caught with their tail tucked in between their legs. They're trying to run away. Good deadly magic. Immortality gonna be popped. No revitalize or even a winter crown. Best player finally finds an opening up against Xeno. Very long time have they not been able to get a team fight win. And an important one of that as well, GK Esports losing their jungler in this push means that there's a lot of damage that has been lost from their part. So Alpha 7 might feel a little bit more confident running towards the direction of GK Esports on this defense.
Bloodwing is built there for the Eudora. You're right, Quanok has been... We've seen sneaky Barris. This is a really sneaky Eudora, flickering and comboing out of nowhere right into the face of the core members of Alpha 7. He is really good with it. He keeps tossing it towards Nath as well, poking this Uranus down. You usually think that Uranus doesn't care about that burst, but Quanok is making Nath scare. But all the damage he gets to toss out onto him. Shen brought down really low. They might be able to get something out of this. GK ready to respond. Alpha 7 toss out the Mystic Gush. They're not going to be able to get a good target out to anyone. Aizen with a falling star moon. And Quanok again gets a massive combo to bounce off, stopping Alpha 7's momentum in that fight.
Glorious pathway into the falling star moon, into the good targeting coming out from Quanok. That allowed GK Esports to force an immortality and, of course, for some big ultimates out there, which means that they will be able to push the bottom lane because there's not much that Alpha 7 can throw at them. But the top lane, that's the more important one. It's very low right now. GK Esports decides, okay, we are not required to finish this game off right now. Let's just take away, take away everything that we can get out of there. Fortunately for Alpha 7, they maintain their top lane turret, which is the opposite lane of the upcoming Lord. So at the very least, that opposite side is not going to be the worst of their problems, but they are indeed on the back foot right now up against GK Esports.
Again, it's crazy to imagine that this isn't even built on a massive lead. It's just so far GK have been executing much better Of course, with some great individual play. We've mentioned Kwanok, but Aizen's Falling Star Moons have been nothing to scoff at either. He finds the timing just enough to disturb Alpha 7 in being comfortable when it comes to the team fights, so that their front line crumbles quickly to all the poke and sudden burst. And then, of course, we have to go back to Kwanok again, who's just somehow finding the backline over and over. He's making this Eudora. I think out of all the Eudora performances, despite all the great ones you've seen through MSC, I'm finally starting to turn my opinions around this hero because of Kwanok, and I can't believe I'm saying that.
Welcome to the world of the Eudora. And of course, GK Esports are slowly going for the lead this time, and they're actually zoning on the members of Alpha 7. I think the prompt was there was the Harley up top, so they decided, okay, let's go for an immediate play.
Oh, the count from Kwanok again! Flicker with the full combo with the Harley! Zia gets a shutdown, but Xenobaba takes down Zia! Kwanok, you are a Eudora god among men. 3 members of Alpha 7 are down, and GK only lost their Eudora. But it was the trade of all trades. The flicker forward by Yaga with the combo. They take down Cold World. Nafs cannot hold on anymore against this onslaught. GK take game 1.
I wish there was a CCTV recording of my reaction, because I blew my brains out from that play coming out of Kwanok.
The future.
And they're not even hyped, Renmar. It's just another Tuesday for them. Kwanok, God among men when it comes to the Eudora. Definitely the MVP of this game. Be able to sneak a lot of good kills in the early stages, but that last one onto the Harley, I believe that best player showed that he popped the space escape, and Kwanok found an opening, an immediate burst. Unbelievable plays coming out from Kwanok.
And you could see it in the faces and reactions of Alpha 7. Even they don't know what hit them. I feel like at one point they just went, oh man, this Eudora, expletive. It's like, that is so understandable. Kwanok did some crazy things with the Eudora in this game, and that last one I feel like it was just the perfect cherry on top, where full on team fight, everything has gone to hell, but Kwanok knew he had one job. Let me get someone down. Oh, it's gonna be this Harley. I see him right there. I'll flicker, I'll combo, I'll get the trade. What the heck?
Oh, I'm in disbelief. Everybody's just improving right now in the world of Mobile Legends. You would think that, yeah, they could have won the VCT Americas. Yeah, they could have won the wild card. They have Nats, MSC champion. They have Zia and Shark. They have best player. The Cold World probably can easily take this game away from GK Esports, but that's not the case. In fact, GK Esports seem, the way that they're moving, the way that you're seeing them, it seems like they're even the team that has more years of MOBB compared to Alpha 7 in them. That's how ridiculous this game went by, and we're just here witnessing greatness, Kwanok's greatness, specifically.
This one. Oh my! Oh, it was so clean with it too. Everything happening in front of him, he was like, guys, I'm not using any of my skills to help you. I'm waiting for this Harley to come out.
My.
And it was the perfect call. You could feel the frustration from the other side of the screen, because best player looked like he was so ready to fight. He was like, all right, I'm ready, let's do this. Oh, I'm dead. Kwanok has just taken me out. We don't have game MVPs, but that man is my MVP for this one for sure.
Oh, 100,000,000%. But with all due fairness, commendable plays coming from Shen. Vital in this game. Yaga as well. And in many ways, Xeno also showed us how it's done. Overall, GK Esports played as a unit. the way that they are protecting each other, the way that when Aizen goes in, there's always some follow-up. There's always someone who goes in first, and then Aizen can just clean up with the stun. And also the revitalize, the way that they are utilizing it is so good because it baits out the members of Alpha 7, and it's like when they utilize the revitalize, they achieve something afterwards. So I think that's also good from their end. But my oh my, GK with Quanok, definitely worthy of the game MVP award here.
Everything just started going so well for GK, and I think it doubles down also on what you mentioned in the team fights. Although you can only do so much to stop one man who knew his mission so well that he gets to achieve it time and time again. I mean, there were some glaring plays where you really have to point out that it looks like there was a lack of respect in terms of like the distant coverage from Cole World, even from Zia just a little bit. For a moment, it seemed like, or multiple moments, they forgot that there's Glory's Pathway to deal with, a flicker from the Eudora that can make the combo so much easier to pull off. And those moments where it felt like Alpha 7 were thinking and the gears were turning of like, okay, here's what we do next. That's when GK gets to capitalize. And they now lead this series 1-0. We're going to be going a quick break soon enough, but yeah, don't miss out on it. Alpha 7 now have to find a way to make a comeback through this, as GK just got to shock and awe them, leaving them quite literally thunderstruck with Quanok on the Eudora.
Oh, and not only was Quanok's play really good, the way that they are surprising Alpha 7 and everyone watching right now, everybody was just on point and coordinated. And I think that we are going to see more of GK Esports afterwards. I want to see more personally, but that will be after this break, Redmar. Let's see when we come back if what happens in game number 2 will be the same as game number 1. See you after this.
Үлкеністер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
GK Esports leads Alpha 7 1-0 with some one-man heroics from Quanok. But of course, you can't take it out from the rest of the team. It was a total team effort. Renmore and Wolf still here, and we could be closing it out already with a sweep. But let's see if Alpha 7, and we've been talking about it a little bit behind the scenes too. It seems like a lot of the things that they need to fix a little bit more on the priorities and execution when it comes to in-game.
Yeah, I guess the reason why I would agree with that is because the draft looked like winnable from both ends. I see the direction where they want to operate from, and to be fair, they look like they were doing it properly. They found good use of Zia in the third turtle, and it looked like they were about to just win and take over the game from then on. But as it stands, it's just a lot of executional problems there coming out from Alpha 7 eventually, and of course the heroics coming out from the Quanok God.
Quanok God, and because of his insane performance, they straight up banned the Eudora.
Yep.
Wow. Pure respect, and still worthy. I mean, we did see it a lot as well during MSC, where Eudora did force a lot of reactions, and so because of this, it's safe to assume that Hirara would be up in their priorities list for Alpha 7, and GK just decide to ban it out.
Yeah. I wish we could see more of the Eudora from Quanok, but with the ban, unfortunately, that will be denied. But I do understand why Alpha 7 did that. Hirara being banned, I was wondering what will be the first priority here for Alpha 7. Are they looking for the Marcel? No, they will ban a Harley as well. But Harley and both Harley as well as the Hirara gone. That means, are they eyeing for the Fanny in here for Alpha 7?
They just might. Like, Fanny rush right away. I mean, that's the only reason why he'd ban out the Harley after you see the Hirara gets banned out. I guess they're throwing it back to something. No, it really just makes sense that they just want to rush the Fanny for best player 1.
Okay, and will that be stopped by GK Esports? I think they're also considering banning out the Fanny, but that also opens up the Marcel, the Paquito as well. But maybe there could be a good trade for them in case they do open up the Fanny. Maybe they ban the Paquito themselves. Maybe they get the Marcel in exchange for the Fanny. And there's even a world where Alpha 7 does not pick up the Fanny first pick, but that's ridiculous knowing that they banned the Harley themselves after the Hirara. So I would assume that this is a priority of the Fanny.
Yeah, they set it up. Might as well just capitalize on it. But if they're willingly rushing the Fanny, then it would be safe to assume that they're also ready for a GK swap on the Marcel. But they get the Belleric. The Belleric. With the Valentina still open, unless that's what they were trying to force out.
Valentina Uranus opening for GK Esports will be so devastating.
Yeah.
Honestly. By the way, I'm watching the other stream live right now on the side, and Aurora Gaming was leading by a significant amount, but there's a quick wipeout, so it seems like it will be a 2-0 in favor of the Selangor Red Giants.
Oh, wow. What a bounce back by SRG after the very rough MSC that they had, of course, getting taken out in the group stages. It's good to see that they're recovering. They don't pick up the Valentina. They do pick up the Marcel for the side of GK. And yes, don't forget, we do have 2 streams. As you can see, they're labeled as Group AC, while me and Wolf are doing the Group BD matches. So Gideon and Lafel are covering A and C. And Alpha 7 now bring out an Esmeralda, makes sense, up against the Uranus, and now a Yi Sun-Shin.
Oh, yeah. So, Yi Sun-Shin, best player 1 hero for sure. In this mode, Alpha 7 will eventually go for the Ruby onto Zia. So, if that is going to be the choice here for Alpha 7, that means that this Nolan will have a lot of problems later on. So, GK Esports, do they have enough research to tell them that that was the mode that Alpha 7 plays in? That's a gold lane Ruby actually that they play in. An Arlot ban? Where? Ooh, what?
Where's that coming from?
Okay. Are they thinking Esmeralda will be gold? That's a weird ban.
That might have been a little bit of a... You even see the members of Alpha 7, they seem to be laughing about it too. Unless they know something that we don't, but...
Yeah.
That might have just been a straight up erroneous ban by GK, because we've only really seen Esmeralda in EXP, nowhere else.
Yeah.
In recent memory.
For sure. This is weird to the max.
Yeah, because you're not even gonna... It's not like you're gonna play a Harith alongside your Marcel up against that Esmeralda. So they wouldn't have gone into a gold lane Esme, XP lane Arlot, unless, again, there's really something we don't know here, and that Alpha 7 somehow has some very interesting pocket picks in like an Arlot gold lane, but I think it's just safe we can stop assuming and just roll with the punches, I guess.
Yeah. Understandable. There is going to be that Benedetta. Oh, this is so... They're really doubling down on the fact that this Esmeralda will be the gold lane. Taking away some Nazeros. Honestly, if you don't know anything, if these 3 picks haven't been picked up yet, you would think that, yeah, Arlot and Benedetta, good Nats targeted bans actually. However, I don't feel like that's what Alpha 7 wants to do. And I feel that Ruby is incoming. They're gonna look for another, a Cold War long range hero. Maybe somewhere, actually, you know what? If they go Kimi, I think that's okay. But also, I think they'll just go natural with probably an Eve. The Vexana, good pick overall for GK Esports, but I feel like, okay, now Alpha 7, they're just gonna go with the all reliable Ruby gold lane. Whoa, they pick up Harith instead.
Whoa.
Crazy.
Yeah, Harith into one more.
Alpha 7.
Yeah.
Too greedy.
Double carries. You get a lot of crowd control to deal with. There's going to be a lot on your feet. I mean, they do have the Bellerit, but this mid lane is going to have to be somewhat able to support the river too. It cannot be...
Rafaela? I think that's...
Yeah, I guess.
If you go greedy at least you try to reach to that point where you're very strong. So yeah. Okay. Okay. Now we're back. Okay,
yeah,
fine.
Okay.
We are allowing the Harith as long as there's the Rafaela. Oh. How about that quick pickup from Geek Exports? And by the way, this was the idea of Onyx Indonesia.
Yeah.
Actually, to pick up the Granger up against the Harith. Every time, I think it's just a Kara thing. Whenever he sees a Harith, it seems like it takes him back to that season 15 and 14 era where it's Granger versus Harith.
Yeah. It's the go-to matchup. And it does work very well also paired up with Marcel. So despite us having already precedents for how dangerous lineups with Rafaela could be, and here it makes sense. They still have the magic damage to cover alongside the Rafaela not really having the magic damage early on, although come to the late game it will have it. Still, you're up against a tried and tested combo. Vexana, Marcel, and Granger, as already proven by Onyx and Aurora, are a devastating combination to go up against at any point of the game. Let's see how it plays out in this game number 2. GK.
You know what, Renmar? The manner of which they picked the Vexana as well as the Granger. If you look back to the draft and watch it as it went by, they picked the Granger so quickly. Look at that. Okay. Esmeralda versus Uranus. This is his time. Season 9 and back in season 7, there's so many times that there's so many games replaying in my head right now where he is the Esmeralda up against the Uranus and he wins it all the time.
The eternal battle is what we used to call it, and it's crazy. It comes back at this most auspicious of times in the current history of MLBB that we have. When all else fails, you just fall back onto those two. They duke it out over and over again. Shark gets spotted out. Great taunt to keep himself alive just long enough. They could have completed that chase and finished him off, but his own taunt saving him. He did have to burn the flicker though to survive.
Yeah. Gonna be in the middle. Nolan, Zeno. Look at this rotation coming out from Zeno. It's not level 4 because of that. Best player is already ahead though, so you can say that their Alpha 7 with this Yi and Chin knew exactly where to position themselves and get almost an advantage over this Nolan. And they will have to pick up the slack here for this Nolan. Still has the Kramer up top, has to collect it at some point. And however, it's way too far from the neutral objective that's upcoming, the first turtle. So maybe GK Esports will not be equipped to deal with this.
And with how they're positioning right now, it looks like that's the case. Cold World is able to get away just in time. Great combos right now by Alpha 7 to stop GK from getting any momentum here. But Zeno Bomba is able to still retry the turtle at the last possible minute. And the golden hour looks good, setting it up for Baba Yaga, but he's not going to be able to get the damage off of the best player one. Aizen still alive. GK get away with it and take a green cap alongside it. Nath is still relentless. He doesn't want to let go of this. He knows the GK can't take him down, and he keeps on going forward, delaying the rotations of GK.
Well, that's what's to punish because they didn't get anything out of that. They are winning the turtle fight actually, but then they lost the retribution battle. Zeno Bomba, so ever so reliable, and the sole reason why they won that fight. Retribution on point. Nats wants to punish, but GK Esports just focus on the orange buff, and now they can collect their own purple buff. Everything is looking real good now for GK Esports once again. Still, Alpha 7, this kind of lineup that they have with the Rafaela makes it so that they can actually take the team fights. And look at this. No threat at all. I mean, Zeno, good on the retribution, but will find a lot of struggles taking out the heroes of Alpha 7 just because of the healing prowess of Cold World.
Conceal. They get the freezing moment. Shark forced to use the flicker out, so no surprise initiations coming out of the Belleric here. They're gonna have to be honest with when they dish it out. At some point, maybe GK, if they really want an actual big chance into this, they need to start playing more around their Granger, and it looks like they are now with this rotation. They can get some nice combos off and start chaining some kills together after Yaga gets the Sky Piercer. That it should be good, and the game plan for GK will be activated. Again, this lineup is built around this Granger, around this Marcel and their combo, and of course supplemented with some great damage burst through the Nolan and the Vexana.
Okay, we're looking at some adjustments here, like the conceal play that they want to really force out Koanok, and that's a flicker committed by the Vexana. Although for exchange, Eternal Guard for Shark, the backline that's going to be Aizen has to flicker out because the Zaman Force was activated. They're out of the zone, but look at that slow trickle down damage coming up from that to take out Zeno with that flicker, but that will be an exchange. A 1-for-1 will favor Alpha 7 because of the retribution, but of course, the resurrection that allows Alpha 7 to now have the advantage.
And it is here now for Alpha. Their best chance of being able to take the turtle, and they do. Aizen trying to deal as much damage as he could before he goes down. Yaga not going to be able to get any kills or a lot of damage. Gia decides to flicker as the Zaman Force. The Granger is underneath it all, and Yaga gets punished. Alpha 7 is locked in and woken up, and they are feeling good at the start of this game number 2. They have a lead over GK.
The reason why they won was because of that conceal play coming up from Shark for prompting the flicker onto Koanok. And a golden hour that, in theory, could be good because it isolated the members of Alpha 7. They want to go for one quick elimination, but it wasn't enough because, again, Cold World, as long as he does not get caught into the golden hour, it's going to be okay. And even then, there's really not much that the GK Esports are finding. As good as their coordination was in game number 1, this time Alpha 7 are repaying in kind. They are the ones who have a much better grasp of the team fights.
At the same time, we were doubting it, but then they're making it work. The condition was, as long as it's the Harris paired up with that Rafaela, and it does look good. Let them cook, and they are cooking real good right now. Alpha 7 are feasting on GK, but it just will take a moment, frozen in time, a snapshot. Maybe a couple of good ones over and over again, just so that GK can turn it around. But once the Uranus falls, then it all falls down. Too much pressure onto the Marcel. They're not going to be able to hold this formation. What a pick off by Alpha 7, and they're going to continue it under this tower. Yaga and Shen, supported by Quana in the bush, and they're able to hold on. Shen still able to get a kill onto Cold World. That's an outplay by GK. They get the freeze moment onto their golden hour, onto the Esmeralda, but of course, Nafs gets away.
There's so many missed spells in the tail end of that one. They did, however, properly punish Cold World out there, but unfortunately the Eternal Guard does not land properly. Retribution, Baba Yaga actually wins it. It's gonna be the turtle. That is the gold laner to secure that turtle take. Wow, Zeno Bomba, ever so brave. Look at that. Jumping in front of Alpha 7. Well, they do understand that there is a little bit of advantage that they have, but gotta be careful out there if you're playing like that as the assassin.
Still, though, Alpha 7 have a very small lead. This could be anyone's game. In terms of the towers, GK have yet to break one, though, and that's what they're trying to find right now. An opening. A pick-off. One kill. To make it a little bit easier for them to open the map while they're going to be trading for their first tower. They're probably going to lose their second, but that needs to start from something. And here comes Shen entering golden hour. Oh, but they brought down the Guardian a little bit too early. Couldn't capitalize on the damage, but the presence is there. They could have waited a little bit longer to bring it down. It does not freeze the animation of the Eternal Guard going down. It does not stop.
Oh. A little bit of a quiet there for Team Spot. Nolan wants to take a piece out of Best Player, but Best Player is, seems like he's fairly healthy out there. And they have no signs of the other members of Alpha 7. They now find out that there is a big formation of Alpha 7 members here in the right side of the river. But for now, they're gonna be fine just clearing out their own side of the jungle, getting the purple buff for the Nolan. Zeno Bomba wants to get a pick-off in here. Sia shows himself, but with the presence of the Rafaela in there, it's not likely that they go for that. That was a weird retribution from Zeno 14 seconds before the Lord spawns.
Yeah, I don't know if he was just trying to force out a reaction, maybe an overzealous early flicker just to make sure that they could escape. But that's not going to work, and that won't work for a majority of these players. Oh, suddenly Shark with the engagement, and here comes Alpha 7 with the response to follow up with the Great Wrath of Dryad, but Nayaga gets a kill there onto Zia. That's going to be a slow bubbling start here for this Granger. Now has the first set of stacks for the Sky Piercer. Did have to use the flicker to get away from safety though. And the resurrection from the Rafaela means the Harith will be back. Alpha 7 is taking a lot of damage, but so is GK. The Nolan is not anywhere close by. Will Alpha 7 read the situation correctly? They see the Nolan up top now. It looks like they can support with plays, but Aizen gets taken down. Or excuse me, he gets to take down the Belleric. Nats goes and Falling Star Moon. Aizen gets to flicker away. That player 1 is chasing after him, and he just uses the consecration to get away. But BP1 is stuck. He's left alone. He needs the help, but some outplays, some moments of brilliance from him, but that was way too risky. It looks like a massive miscom by Alpha 7.
And there's no resurrection coming up from Color because they used it for Zia, which would have given them the advantage. And a big takedown on Nats. Onto the middle, the Eternal Guardian lands up to Cold World, pushing away that Rafaela. It means that Zeno will take that Lord for GK Esports so cleanly. And you're right, Renmar. It looked really good for Alpha 7 at a certain point, but miscoms happened. Miscalculations happened for Alpha 7. GK Esports quick to punish. They may have lost 1 or 2 of their members, but that's a bigger price. The shutdown on the best player 1 is too good to have at the stage of the game.
It was not worth it. Here comes the golden hour. He brought down the Guardian. It delays the damage, but it still goes down. Okay, so now I'm learning a little bit more and more with the Vexana and the Marcel combo. That is interesting. And now GK. It looks like Alpha 7. I feel like that big loss was just way too demoralizing for them. Zia falls down. They are slowly crumbling. Yaga is now on his third stack for the Skypiercer after getting his first of that long dance. And just when it looked good, it now looks terrible. But great for GK, who have crawled back this comeback from next to nothing.
Despite being down when it comes to gold, despite them having a lot of troubles, they still managed to keep their mental faculties intact, Redmar, and they are not creating any mistakes. In fact, they're the one forcing the errors. Baba Yaga now prepping up for this one after the golden hour. Zia getting caught many times in this game as well. Best player allowed GK Esports to collect more real estate in the map that eventually led them to take inhibitors at the top and the mid lane now. And of course, a lot of stacks for Yaga. The combo, the golden hour into the damage output of this Granger. No target could be better. When they took out Zia in that combination, that actually gave so much of a momentum boost for GK Esports. And despite Zia being resurrected, Alpha 7 still managed to find and make an important error that made GK Esports crawl back to this game.
They were up 2K in gold. Oh wait, before I complete that thought, golden hour, perfect god entry and engaged by Shen on this Marcel. That was a hidden snapshot, a candid photo, perfectly taken, and Nafs was not ready for it. He walked right into the bait play of GK, and despite not having taken any turrets, despite 2K down, only just what, 4 or 5 minutes ago? Maybe even shorter than that. GK could turn this around into utter domination. Best player gets taken out. Yaga gets his 7th stack. And Alpha 7 will be frustrated with themselves with how they lost this. As GK crawled back, clapped back, and have devastated Alpha 7 into a sweep.
The team with a better coordination wins today. And that's testament on how good GK was when it comes to their chemistry, when it comes to how they're executing the team fights, especially in important moments. They trump Alpha 7 in that field of play. For Alpha 7, they looked all over the place. It seems like they spread themselves too thin. There was a time where it looked really good for Alpha 7. There was a time where they were dominant. But when they start making those mistakes, when Best Player 1 as well as Zia overextend, when Nats was just walking in front of the 5 members of GK Esports, that's how you know that they're not as disciplined as the members of GK Esports. The better team with the better teamwork won today, Redmar, and it's GK Esports to take this series.
It was a mix of, as you mentioned, teamwork, but also great individual timings and gameplay at the time when you need it. It didn't always happen. But when GK needed just a little bit of individual brilliance, they got it and they did it and they earned it as a team. Alpha 7 needs to go back to the drawing board in terms of how they take their moments, because they had that in their control, but it was this right here. They saw the Nolan up top. GK then decided to go for it, knowing that, okay, they need to build on at least one thing. They forced Shen back. It would be a long fight, but then Best Player 1 would be caught here. But the rest of Alpha 7, they passed through the long way to try and help Best Player 1. Nats went to the mid to try and delay Bomba, Xeno Bomba. Yeah, that was a massive misplay and miscom on how to handle that situation.
Oh man, and I think the dominoes just fell. Everybody, it's like a house of cards that fell for Alpha 7. because of those mistakes, Nats had it is like magnetized to that bottom lane for whatever reason, walked right in front of the members of GK, but GK was prepared. GK, they're not making those errors. They're more sound in the latter portions of the game, and they have taken down Alpha 7 and have proven themselves worthy of this international event, Games of the Future. They can really match up against the top teams in this region.
They are the champions of MPL MENA after all. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, the errors are glaring, but it's something that can be remedied. Of course, these are very experienced players. These are players who have won championships. Multiple of them have played in multiple internationals. It seems like it's also just along the lines of being able to tell one another honestly. It's like, hey, this is what we gotta just do in this moment. This is how we keep things sharper. And when one of us outstretch or stuff like that, still, we now have to look towards the MVP of game number 2. And that's gonna be Iaga on this Granger. It was just all set up for him. And once the moment was there, he took it and he ran away with it with 8 stacks on the Skypiercer. That death came early on, and all his kills came after that death.
Yeah. Whew. Well, I couldn't believe that's how that game will end, especially with how good it was for Alpha 7. Their performance was night and day from the first half of the game up until the second half. Compared to the second half, playing so well, playing on point, they're allowing this Gisun Shin to farm and get the advantage, but in the end, we saw how bad it went for them. Whereas on the opposite end, we can see that GK were just way too good when it comes to their discipline.
And that's going to be closing out our broadcast. Just to remind you all of the action that you have missed out. Remember, Team Falcons, PH, and Team Spirit, of course, ended up in a forfeit. That's over in Group A. That's the big story of the day. The match that a lot of people were watching out for. But here on this stream, Big Sean by Vitality took down Team Vamos 2-1. Foot Esports swept the Wildcats, and now it's going to be Vitality and Foot meeting the upper bracket of Group B. Meanwhile, for Group D, Onyx and Pro took each other down, with Onyx sweeping Pro, and GK, as we just saw it, swept Alpha 7. That has been it for us here on the Group B and D broadcast of Games of Future, as we bring out the brackets, just to remind you all yet again of what we saw.
Yeah. So we're just waiting for, I believe, the Mongols versus RE. That's going to be the last match that's remaining for today. But yeah, everything else was looking good. I want to replay the SRG versus Aurora Gaming match. I wonder how that went in favor of SRG. But so far, great start for this broadcast, actually, with that 2-1 for BTR going up against Vamos, and then we were treated by this wonderful gameplay coming up from DK, showing us that they can also really match up well in all of the teams here. However, they're gonna be up against Onyx, so that's a bigger challenge for them. We'll see if they can repeat this kind of performance up against a team that's well experienced.
It's a great day over here on this broadcast of Games of the Future 2026. Once again, my name is Frenmar. This has been Wolf. Hop on over to the other stream to see LaFell and Gideon close things out. But we're done here for today. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you very much. We'll see ya. Have a great night, great day, great afternoon, wherever you're from.
әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Thank you for the